The story opens with a monologue. I was half dead for a whole week with a raging fever. As soon as she tried to open her eyes, she immediately remembered the most crucial point. In her previous life, she had read a book. If you're curious about what kind of person Lillian Ayla is, she's described by passersby as, "That woman is unfit to be a mother, a terrible person who only thinks of herself, always sick and wallowing in self-pity." According to the original story, one fine day during Lillian's childhood, a maid cried at her bedside, "Oh, my poor young miss, how could this be?" Even though she's your half-sister, perhaps he was waiting for this right after the master and madam passed away. Little Lillian asked her nanny, "Nanny, has something terrible happened?" The nanny immediately wailed, "Sir Cyric is so heartless. What's so important about those petty politics? He's promised you away in marriage, as if he were selling you off." Seeing little Lillian startled, her whole body trembling, the nanny gently said, "Don't worry, miss. I will take care of you until the very end." Our poor little miss gratefully embraced the woman before her. She listened to the nanny's advice. "I'm always on your side, miss. You just need to listen to me." But Lillian didn't know that she was the one being manipulated. After that, the story obviously follows the trope of a greedy villainess obsessed with jewels and thoroughly disposing of the victim. Lillian always listened to her nanny. This is a reasonable reward, isn't it? "Miss, as long as you give birth to an heir, everything will be resolved." She confessed her inner thoughts. "I got pregnant just to get my uncaring husband's attention, and because of that, I can no longer conceive." The child Lillian gave birth to was undeniably adorable, but no matter how understanding the child was, it still didn't please Lillian. She would constantly scold, "So noisy. You don't even know what it's like to be in your mother's womb. What are you so happy about? Look at what I've become because of you. If I could get pregnant again, I wouldn't be ignored like this. It's your fault. It's all your fault." The rumors spread all the way to Lady Lillian's tea party. "I heard the young master is often injured. This time, he fell down the stairs. Madam must be heartbroken." Sipping her tea, she sighed, "It's all right because I'm taking care of him with all my love." But it was Lillian herself who pushed her son down the stairs. Because the rumors were so rampant, the Duke summoned her personally to verify everything. Lillian became frightened. He'll be angry, won't he? But even if he was furious, this would be her first conversation with her husband since their marriage. However, the man only scoffed and coldly said, "I'm not interested. Deal with it yourself." That day, after returning from the Duke's, Lillian Ayla found a rope. Resentment filled Damien's heart. "I won't forgive you. How dare you look down on me? You're so busy that you don't even care about this pitiful me, not even once. I will have my revenge." In the end, Lillian ended her miserable life right in front of her son. The female protagonist embraced the male protagonist's heartache, who always longed for a mother like that. The male lead overcomes his trauma and achieves a happy ending after defeating his crazed, monstrous father, who became a monster after Lillian's death. That is the plot of the novel. For such a happy ending, the lives of her husband and son were pushed to the depths of misery. That is Lillian's reason for existence. Our female lead has transmigrated into this melodramatic novel. As soon as she opened her eyes, she realized one thing. This time, I won't let Lillian live such a miserable life. Sure enough, as soon as she woke up, she heard the familiar lines. "Oh, my poor young miss, how could this be? After all, you are half-sisters." Lillian interrupted her nanny dejectedly. Then she rummaged under the sheets, pulling out an item that captivated the nanny. It was a relic left by her mother. The nanny exclaimed, "How could you give me something so precious? From now on, I will also take care of you with all my sincerity." Lillian smiled and said, "There's no need for that, because you're fired as of today. This is your severance pay." The nanny was startled and said, "What? You're lying. You shouldn't fire me like this, Mississippi." Lillian gave a sardonic smile. "Do I look like I'm joking?" As the nanny questioned her, Lillian clearly enunciated each word. "Because I know you've been clinging to my brother like you were our mother. I even know you want to drive a wedge between my brother and me and then take advantage of the situation. Nanny, if you don't leave quietly, I'll scream that you stole that necklace. What do you want to do?" The nanny flinched, thinking, "This is impossible. She's no longer someone I can control." After getting rid of the first threat, Lillian secretly sighed, thinking, although the first problem has been solved, what comes next is even more worrying. My dear half-brother, Cyric Ayla. Lillian had pretended to be more shocked than a toad in a toad pond when she heard about his engagement. It had been a week of nonstop crying and collapsing on the spot after hearing the news. One fine day, as the scratching sound of a pen echoed continuously, Cyric Ayla, the current lord of the Turin territory, softly asked, "So, what is it, Lillian?" She straightened her back and said seriously, "I have something to tell you." Cyric thought to himself, "I'm already exhausted. What is she going to ramble about now?" But he still allowed her to speak. Lillian spoke seriously. "First, I apologize for disappointing you with my lukewarm reaction to the engagement, and I will get engaged to the person you have chosen." These words, this smile from Lillian, turned Cyric into a fool for a second. He exclaimed, "What? Are you serious?" She smiled coyly and said, "You must be surprised. I've reflected on my actions." He exclaimed, "If you've truly reflected on your actions, then perhaps a more sincere explanation is needed." Lillian smiled, then softly said, "While I was ill, I thought a lot. I've received so much thanks to the Turin name." Cyric said in astonishment, "If you have truly reflected, perhaps a more sincere explanation is needed." Lillian smiled, then softly said, "While I was ill, I did a lot of thinking. I've received so much thanks to the Turin name. I've enjoyed all the good things thanks to being fortunate enough to be born as the Lady of Turin, living peacefully and safely every day. That is the privilege given under the oath. We will protect those of the Ayla family and those who live in the Turin lands. Now I understand. None of this came out of nowhere. I've reflected on it. I enjoy privileges, so I also have responsibilities." Cyric was surprised. "You sound just like father." But a moment later, he stammered, "It's nothing, don't worry." "That's a commendable thought." Lillian smiled, thinking to herself, "Cyric Ayla, he doesn't like me much because I'm his stepmother's daughter, but I hope this will change his opinion of me, even just a little." Seeing that her task for the day was complete, Lillian softened her voice. "I just wanted to say that. You're busy, so I'll excuse myself." Suddenly, Cyric hurriedly stopped her. He asked urgently, "Don't you have any questions?" Lillian was surprised, so Cyric continued, "Like who your fiancé is or what he does." She smiled innocently and said, "I didn't know I was allowed to be curious. I thought you wouldn't tell me anyway, since I'm too young to keep a secret." Lillian knew this alliance was kept absolutely secret after the assassination of the Turin couple. Her half-brother pondered for a moment, then said seriously, "No, since you're involved, knowing a little, like his name, is all right." Lillian was surprised. "He's allowing me to know more than I thought." Then he stiffly said, "Of course, if you don't want to." She cooperated, stammering, "That's not it. I want to know," even though she already knew. Cyric pulled a document from the cabinet and said carefully, "The person who will become your fiancé is Commander Zien Gratz, younger brother of the late emperor and His Majesty the current emperor, the only Grand Duke of this empire, Damien van Mira of Lepenvin." "Are you surprised?" Lillian responded cooperatively. "A little," she thought to herself. The Lepenvin family are seasoned gods of war among the royalty for generations. My husband is truly an outstanding person. It's also strange that he's not interested in the throne." Cyric stammered, "Besides that, if you need anything else, you can tell me. If you say you don't need anything, I can't do anything else." Lillian thought to herself, "What's this? Why is he being so soft today?" Then she focused on the dark circles under her brother's eyes. Without thinking, she ran to his side and exclaimed, "Brother, how long has it been since you've slept properly? Even if you say you've napped, how long? Only 3 hours? Or was it 2? The conversation fell into an awkward silence, with only Lillian continuing to nag. "You have to take care of your health," Cyric said indifferently. "It's not your concern anyway." She said sadly, "How can it not be my concern? You're my only family." Cyric immediately felt himself being enveloped by darkness. However, his half-sister approached radiantly and took his hand. Cyric fell into deep thought. How could I have forgotten this until now? He reached out and patted Lillian's head, then smiled. "You are my only family." Then she quickly pulled her brother along, chattering, "Brother, I'll take back what I said earlier. I thought of something I need." Lillian pushed her brother down onto a chair, then said seriously, "I want you to take a nap for more than 3 hours. You'll listen, right?" "I believe the head of the Ayla family wouldn't lie." Cyric chuckled and said, "All right, if that's what you want." Lillian smiled brightly, then finally left with peace of mind so he could rest. Before long, a creaking sound echoed. Someone holding a folder entered and said, "Lord Cedric, I beg your pardon. It seems you were asleep?" Cedric rubbed his temples and said hoarsely, "Yes, I was taking a short nap." Alan increased Lillian's allowance, about 5 times what it is now. Alan stood dumbfounded, as if he had just heard an alien language. News quickly reached Lillian. Lillian, her eyes brimming with tears, looked at the mountain of gifts in front of her and whispered, "Are all of these gifts for my brother?" She glanced over them, touched, and saw a comb made of ivory and decorated with jewels, slippers lined with expensive white fox fur, a pearl-colored cloak, a bonnet with delicate lace framing her face, a second-edition comic book adorned with gold leaf, a delicately carved music box with a vibrantly colored paintbrush, and even a necklace studded with sparkling teardrop-shaped diamonds. Lillian, mesmerized by the beauty of the gifts, pondered, wouldn't any young noble lady love to collect these? But why so suddenly? In the novel, Lillian never received gifts from her brother. Is it because of the engagement? A maid, noticing her, knelt down and said, "Miss, please touch them." She quickly refused. No need to do that. But the maid, her eyes fixed on a teddy bear, smiled. "Please, miss, just touch it once. You'll love it." Finally, Lillian relented. "All right, I'll just touch it a little." The maid carefully guided her closer, smiling. "Just a little? These are all gifts from a lord for you, Mississippi." Lillian hesitantly reached out and felt the soft fur of the teddy bear. Her face lit up. Then she thought, yes, perhaps my engagement is a heavy burden on his mind. The maid beside her, looking even happier than Lillian, chirped, "Miss, please look at this one too. This one is also incredibly adorable." Suddenly, Lillian's gaze froze. She softly said, "Wait, that one." The scene quickly shifted to Cedric's office, where he heard a child's voice say, "I'm sorry." He spoke before even looking up. "What is it now, Lillian?" She said seriously, "It's nothing." Cedric's face immediately paled. "What do you mean, nothing?" This made Lillian feel a pang of sympathy. T22? I must have sat here crying. But now I understand. The reason my brother became the head of the family at 21. He's the future Lord of Turin, more capable than anyone else. It's just that right now, he's carrying the heavy burden of being the head of the family. What he needs most is rest. Last time it was because of a promise. He probably won't listen a second time. And saying, "I'm your only sister, you know?" I think even if I don't have a reason, it's not strange to miss my brother. Plus, I was really happy to receive your gifts. So I wanted to thank you. Cedric's hand, holding a pen, paused. Alan, worried, gulped. Then he saw Cedric reply awkwardly, "If you don't like any of them, you could just do whatever you want with them." Alan chuckled to himself, thinking, our master has definitely lost. Lillian quickly explained, "No, I like all of them. They're all wonderful gifts that I've never received before. So I was a little surprised." She thought to herself, maybe they're just compensatory gifts without much meaning. He probably can't possibly like me, his stepmother's daughter, but I'm truly grateful. So Lillian showed off her first slippers and said, "I'm wearing these really comfy slippers now." "Thank you," Cedric murmured. "I'm glad you like them." But then he mused, "I should probably get her some new clothes too, huh?" Immediately after, Lillian declared, "So, I want to repay you too. I learned how to make tea. If it's all right, could I make you some?" Cedric asked incredulously, "You made it yourself?" She mumbled, "Is that not okay?" "If not, then it's fine." But seeing the bandage on her hand, her brother quickly inquired about it. Lillian answered honestly, "I hurt myself a little while learning, but it doesn't hurt." She thought, are they acting like this because I died and came back to life? It's really not a big deal. They're making a fuss. But the reason I haven't taken the bandage off is precisely for this reaction from my brother. As expected, Cedric agreed to Lillian's offer. She seriously carried out each step of the tea-making process. Tea was still a relatively unfamiliar cultural practice in the empire, having been introduced from another Eastern country. In the future, tea ceremonies would spread as a trend, and it was also a pastime Lillian particularly enjoyed. The taste of tea varied greatly depending on the timing and method of cultivation, the production period, and the harvest. But compared to clearly classifying the flavors, Lillian preferred the warmth that melted through her body when she drank it. Tea time had become a precious moment of respite amidst the empire's frigid winters. That's why Lillian wanted to use tea to help her brother relax and rest. For that reason, she prepared it as slowly as possible. So much so that Cedric, who had been sitting upright, gradually leaned forward to watch his sister. Then he softly said, "Lillian, it's taking too long." She simply whispered, "Sorry," and then continued her slow tea-making process. As expected, Cedric gradually sank into a relaxed state while waiting for his sister to make the tea. Sensing that enough time had passed, Lillian chuckled and said, "Please try it." The 21-year-old head of the household gently lifted the teacup, took a small sip, and said in surprise, "Lillian, This tea, his face darkened as he added, it's both bitter and sweet. Lillian also took a sip and exclaimed, this doesn't have any taste. Cedric murmured, but it's not that bad, which made her giggle. You're being very generous with your assessment. Think of it as my heartfelt effort and drink it. Cedric was utterly astonished. He only now realized the peaceful time he'd experienced so far was thanks to Lillian. He thought to himself, how long has it been since I've been able to relax like this? Lost in thought, he heard his sister ask, could I make you tea tomorrow too? But if you're busy, it's okay. Cedric quickly replied, no, please do. Lillian smiled brightly and said, thank you, brother. I'll definitely practice to make delicious tea. I'll come again tomorrow. Have a good day. She slipped away so quickly that Cedric didn't even have time to say goodbye. Lillian skipped down the hallway, happily thinking, good, if I had hesitated any longer, he might not have liked it. Meanwhile, back in the room, Alan was incredibly worried when he saw his master. But Cedric bluntly asked Alan, if I want to transfer land ownership, how long will it take? He responded, bewildered, why so suddenly, master? One day, Miss will marry into another family. Cedric irritably interrupted, marry into another family? It's far too early to talk about that. Don't be so hasty with such discussions. Alan muttered in confusion. But what about the fiancé she's already been communicating with? The next morning, Lillian was carrying a tray of tea and pastries when she heard a familiar voice. She addressed Alan as Mr. Howard. He said with a smile, Miss, you don't need to call me Mr. You can call me Steward. Alan Howard was Cedric's loyal aide who had been mistreated by Lillian's mother. Because of this, she worried he would resent her. But lately, something seemed to have changed. Alan approached and asked, are you here to see the master? But when he saw Lillian carrying the tea and pastries herself, he said, my apologies. I wasn't aware Turin was short-staffed. I've been negligent as the steward. Please forgive me, Mrs. Sippy. Seeing the maid behind her fidget nervously, Lillian realized what Alan meant. Why aren't you having the servants do this and doing it yourself? She softly said, it's not like that, Mr. Howard. But he interrupted, could you call me Alan, miss? And I hope you'll let me carry that tray for you. Noticing the look in his eyes, Lillian realized this wasn't a normal situation. It was a test. The people of Turin had strong loyalty, and her taking over their work was almost an insult. He was asking if she understood. So, Lillian cheerfully handed over the tray and said, I suppose so. She acknowledged her mistake, but didn't rush to apologize. Alan was satisfied with this action, thinking just as I guessed. The next person to freeze was Cedric, but seeing Alan's following smile, he coldly said, sit down. While Lillian prepared the tea, Cedric frankly addressed the matter of her dismissing the nanny. As the head of the household, he couldn't avoid asking the reason. Lillian understood and honestly replied, she wasn't faithful to her duties. Suddenly, Cedric exclaimed in agitation, so after waking up, you dismissed her? The young girl flinched, bewildered and unsure what was happening. Cedric was utterly dejected, biting his lip as he thought, just how heartless was she to do that while this affectionate child was still ill? I should have paid more attention. It's all my fault. After the play, he said, if you suddenly dismiss someone like that, it could cause trouble later. Tell me next time. Lillian said she understood, but then she seriously added, I gave her a generous severance package, but could still cause trouble later, right? Thank you for your guidance. Cedric asked worriedly, aren't you afraid? The little girl smiled and said, why should I be afraid? My brother manages the Isla family in this Turin territory. As one of the only 7 imperial dukes in the empire, and I'm his only little sister. Should I be afraid of a nanny who's been dismissed? Cedric gazed thoughtfully at his little sister, thinking, has that once frail child now become so reliant on me? Not wanting to disappoint his sister, he gently said, no, you don't need to worry. I won't let that happen. The very next day, a nanny came and cautiously introduced herself. I am Howard. From today onwards, I will take care of everything, big and small, for Miss Lillian. Lillian forced a smile and said, Madam is the head maid of this city. That's too much for me. Mrs. Howard smiled and said, oh my, the young miss is so well-mannered. I apologize, but Miss Lillian, nothing in Turin is too much for you. I would be delighted to take care of you. If you still have any concerns, I will only attend to you until we find someone you can trust. How about that? Lillian choked back a sob and nodded in agreement. Quickly getting into her role, Mrs. Howard said, "Excellent. So, my young miss, what kind of snacks do you like? The doctor will be here soon. If you're a good girl and take your medicine, I'll make you some snacks." Lillian waved her hand and said, "I'll see the doctor, but I don't need any snacks." This action stunned Mrs. Howard. Just as she finished speaking, a knock came at the door along with a voice. "It's Soiston." While examining her, the doctor rambled, "You're being very well behaved today, Miss Lillian." Lillian honestly replied, "I'm entrusting my life to you, doctor. It's only proper that I behave politely." Soiston said suspiciously, "You've never been like this before, Mississippi." So she responded, "I've been in a lot of pain, doctor. So much pain that I thought I needed to be polite." Packing up his things, the doctor didn't forget to grumble. "Even so, you can't avoid taking your medicine, Mississippi." Soiston personally supervised her taking all her medicine before. Feeling at ease, Lillian grimaced, her brow furrowed, complaining about the bitter medicine. Mrs. Howard immediately questioned the doctor. "Really, doctor, if the medicine is bitter, you should say so beforehand." He babbled, "I thought the young miss could handle it well." But in his heart, suspicion grew. "Is this child really just a child?" At the same time, in the study, Cedric said hesitantly, "Alan, what do you think?" Never mind." The head butler quickly picked up on his thoughts, finishing his sentence. "What do you think of the young miss, sir?" The two of them, like opposite poles, responded to each other. "Come to think of it, you've been acting suspiciously lately." "I don't know what you mean, sir." Cedric bluntly exposed him. "Since when have you become so close to Lillian?" Alan softly said, "That's all in the past. With the Marchioness gone, I have no reason to dislike the young miss anymore. From what I've seen, there's nothing about her to dislike. Moreover," Cedric curiously asked, "Moreover what?" Alan smiled and said, "That woman, she even dismissed the nanny. I had the wrong impression of the young miss. She truly is of Eastlaw blood." Cedric beamed. "This Alan Howard." He openly expressed his dislike. He retorted playfully, "I'm saying this in case you've forgotten, but Lillian is my little sister. Everyone knows that." Soiston, the victim of their banter, said wearily, "You two, stop it and get back to the topic. Is something wrong with Lillian?" Immediately, both Cedric and Alan became glum. "Rather than something being wrong, the child doesn't say anything," Cedric said. Alan agreed. "That's right. She doesn't make demands like she used to. It's not age appropriate." Soiston, exasperated, said, "Why would you call a doctor to ask about that?" Cedric confided seriously, "She doesn't ask for help. She doesn't ask about anything. She just sits quietly and smiles, like someone who knows everything, neither expecting nor curious about anything. She's suddenly become so mature. I'm worried," he finished, thinking to himself, "A child as still as a calm lake, even in the face of a gentle breeze. Such unbelievable calmness and firmness is hardly age appropriate." He slammed his hand on the table and stood up. "I don't understand, Soiston. Can a child that age be like that?" The doctor, faced with a difficult case, still offered enthusiastic advice. "Very few people can be so calm in front of a doctor. Even older people often feel uneasy, but have you asked Lillian directly?" Seeing Cedric's hesitant expression, Soiston clicked his tongue. "I suppose not." Just then, a maid entered. "Master," she said, "Miss Lillian asked me to relay that she hopes you will have tea outside with her today." The three men immediately recognized the opportunity. Meanwhile, Lillian had everything prepared in the garden. She whispered something to Mrs. Howard. Mrs. Howard clapped her hands loudly and announced, "Miss Lillian is very grateful for everyone's hard work today. There will be bonuses, so please do your best. Now, quickly return to your duties." Meanwhile, Lillian was captivated by the lakeside view she had chosen. However, Lillian worried her brother wouldn't come. Mrs. Howard gasped, "He'll certainly come, Mississippi. I told you before, the people of Turin are very loyal to their master. Just being able to help you is enough to satisfy them, so don't worry about disappointing them." Lillian smiled. "I want to cherish and utilize their loyalty so that their good intentions aren't wasted." Mrs. Howard, touched, said, "How can you speak such beautiful words, miss? There's no reason why the master wouldn't come." Lillian worriedly said, "But he's incredibly busy. Last time, he promised to bring me to the lake, but he couldn't keep his word." Just then, she heard Cedric call her name. Lillian immediately ran towards him and hugged him tightly. Cedric held his little sister in his arms, thinking to himself, life can be this easily joyful. He gently stroked Lillian's hair. After seriously sitting down at the table, Cedric frankly said to Lillian, I have something I want to ask you. Lillian, while munching on a cookie, blinked and nodded in agreement. Cedric got straight to the point, saying, I'm curious. Don't you have anything you want to say? About your engagement? About the situation we're in? About anything? Lillian set her plate down, thinking to herself, aha, he wants to know if I'm reluctant about this marriage. But brother, I've thought about it too. The three brothers of the Lupinville royal family. The first, the previous emperor, died suddenly at a young age. The second overthrew the young crown prince and seized the throne, and in the process, one of those who were sacrificed was Lillian and Cedric's father, who was completely loyal to the previous emperor, the former Marquis Turin. So, it's only natural that Lillian's engagement to the third son would protect the crown prince and restrain the second son. Lillian continued her inner monologue. Moreover, my fiancé is incredibly strong. Since he was 13, he's been on the battlefield, a living siege weapon, suppressing rebellions and pacifying colonies in just 4 years. The legendary defender of Fort Jane Graff, the legendary commander everyone praises. In the book I read, even though he didn't love Lillian, he went mad for some reason over her death. Before dying at the hands of his son, he took countless lives. But there's no mention of him having an affair while married to Lillian. No illegitimate children ever appeared. Even when she hit his son, he didn't punish her, so he wasn't that bad. Lillian thought it's more accurate to say he didn't care about avoiding punishment. But anyway, that's not important to me now. He's incredibly wealthy. To amass that kind of fortune, he probably doesn't have a gambling habit. He's a demon who dyed half the empire in blood. But if it stops there, is it so bad to marry him? After all, I don't have any expectations for this loveless marriage anyway. So, Lillian frankly said, I don't know. Isn't my marriage already decided? Seeing her brother hesitate, she clarified, Brother, I'm not planning on making a meaningless sacrifice. I've thought about it, and no matter how complicated the situation, I'm sure you wouldn't push a truly bad person onto me. Am I wrong? Cedric hurriedly tried to say something, but was again cut off by Lillian. Ally over companion, blood over ally. I'm a daughter of Turin. This marriage is my duty and my responsibility. For Turin, and for myself, I will marry His Highness the Grand Duke. Cedric stared at his sister and sighed. It's the look of someone who's already made up their mind. This child will probably never act spoiled with me again. Lillian suddenly spoke up and asked, So, brother, I'll have to become a member of the royal family, right? Hearing him say, That's right, she suggested, to prepare for that, could you invite a tutor so I can familiarize myself with palace etiquette? The conversation came to a dead halt as Cedric didn't reply. So Lillian continued, Well, it's because I've never formally learned etiquette. If I go in like this, I'm afraid I'll cause trouble for you and Turin. Cedric asked in astonishment, Lillian, are you saying that until now? No one has ever taught you? Seeing the child in front of him nod earnestly, Cedric fell into deep thought. Until the age of 12? What about the Marchioness and her father? How could they have treated this child like that? He remained lost in thought until he was startled by the words, Brother. He softly replied, You don't need to worry, Lillian. I'll find you a tutor quickly. So, what do you want to learn? Tell me honestly. The little girl held up her fingers, counting as she spoke, etiquette, communication skills. You also gave me art supplies, so I want to learn painting too, and musical instruments and foreign languages. Cedric listened patiently as Lillian busily listed each subject. One fine day, she said with a sigh, It's harder than I thought. Mrs. Howard chuckled. Miss, being able to create a piece like this after only 3 days of lessons is very impressive. The master will be very pleased just with this. Lillian said dejectedly, That's because he likes and accepts anything I give him. Mrs. Howard felt her words rang true, but still wanted to encourage Lillian. I'm not just saying this. This gift is truly wonderful. Let's tidy up here today. The etiquette tutor will be arriving shortly. Lillian was surprised. She thought it would take a while to find a tutor. Mrs. Howard agreed, but said with anticipation, Let's go get ready first. We shouldn't keep the tutor waiting, should we? Lillian's smooth, black hair was gathered in her hand as she anxiously asked, What kind of person is the tutor? Mrs. Howard answered honestly, I'm not quite sure. What kind of person does Miss prefer? Lillian replied frankly, I don't have any particular expectations, but I suppose it would be a woman, wouldn't it? The young girl secretly hoped for a female tutor, as was customary for noble ladies. But upon arriving, Lillian was utterly astonished to see an elderly gentleman waiting for her inside. He said politely, It's a pleasure to meet you, Mississippi. I'm the one who will be instructing you in etiquette today. I'm sure you're surprised. I'm not the official tutor, so please don't worry. I'm only here today to discuss a few do's and don'ts for someone who might become a member of the royal family. Realizing that he also knew about her arranged marriage, Lillian immediately understood that he was someone from her brother's side. Therefore, Lillian politely greeted him. I'm very pleased to be instructed by you today. The man seemed very satisfied with her. According to Chapter 100, page 72 of the Principles. Although Lillian Isla was only a peripheral character in the story, because she hated being embarrassed from the way she sat, walked, and talked, she practiced everything to perfection. The man remarked, "Indeed, miss, you are truly the pride of the Turin vassals." Lillian humbly replied, "You flatter me. Due to our age difference, he has a habit of praising me unconditionally." He smiled and said, "It seems you have a very deep bond with your brother. I've heard you are quite skilled in Eastern tea ceremonies. Is this true?" Lillian modestly replied, "I'm embarrassed to say, I only consider it a way to pass the time." So, before she could finish her sentence, he eagerly expressed, "Would I be honored to experience this tea?" "Myself," Lillian replied, "as much as you'd like," and then signaled for a servant to prepare the necessary items. She personally and meticulously prepared the tea. The man couldn't help but praise her young age and skill, noting her practiced movements. Lillian thoughtfully inquired if he preferred his tea sweet. Upon receiving a negative response, she subtly poured the tea. She poured the tea and remarked, "If that's the case, I won't add anything." The gentleman looked quite refined beside his teacup. However, the picturesque scene didn't last long. While Lillian eagerly asked, "Can you detect the unique flavor?" Unfortunately, her ability to disappoint remained consistently strong. She alone remained blissfully unaware of the horrifying taste of the tea she'd brewed. The gentleman tried to offer a compliment. No, it's just that I'm not used to this kind of tea, but the taste isn't bad." This was of course a lie. But because of Lillian's expectant face, he absolutely couldn't say the tea was bad, so he forced himself to finish the cup. Surprisingly, when paired with the pastry, it was much better than he'd anticipated. He politely said, "It's truly an honor to be received like this." Lillian smiled, her words carrying weight. "It's only right to say so. It's an honor to receive you, Grand Duke Hemelina." The gentleman, surprised, asked, "When did you realize?" She honestly replied, "Rather than saying I realized, it's more accurate to say that you, Grand Duke, weren't intentionally hiding it." Hemelina chuckled at her response. He said cheerfully, "My apologies. I was a bit excessive in my arrangements to meet my future granddaughter-in-law. Please understand." Lillian laughed. "It's surprising that you, Grand Duke, would ask for my understanding." Grand Duke Hemelina was the captain of the incite and the overlord of Panmyang. As the grandfather of the 3 Louvainville siblings, everyone respectfully called him Grand Duke. The powerful gentleman said contentedly, "Thinking about it now, it's quite amusing. What would you have done if I weren't truly the Grand Duke?" Lillian became flustered, so he eagerly pressed, "Have you thought about it beforehand?" She confessed, "If you weren't truly Grand Duke Hemelina, you probably wouldn't have been able to meet me in the first place. My brother cares for me deeply and prioritizes my safety." Hearing this, he imagined a fiercely protective Cedric with his little sister. His hearty laughter caused his aide to remark, "He's someone who wouldn't normally laugh like that." Hemelina said with amusement, "Well done. I must compensate you for surprising my lovely future granddaughter-in-law. Ask for anything, and I won't refuse." Lillian was taken aback by this offer. She worried, "Is this a test?" The Grand Duke continued enthusiastically, "So you do have a side of you that can't lie. How about I divide some land for you? Or what about the jewels my daughter made when she was young?" Lillian's blood ran cold. "He's offering me something that belonged to the late Empress, his only daughter? Is he serious?" Because Hemelina kept insisting that Lillian choose freely, she earnestly considered her options. "If I don't say anything, I'll have no choice but to accept that burdensome gift." Suddenly, a good idea came to mind. She immediately pulled out the braided cord she'd made that morning from her pocket and said, "What you're offering is too valuable for me to accept. Instead, could you please accept this insignificant little thing?" Grand Duke Hemelina said this in bewilderment. "I said I would give you a gift." Lillian smiled and replied, "Yes, if your excellency would accept this small token of my gratitude, it would be the greatest honor of my life. Would that be all right?" Seeing that humanoid smile, the old man froze for a long time, and only after a while did he burst into laughter, saying, "Truly a masterpiece. This is truly a masterpiece." At the same time, in some other place, a mysterious man appeared. Before anything else, grumbling could be heard. "I heard you went a bit too far today." The young man said flippantly, "I told you before. Our little brother isn't stupid enough to suddenly drop dear Mateo like that. No way." This young man was Damien Van Mira Ancelis Louvenville, Lillian's fiancé, now making his appearance. His talkative aide muttered, "What good is a handsome face when it's filled with such filth inside?" But then, speaking more carefully, he said, "So you're saying you threatened an 8-year-old child that if he didn't eat, he'd be sent back to his uncle?" "So," Damien said nonchalantly, "I wasn't being serious." This made his aide fume. "Do you think you can just say whatever you want? The crown prince lost his father because of that uncle." He sighed and complained, "This was your fault from the beginning for telling me to babysit." The aide's eyes welled up. Who would cause such a huge incident like this? Suddenly, Damien called out in a cold voice, "Ivan Isaac," startling the other man. Then he said softly, "It seems there are quite a few people around me today who don't value their lives. Don't you think?" Ivan immediately said cautiously, "I misspoke, Your Highness. How long have you been asleep?" Damien said sulkily, "Don't ask." Ivan immediately guessed that he definitely hadn't slept. "All right." The flippant young man spoke seriously. "Anyway, as for Mateo, do whatever you want. If you want him to live, let him live. If you want him to die, throw him away. I'd also want to quickly get rid of the burden." Ivan couldn't understand how someone could treat their own blood relative like they were allergic to them. But he only dared to report, "I've retrieved the repaired belt." As he opened the box, Damien asked in surprise, "Ivan, what is this?" Ivan replied pointedly, "Can't you tell? It's the buckle." Damien picked up the object and murmured, "I have no memory of this at all." It turned out that the Grand Duke had ordered Ivan to add that to his master's belt. While Ivan was carefully choosing his words, Damien lazily asked, "All right, what's that clip to your side?" He handed over the document and said, "This is Your Highness's marriage certificate. Marriage certificates in the Empire are valid for 3 years. After submitting the marriage certificate, the engagement can be broken off at any time. Because of this absurd law, countless betrayals of alliances built on marriage have occurred, or the alliances of others have been broken. There's only one way to prevent this. 3 years before the marriage actually begins, both parties must exchange marriage certificates. Of course, most of the Empire's nobles don't do this because they want the freedom to marry and divorce as they please. So there are only 2 cases where both parties exchange papers 3 years in advance. 1, when 2 people are in love, even death can't do them part. And 2, a marriage bound by a vow. No matter what happens, the engagement cannot be broken. Ivan cheerfully said, "So, although it's not official yet, you've become a family man, Your Highness. Congratulations." Damien coldly flipped through the pages, and upon reaching the last one, indifferently read, "Lillian Maristat Isla? What's this?" He then tossed the marriage certificate aside, causing Ivan to exclaim in alarm, "You don't even remember the name of the person you'll be marrying in 3 years, Your Highness? Good heavens! Such an important document. Can't you treat it with a little respect, Your Highness?" Damien reasonably replied, "If it's so important, you should know to pick it up yourself. Ivan is truly the most suffering assistant in the world." Suddenly, Damien said with interest, "On second thought, prepare for battle." The astonished assistant replied, "The selection of troops for the Northern Front has already been decided, Your Highness." "What about the directive?" He added, "There's no way it could arrive at this time." Damien said mysteriously, "It hasn't arrived yet." Ivan asked, confused, "But Your Highness, how can we prepare for battle if the directive hasn't arrived?" He chuckled, "That's clearly what my dear little brother is thinking. Without a guardian, he'll be able to make a move on Mateo." Seeing Ivan's immediate concern for Mateo, he continued, "But then again, Claude probably won't get rid of Mateo. He's still the official crown prince, after all. Ascending the throne through assassination isn't ideal. The vassals are wavering. And getting rid of the crown prince? That's like practically inciting a rebellion. Claude will definitely let Mateo live and force him to sign a pledge of abdication. Then, after about 10 years, who would care even if he dies?" Ivan asked, stunned, "You seem very certain, Your Highness." Damien stood up abruptly, letting out a cold laugh. "Because if it were me, I would do the same. We're brothers, after all. Even if we're rivals, we think alike." Meanwhile, Lillian was diligently studying etiquette. Her instructor was the Marchioness Lannister. Extremely proud of her beautiful student, she said, "At this rate, Miss Lillian, you'll be able to join my Lily of the Valley Society as planned. In high society, it's incredibly important for noble ladies to belong to a reputable society. Noble women believe that if you're not from a good society, you're not fit to be their daughter-in-law." Lillian smiled as she listened, but her heart was heavy. It wasn't that she had never been part of a society, but she had been ostracized in one before, and the experience was terrifying. "So," Lillian said dejectedly, "what if I cause trouble for you, madam?" Marchioness Lannister smiled. "If you simply behave as you do in front of me, Miss Lillian, there's no need to worry about losing face." Thus encouraged, Lillian quickly regained her courage to challenge herself. On the day of her departure, her brother came to see her off. Lillian smiled and said, "Mrs. Howard and the teachers have helped me with everything." Suddenly, Alan approached with a gift box and a letter. "This is a gift from the Grand Duke for you, miss," he said. Cedric only grunted in response, but his eyes shot a look of pure venom at the gift box. Lillian glanced at her brother, thinking that ever since she'd given the Grand Duke her first ribbon, her older brother Cedric had become subtly competitive. "Oh dear," she thought. Cedric pushed the gift box towards her, saying, "Go on, Lillian, open it. I'm curious to see what it is." She carefully unwrapped the gift, thinking it probably wasn't anything special. But inside was a sparkling piece of jewelry along with a handwritten note. "A memento for the dazzling beginning of your campaign." It read that I hope you will always be a steadfast warrior. Mrs. Howard gasped, "Oh my, how beautiful." Alan immediately offered his knowledge. "This is probably the most famous necklace from the Tears of Light collection. It's the jewelry the Empress cherished." A chill ran down Lillian's spine. She quickly pushed the gift away. "That I don't think I should accept this," she said. Cedric sighed. "That I agree. But it's difficult to refuse a gift from the Grand Duke." Lillian said hesitantly, "But if I wear this to the ladies' gathering, I'll attract more attention than necessary. What should I do?" Cedric felt a pang of annoyance. Now, no matter what he gave her, it would be difficult to top that gift. Lillian carefully added, "Besides, you said my engagement was to be kept absolutely secret. If I wear the Empress's heirloom there, everyone will think I'm the Grand Duke's fiancé." Cedric narrowed his eyes. "Don't worry about that. The Bluebell Ladies Society are all supporters of the Crown Prince. That's probably why the Grand Duke gave you that gift as a message. A message to the future Grand Duchess not to behave improperly. So be careful, Lillian." She nodded cheerfully, but a sense of unease lingered. Finally, Lillian, dressed in a stunning gown and carrying a vibrant bouquet, arrived and called out, "Madam." Marchioness Lannister said softly, "You've arrived, Miss Lillian. Carrying such heavy things yourself puts the maids in a difficult position." Lillian smiled. "The maids are carrying gifts for the Marchioness. I wanted to bring you these flowers myself, madam." The Marchioness, clearly delighted by Lillian's thoughtfulness, smiled and said, "How lovely. Everyone is waiting, so let's go in." Inside the room, everyone wore the same expression of stunned admiration. Lillian, as beautiful as a fairy, introduced herself gracefully. "Thanks to everyone's kindness, I'm able to participate in this precious gathering. I hope you'll all help me in the future." The girls were eager to get to know Lillian. Some of them recognized her eye-catching necklace and exchanged knowing glances. Finally, someone spoke up. "Miss Lillian, that's a beautiful necklace you're wearing." Lillian, aware that she shouldn't appear arrogant, carefully replied, "It was a precious gift I received for my debut." The young ladies were relieved by her explanation. A little girl approached, her eyes shining. "Miss Lillian," she said, "may I touch your necklace?" Lillian happily agreed. Suddenly, the girl's older sister stood up and said, "Solaria, you must thank the kind Miss Lillian." The little girl obediently did as she was told. Lillian said in surprise, "So these are the two young ladies from the Lannister family. I've heard the instructors talk about you both so much." Solaria cheerfully replied, "I've also heard Mama talk about you a lot. So, does that mean we can be friends?" The room erupted in laughter, with someone murmuring, "Honesty and adorableness are definitely young Miss Solaria's strengths. But Miss Lillian is being taught by Lady Lannister herself. I'm so jealous." While Lillian recounted her etiquette lessons, a blonde-haired girl looked displeased. This was Miss Marion. She lifted her chin and insisted she was fine, but inwardly seethed. Who is that brat? Showing up out of nowhere and stealing everyone's attention. And that necklace from the Queen Mother? While I get nothing. Absolutely unforgivable. When the girl beside her gushed over the necklace, Marion said loudly, "Indeed, Miss Sophia, I think it's rather careless of you to not refuse the Grand Duchess's mother's heirloom just because it was a gift. The room fell silent. After realizing it was Marion, Lillian clicked her tongue, thinking, whether in the book or now, she's always hostile towards me. Ilaria stepped in front of Lillian, saying seriously, perhaps Miss Marion has misunderstood something. Furthermore, if Grand Duke Emelina heard someone say accepting his gift was careless, how would he feel as the giver? Everyone tried to ease the tension, but it only resulted in an awkward silence. So, they steered the conversation towards the rumors of Lillian's excellent tea-making skills. It was customary for a new girl at the ladies' gathering to offer small gifts to the members. Besides the usual gifts like flowers and small trinkets, Lillian wanted to share her passion for Easter tea ceremony. She had plenty of confidence, but the resulting tea tasted rather questionable. However, some of the young ladies found it to their liking, enjoying the complex layers of flavor in a single cup, especially when paired with pastries. But Lillian had already faced the truth when Lady Lannister honestly commented that the tea was terrible. However, the person they were watching was Marion. Not only did she not apologize, but she also refused the tea. Everyone knew she was stubborn, but this was beyond redemption. Sure enough, Marion took one sip and promptly vomited publicly. Finding the atmosphere unbearable, Ilaria suggested taking Lillian to see her family's garden. Everyone took the hint and filed out, Solaria even managing to taunt Marion on her way out. Marion's anger intensified. What is this? You're all leaving me? That girl gets all the support? How? Despite the attempts of the young lady beside her to restrain her, Marion jumped up and furiously smashed everything on the table. Suddenly, everyone returned, murmuring, Miss Lillian was right. Perhaps we overreacted, but they were immediately shocked by the scene of destruction Marion had created. Ilaria, displeased, said she couldn't believe Miss Marion would act so strangely. You must apologize to Miss Lillian immediately, Miss Marion. Marion, tears welling in her eyes, yelled, I don't want to. Why should I apologize? This is all her fault. She's pretending to be nice, so I look bad. Lillian, unable to bear Marion's ranting any longer, grew dizzy and fainted. The Lannister family doctor murmured, there's no fever at the moment and no other signs of illness. But due to exhaustion, it seems she suffered some kind of shock, which is why she fainted. Lady Lannister anxiously asked, what happened to my niece? Ilaria stammered, but Solaria suddenly cried out, Miss Marion behaved terribly. The Marchioness gasped, what do you mean, Solaria? Explain yourself quickly. Lady Lannister seethed with anger. Where is Miss Marion? She caused such a scene and dared to go home. I always thought that child was a bit arrogant, but it turns out she's truly beyond redemption. The Marchioness said softly, Mother, please calm down. I will write to the other ladies. Marion will not be allowed back at the ladies' gathering. Lady Lannister said furiously, absolutely. Bring me my bane. I must write to Grand Duchess Emelina as well. While everyone else wondered why such drastic measures were necessary, she stated firmly, Miss Lillian will one day be the Grand Duchess's wife. We must make it clear that this was not the fault of our Lannister family. And Marion, that arrogant child, needs to be punished. Simply expelling her from the ladies' gathering isn't enough. Ilaria was shocked that humiliation isn't considered punishment. She thought, Marion, you've caused a terrible mess. Meanwhile, Cedric, already troubled, was further irritated by Alan's sly questioning. He snapped, don't you know? Why are you even asking? This is the Emperor's forecourt. The Emperor's territory, under the Canican system, is both a resort for the nobles and a place where noble disputes within the imperial family can be resolved without resorting to war. It brings power and prestige to the imperial family, though only in name now. Alan murmured, so, to be precise, the forecourt isn't truly under his control yet, is it? Cedric said seriously, that's right. The current emperor hasn't fully secured his position as successor. There's still much to be done to gain control of this place. Alan smoothly continued, which is why you purposely held a meeting here, isn't it? Is there a problem? Cedric and Alan fell into a pensive conversation. I wasn't able to prepare a proper gift for Lillian's debut, but you've already bought so many gifts. Thinking about it, it still seems insufficient. What you've bought is probably equivalent to a countess's dowry. Cedric sulked. Isn't Lillian a marquis's daughter? Suddenly, Dancall rushed in and announced, a messenger pigeon has arrived from the main hall, bearing a black seal. Black signified urgent news. Cedric quickly opened the letter. After reading the message, he hastily grabbed his coat and left. Alan, curious, picked up the letter and read the short, concise line. The young lady has fainted. So the three Islam men hastily rode their white horses to Marquis Lannister's estate. Along the way, Cedric constantly prayed for his little sister's safety. But upon arrival, Lillian remained unconscious. He tormented himself, blaming himself. He should have taken better care of her. If someone had spied on the Allied forces and poisoned Lillian, they would be crushed by Turin's wrath, even if that person were the Emperor himself. After a thorough examination, it was confirmed that it wasn't poisoning. The doctor spoke softly. It's incredibly fortunate. The young lady isn't in a life-threatening situation. For now, her strength is simply depleted. But this isn't a time we can be at ease. This weakness could be more difficult to treat than a serious illness. There's no suitable treatment, so even a small cold could put her in critical condition. Cedric said in despair, was Lillian always this fragile and weak? Suddenly, Exo spoke up, wanting to know about Lillian's magic level. Cedric replied softly, probably natural level. As for Terra, I'm not sure. I'll need to check the records. But why ask about her magic level? Exo said seriously, I think this possibility, though slim, is worth considering. As you know, life force and magic are inextricably linked. If life force is insufficient, magic will compensate. But the reverse can also happen. Life force can be depleted due to a lack of magic. Cedric asked for clarification. Shouldn't magic be replenished with rest? The wise doctor said, I'm not certain, but there's an illness that causes a continuous loss of magic, leading to this condition. Among those who have recovered from near-death experiences, there are cases where the magic core, in other words, the heart, is permanently damaged, ultimately leading to a decline in life force. Cedric couldn't bear to listen any longer and interrupted. So, what does that have to do with Lillian? Exo spoke pragmatically. Not long ago, the young lady suffered from a high fever and barely recovered. Could you check her current magic level? If it's significantly lower than the previous measurement, she might be suffering from magical depletion. Cedric was startled by what he heard. Exo continued, if you ask about the danger, depending on the rate of depletion, she could lose all her magic within 10 years and die. Currently, there's no known cure. Cedric rarely showed fear, but he tightened his grip on Lillian's hand, praying silently, please, no. It won't be like that. Why would this happen to a child of only 12? Finding a cure would be extremely difficult for Exo, but he knew a way to buy more time. Cedric could periodically transfer his magic to Lillian. The balance of magic between giver and receiver was crucial. The head of the Isloff family fell into deep thought. How long could that extend her life? A few years? Months? Or just days? So, Cedric frankly ordered Exo to find a cure at any cost. Then his voice turned cold as he commanded, Alan, was the child who insulted Lillian the daughter of Lord Blanchett? Cedric could finally sit back down at his desk properly, because Lillian was able to sit up and say, brother, you probably don't need to overreact. Seriously, Miss Marion didn't hurt me. I was just unlucky. Cedric immediately stopped writing, knelt down, rubbed his sister's head, and said, Lily, I'm trying really hard to suppress the urge to fight right now. You just need to focus on recovering. Adding with a gentle smile, if you want a healthy heart, that is, calling Cedric an actor wouldn't be wrong. The next second, he scowled like a demon and said, frankly, even if they offered money or bowed down and groveled, I wouldn't want to look at them. Grand Duke Himelina said awkwardly, there should be a record of compensation and a formal apology, right? That way there won't be any. Nonsense later, Cedric replied. It's best if it's as you say. But how will the wedding proceed when Lillian's body is? Grand Duke Himelina immediately interrupted. Turin, we can't sever blood ties over something like this, and I apologize for my negligence in overseeing a member of my family. The head of House Isla snorted. Member of your family? Since when did you start considering your wife's family as your own? Grand Duke Himelina broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, I was told not to interfere. Marion is so ambitious and arrogant, not lovable at all. And in the end, she caused something like this. Like father, like daughter. But if he's still sane, he should apologize. And indeed, 3 days later, Marquis Blanchett's letter of apology arrived along with compensation. But Cedric tore the letter to shreds, muttering, what's inside the box? As soon as Alan reported that there was a necklace inside, he immediately turned into a demon. The letter is full of nonsense, and the box contains trash. Cedric ordered the letter to be burned. And as for the gift, Alan absolutely had to hang it on the first stray dog he saw. The head butler was no less imposing as he glared at the Blanchett messenger, making him tremble like a leaf. Cedric said coldly, "Take good care of your master. That way, he can clearly hear how I received his compensation." Grand Duke Hemelina, upon receiving the news, trembled with rage. That boy, ever since he was little, he's been jealous of the chosen Emperor Turin. But to this extent, Hugo Blanchett, are you out of your mind? Just how old are you? That vicious brat. Marquis Blanchett sneered. Wasn't it just a small argument between children? That little girl is short-lived, just like her father. Why blame my daughter? Grand Duke Hemelina hastily took a sip of coffee, then roared, "How dare you say that? My tolerance for you, considering your deceased wife's hardships, has been more than enough." Finally, the Grand Duke cut off all support to House Blanchett. Of course, Cedric made sure that this news never reached Lillian's delicate ears, and so spring gradually deepened into summer. In midsummer, in the first year of Cloud, the order to exterminate the remnants of the Kesto tribe in the north was issued. Grand Duke Damien was also appointed as the vanguard commander. Ivan was not happy with this arrangement. Damn it, this appointment is meant to ruin us, pushing us north and cutting off our supplies for 3 months. Even more than half of the reinforcements are civilians. We can't stop the hungry soldiers from breaking into people's homes. A child of only 15 had his leg cut off. During the battle, they suffered just to beg for a piece of bread. What kind of military discipline can we use to punish them? I can't do it. Ivan softly asked. Your Highness, may I come in? Your Highness, it's about the soldiers who broke into the homes of the civilians that I reported this morning. Ivan found Damien hugging the sword with a braided cord made by Lillian, sleeping soundly. He couldn't help but be surprised. He's actually sleeping? Impossible. A patient with congenital magic overload, like His Highness Damien, his magic is nearly infinite, along with unparalleled strength. No one in the world can match him. This is the first time I've seen him sleep. Suddenly, Damien asked, "How long are you planning to stare?" Ivan jumped, stammering. "You startled me. What did you wake up? Or were you not sleeping from the beginning?" Damien said with disdain, "Do I look like I'm joking? What is it?" After hearing the whole story, he coldly said, "Discharge those soldiers and send them home. And stop providing meals for the wounded soldiers." Throughout the entire time, Damien kept fiddling with the braid hanging on his sword. Then Ivan continued, "Actually, Your Highness, there's news from the Grand Vassal. It's about Miss Lillian. Miss Lillian Isla is the one who will become his wife." As expected, Damien didn't remember her. Ivan wanted to report further, but he said indifferently, "No, I don't need to hear it, so don't tell me. My grandfather knows, and that's enough." Ivan persisted. "It's about Miss Lillian's health. But will you send a small gift?" Damien glared at him, then personally escorted Ivan out of the tent. Ivan truly is the Empire's most suffering aide. However, he still peeked inside curiously, then sighed. But it seems like he did get some sleep after all. He's in such a good mood. As time passed, the gossip grew thicker. The young miss fainted again? What should we do? The master is extremely worried. Perhaps the young miss herself is also suffering greatly. But the young miss is very easy to take care of. Even if the medicine is bitter, she still drinks it all. Why didn't I know she was like this before? From now on, we must take good care of the young miss. But unfortunately, there are always exceptions to everything. Lillian said irritably, "It's so hot. I asked you to pull back the blanket. Didn't you hear me?" And Rita Hayworth was that exception, clearly carrying Alan's blatant jealousy. Lillian said helplessly, feeling nauseous, "Rita, you should pity me a little, being confined here with this weak body. Shouldn't you?" The two continued bickering back and forth. "I've always been like this. It's true that I can't win an argument against you." Lillian was utterly defeated, not seeing how that was a compliment. Rita said, "My brother said if Miss admits defeat, just take it as a compliment." She was starting to find this Alan truly irritating. But Lillian still felt Rita wasn't like a maid at all, and this was precisely what she liked about her. Suddenly, Lillian asked curiously, "Why? Why do you want to stay by my side? Because you like me?" Rita desperately replied, "No, it's not that. If I'm fired from this position, I'll have to go back to being Howard's errand girl, and I absolutely hate that. But Miss is much easier to take care of than Howard." Thinking it over, Lillian had to admit Alan was one of the two people who made everyone grit their teeth or tremble in fear. Even her brother was helpless against Alan. Oh well, it doesn't matter. She slumped back against her teddy bear, dejectedly thinking a terminal illness In the original story, I wasn't supposed to have this disease. I'm 44, but that has nothing to do with a rare terminal illness. Holding memories that can change fate, perhaps to avoid the worst outcome, I'll have to pay the price with all my magic. I might not die immediately, but how long until I do? Rita said frantically, "You can't sleep yet, miss. You have to eat first." "Miss, no, you can't." I said no. Rita watched helplessly as Lillian fell asleep. Stroking her hair, she murmured, "Truly, adorably cute beyond measure. But miss, you can't keep skipping meals." Rita immediately went to tell her mother. Mrs. Howard burst into tears. "So, it seems, it takes almost an hour to eat half a serving of fried eggs." 2 hours later, the one being bothered is so. "Ah, yes, I understand, but so what do you want me to do?" Mrs. Howard grumbled. "I came all this way to talk to you, and that's how you respond? Unacceptable." So coughed and said, "Actually, Miss isn't eating well because she's ill." Seeing Rita's surprise, he continued, "Simply put, she lacks the energy to digest food, so her body rejects it. Perhaps right now, in Mrs. eyes, food isn't seen as food. The only way is to give her something that stimulates her appetite." Rita quickly asked, "What if Miss doesn't want to eat anything she sees?" The doctor threw up his hands. "That could become a serious problem. I'm not exaggerating. If she doesn't eat, her condition will worsen. So instead of glaring at me, you two should go home and think about what to feed her." Rita said coldly, "I wasn't glaring at you." So recoiled, saying, "Weren't you? You two are like Mrs. biggest fans." She replied frankly, "No, I just hate being Alan Howard's errand girl." This made So remember how he often felt he'd rather muck out stables than run errands for Alan. Rita created some distance between them and said quietly, "But as a member of the Turin household, perhaps you, Mr. Winston, should be more careful with your words. You shouldn't say it could become a serious problem about Mississippi. It's unpleasant, not appropriate at all." Then Rita left angrily, leaving a bewildered So behind. Whenever he had free time, Cedric would visit and watch Lily sleep. He said softly, "She looks just like a child when she's like this. How long has she been sleeping like this?" Since Mrs. Howard said she had slept enough, Cedric intended to wake his younger sister. But Lillian stirred and clutched his hand tightly, making Cedric compromise and let her sleep a little longer, "Can't we?" But Mrs. Howard shook her head, saying it was already a while past lunchtime. So Cedric said clearly, "Well then, Lillian, you have to wake up." But looking at the adorable way she was hugging his rough hand, he relented. "I just want to let her sleep for another hour." Mrs. Howard said helplessly, "No, you can't. Miss barely ate anything for breakfast." In the end, Lillian was awakened by their whispers. Hearing her brother praise her for sleeping well, she immediately said, "Dr. Winston said that sleeping well is good for your health." Cedric nodded. "His advice is very reliable. And Lillian, I brought you a present, a very precious one." She said shyly, "What present you've given me hasn't been precious." Cedric said mysteriously, "Of course not." Just then, Rita entered with a basket of plump, rosy peaches. Cedric said cheerfully, "These were imported for the Eastern trade route. They're called peaches. I hear they can help you live for 3,000 years. They're incredibly valuable." Mrs. Howard immediately wanted to cut one for Lillian to try, and a meticulously sliced piece of peach appeared on a fork. All three watched nervously as Lillian tasted it, then chewed thoughtfully until she finally declared it delicious. And only then did the three of them dare to breathe a sigh of relief. Hearing his sister ask for another piece, Cedric's joy was uncontainable. He carefully recalled So's advice. Vitality changes based on the will to survive. If there's a will, recovery will be quick. This includes the desire to eat. So, if Miss wants to eat something, let her. Eat it frequently. He thought to himself, it's a relief that she likes it, even if it only adds a year to her time. Lillian, please live. And a month later, Grand Duke Hemelina gifted Lillian 1,200 peach trees, and she went there to admire the brilliant pink sea blossoms. Lord Hemelina said proudly, "Come to think of it, I haven't given you a wedding gift yet." Lillian, remembering the necklace, trembled. But the most indignant person was Cedric. He appeared suddenly and proceeded to argue fiercely with Lord Hemelina. After returning to her room, Lillian immediately took out paper and pen. She carefully noted down each important date and detail. as future events weren't unfolding solely according to her will. Trying to fix small things could unexpectedly change everything. So the important thing now was she paused her pen for a long time at the entry for Claude Year 1, September 7th year. It was the year Grand Duke Hemelina died, the year the Crown Prince's support officially ended its divine mandate and collapsed. Lillian lamented, if only he hadn't died, but it's unavoidable. But within this time frame, also in May of that year, Crown Prince Matteo disappeared, actually having been kidnapped. In early October of the same year, Damien Lupin was blinded in his left eye, and he also suffered mental trauma while rescuing the Crown Prince. Lillian clenched her hand, whispering, I can stop this now, I must stop this. It's been 7 years since that solemn vow. A vow to myself. Claude Year 1, Autumn, 7th year. Lily is already 19 years old. Mrs. Howard couldn't hold back her tears, exclaiming, my lady has grown so much. Everyone's hard work has truly paid off. That effort was evident in every ingredient, every meal served on time, and even the nights spent researching and creating new dishes to tempt Lily's appetite. Mrs. Howard wished she could put a little more weight on her, but it had been difficult lately due to a few incidents. One of them was Lily's final meeting with Grand Duke Hemelina. He patted her head and said, Lily, this old man is so happy to have met you at the end of my life. Lily personally saw him off, clutching a white chrysanthemum in her hand, then stood silently watching his final resting place. Mrs. Howard said worriedly, my lady, you must also stay healthy. She smiled, thinking to herself, I'm all right. I love and am loved by so many, so I won't cry anymore. More than that, I should probably start taking action. It's time to prevent what can be prevented. Lily personally studied the map, whispering from now. About a week later in Canican, the territory ruled by the Emperor, Crown Prince Matteo will be kidnapped. Claude, I has stabilized things considerably over the past 7 years. Compared to the depraved Claude who framed his older brother to usurp the throne and the Empress, people have gradually become accustomed to Emperor Claude. But what he lacks is a successor. So, at this time, the Emperor's advisor, Zekel Elijaus, appears. Outwardly, she doesn't frame Matteo, but she has to make Matteo willingly give up his right to succession. But Matteo's attitude is very firm, so it takes a lot of time. The tactic they resort to is framing Matteo for murder and blaming Damien. Lily murmured, of course they failed, but in the process, Damien lost sight in one eye and suffered deep emotional trauma. To prevent that from happening, if I appear and save them beforehand, it will also be beneficial for this political marriage. There's nothing to lose. Just like in the book, Isla and the Crown Prince's faction can't be alienated just because of the existence of a magic tunnel between Isla and Cantican. I can do this. I must do this. First, I have to go to Cantican. On a beautiful day, Cedric burst in and fussed over Lily. He'd heard, you haven't been eating well lately. Lily acted pathetic, leaning her head on his shoulder and whispering, I haven't had much of an appetite lately. It's probably the cold weather making me not enjoy eating. I'll try harder later, so don't worry. Okay. The conversation naturally shifted to Cedric honestly saying, are you cold? I'll build a glass greenhouse and make it as hot as a desert. Lily joked, Cedric, you don't have to go that far, but I do want to go somewhere a little warmer. To rest. But ultimately, she understood that leaving Turin was too difficult, as her physical condition couldn't handle a long trip. Thus, Cedric slumped from Lily's side, dragging his gloomy emotions back to his study, thinking unhappily, a sick chick is probably healthier than her right now. Now, Alan suddenly spoke up. Master, isn't there a mansion on Cannican Island? What do you think about taking Miss Lily there? Cedric snapped. What nonsense are you talking about? That's practically the Emperor's front yard. Alan spoke seriously. On the contrary, doing so might be safer. If the engagement is a secret, then to the Imperial family, Miss Lily isn't that important of a figure. After all, furthermore, if we use the magic tunnel connecting Isla and Cannican, we can get there within 2 hours. Considering Miss Lily's physical condition and the regular magic intake, Cedric understood even without Alan continuing. This was the only option at the moment. Exo was also present to offer his opinion. Everything is fine. But doesn't Miss Lily feel very pressured when receiving jewelry set with precious stones? Would she really readily accept a trip that costs such a huge amount of money? You two aren't unaware of Miss Lily's personality, are you? Surprise, old man. Lily, having overheard, immediately chimed in, I love it. I'm so excited. Catching him off guard. The Cannican trip was decided within half a day, and even better, Everything was going according to Lily's plan. She looked at the gorgeous outfits and the mountain of packed suitcases and couldn't help but exclaim, "All of this? What am I supposed to do with a brother who has such endless wealth?" Lily thought carefully. It could only have been while she was in a deep sleep after taking medicine that Cedric even took her measurements while she was dreaming. He even personally chose the gems and fabrics. And of course, he knew that if Lily were awake, she would definitely stop it at all costs. Seeing Rita wanting to pack more luggage, she felt her 2-week trip was really long. Suddenly, Rita rummaged for something and brought her a pure white box with gold inlay around the edges. Lily was immediately startled. Could it be that her brother had opened the door of Israel? The door of Israel was where treasures from the era before Isla was named were kept. It was a treasure vault. Not only was information about it not leaked outside, but even a list of the items inside wasn't recorded. Lily sighed. What should she do if these treasures were given to someone whose family name had been changed? Please, let not be anything special. Inside, as soon as the box was opened, Lily and Rita gasped at the light that seemed to gather from all directions. Inside was, unexpectedly, a smoking pipe. XOS voice chimed in. I prescribed it because it seemed the duocline would be helpful for you. Mississippi duocline is the name of that pipe. It's a vaporizer, and you can smoke herbs in it. I'm saying this just in case, but it's an official gift. 2 hours ago, it became entirely yours, miss, so if you intend to refuse it, I can only dispose of it. Lily clicked her tongue, feeling cornered. She inwardly cursed, doing this so quickly and smoothly without showing any change in expression. How sly. The day of her departure finally arrived, and Cedric suddenly felt regretful. Lily, how about we leave tomorrow? Is that all right? But if she didn't leave today, that person wouldn't be saved. So she had to coax her brother. Using the magic tunnel will get us there quickly, brother. You don't need to worry. Cedric gripped her hand, lost in thought that I know nothing serious will happen. I know that, but the magic era tunnel connects Isla to Kandakan. The Emperor's army could arrive in just 2 hours. It's like a dagger resting beside my pillow. Finally, he wrapped Lily tightly in her cloak, hugging his sister close as she said goodbye. I'll be back soon. Cedric seriously instructed Dankel, don't let even a single hair on Miss Lily's head be harmed. Lily also felt the pressure on Dankel's behalf. Cedric lifted her up, chuckling softly. Look, your outfit is heavy, so walking would probably be difficult. After placing Lily in the carriage, Cedric continued, waving goodbye until the vehicle disappeared from sight. After only 2 hours of travel, it began to rain. Rita softly asked, we're almost there, Mississippi. Would you like to sleep a little longer? Lily, puffing on her pipe, replied, no, Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Dankel announced, Miss, we will take you directly to the hit mansion. Lily firmly said, no, I have somewhere to stop. Take me to Torrance 3rd Street. As the carriage rattled along, she prayed silently, it'll be all right. I've also booked tickets for the famous theater nearby. If things don't go well, I can just say I'm on my way to the theater. It'll be all right. I can do this. Calm down, I have to stay calm. The calm she sought was shattered when the carriage suddenly jolted violently. Commotion erupted outside, but Lily resolutely ordered Rita, open the carriage door immediately, as fast as you can. As soon as she stepped out, Dankel was startled. Miss, why did you open? He didn't finish his sentence before a forceful voice cut him off. Step back, Dankel. The night, drenched in rain, was shocked. Is this the same quiet and frail miss? After Dankel moved aside, before her stood a young man covered in blood. Lily looked at him with heartache. This young man. Damien tried to speak, but Dankel immediately drew his sword, shielding Lily. Don't come near, miss. However, in a flash, Damien lunged towards Dankel, spinning to attack the knight. Lily urgently cried out, Your Highness, no. The man actually stopped. I am Lily Isla of Turin. I'm on your side. Although it's hard to believe, but before I could finish my sentence, Damien staggered and fainted. As soon as Dankel suggested taking him to the military police, I ordered him brought to my carriage. The knight disagreed. Your ladyship, he's just a suspicious vagrant. He can't go with you. Lily softly replied, he's not a vagrant. He's the one who will become the Grand Duke of this empire. Be careful what you say. Dankel stood dumbfounded in the rain, still carrying the tall, unconscious man. Lily quickly urged, hurry up. I don't know the details, but judging by His Highness's condition, it's clearly an emergency. Even Dankel, despite his denseness, realized that this situation seemed prearranged by his lady. She then boarded the carriage and ordered the captain to quickly organize the troops and depart for the mansion. The carriage started moving again. Rita, who had been silent until now, finally called out Miss twice, making Lily slightly flustered. Rita, about this. She intended to say something, but the moment she saw Rita's expression, she immediately chose her words carefully. If you want me to explain right now, I'll tell you a believable story. Do you want to hear it? Lily's inner thoughts became complex. Would she choose to listen to a lie and feel at ease, or listen to me and not ask anything? I mean, are you on my side? Finally, Rita frankly replied, I don't want to hear it, Mississippi. Lily said with satisfaction, all right then, please help me take care of His Highness, the Grand Duke. Rita immediately rummaged through her luggage. Yes, Mississippi. I'll find something to wipe him down with. Speaking of which, she only then noticed Damien's body temperature. Lily merely brushed her hand against his face, but the man stirred, following the rhythm of her hand. By the time Rita found a towel, she was shocked to see the man tightly gripping her mistress's hand. Lily explained, he must be very cold. Rita's disgust was evident, but she didn't want to argue with an unconscious person. I'll wipe him down. Please step back, Mississippi. But as soon as she pulled her hand away, Damien, displeased, lifted his eyelids. He quickly caught Lily's small hand, startling Rita as well. But Lily gently said, Your Highness, the Grand Duke, are you awake? Gasping, he asked, You are? She cautiously replied, Don't worry, I'm Lily Isla of Turin. Looking at Damien's bewildered eyes, Lily felt a pang of sadness. It seems he doesn't understand. Oh well, the armor used to restrain Damien was a type of mental attack weapon. Now, Damien's damaged soul, with Lily's presence as a trigger, had completely shattered. Putting that aside, she gently asked His Highness now. Before she could say anything more, the carriage abruptly braked. Lily awkwardly said, Your Highness, although this is our first meeting, doing this is a bit embarrassing, but to save my life, to what extent can you endure this? The noise outside grew louder and louder. Lily frankly said, Since the situation isn't good, I'll assume you agree for now and proceed. As soon as she finished speaking, Dankel knocked on the carriage door and said, Miss, the city guard is here. She lifted the carriage curtains slightly and muttered, Interesting. Don't they see the Turin emblem on my carriage? A young man removed his cloak and said, This is just standard inspection procedure, ma'am. Seeing Dankel getting agitated, the young man continued, This is Canakin Island. We are carrying out the Emperor's orders. Please open the carriage door. Lily said coldly, Is that so? His Majesty has ordered a search of a Turin carriage at this hour? Wrong. I don't even have to open my door at checkpoints. How interesting. Do you have a warrant? Seeing the other party present the badge of the Capitol Guard Knights, along with the firm words, Miss, please open the door. If you don't, we will open it ourselves. Lily finally ordered the carriage door to be opened. The young captain approached with an imposing air, only to blush crimson at the sight inside. Lily was leaning back in her seat, puffing on a pipe. It looked exactly like the bedroom of a girl who had just woken up. So the embarrassed captain said, We just received a report of a vagrant loitering nearby. Please forgive our intrusion. Lily said charmingly, You've worked hard day and night, so I understand. But it's getting cold. Bewitched by her beauty, the captain stammered, We were rude, Miss Lily. Please excuse us. He then closed the carriage door himself. She said cheerfully, I didn't think they'd be so easily dismissed. More courteous than I thought. Rita was speechless. It turned out Lily had hidden Damien under her voluminous skirt. She stared blankly at the unconscious man, murmuring, The phrase stunning beauty is meant to be used for a man like this. A deep male voice said, You've been staring at me for a long time. Startled, Lily looked at the beautiful man beneath her and blinked coquettishly. Forgive me. She was captivated by Damien's beautiful eyes, thinking his eyes are purple. The book described him as handsome, but I didn't think he'd be this handsome. Damien said honestly, You staring like that makes even someone like me feel a little embarrassed. Looking at his noble appearance, Lily murmured, I apologize. Your eyes are so beautiful that I couldn't take my eyes off them. The man tilted his head and asked, Are you serious? For a moment, she thought he looked just like a fox. Damien smiled. You said my eyes are beautiful. Yes, of course, I'm serious, Lily replied mechanically. Meanwhile, the carriage wheels continued to turn. The man also changed his tone, murmuring a simple exclamation without any other meaning. Is that so? Just as he finished speaking, a loud crashing sound came from outside. Along with the loud crash came angry shouts. How dare you do such a thing? obey the absolute command of His Majesty, the Emperor. Nah, one heart, as the checkpoint commander, has the authority to inspect anyone's carriage. You think just because you're the Emperor's men, you can threaten Turin without stating your purpose? Astonishing. Threaten? You're exaggerating. Do you mean Turin's carriages are allowed into the diplomatic zone? Lillian began to feel this journey was becoming troublesome. Damien whispered, "You seem tense. You don't need to worry." He smiled and continued, "Because I'm the strongest one here." Lillian was stunned, thinking to herself, "I know, but that's not the point. After the encounter with the city guard, you suffered from aftereffects for a long time. Even though you didn't lose your eyes, why are you so lively now? It's strange." Just like that, the rain kept falling and the people kept shouting at each other. Dankel and the checkpoint commander had a heated exchange, a degenerate who's not even as good as a dog dares to call himself emperor. "What did you say? Watch your mouth, you turn dog. For His Majesty, I can even search inside your lady's skirt." The checkpoint commander was about to rush forward and tear apart the carriage when Damien jumped out and punched him, scoffing, "Hearing that makes me embarrassed for you." While the commander was still dazed, he landed another kick, followed by a flurry of blows, leaving the Turin guards' faces grim. But the smile on Damien's lips was what truly sent chills down Dankel's spine. He pinned the commander under his foot and said with a laugh, "My brother keeps such terrible hounds, barking nonsense in front of esteemed guests. So I had to step in, didn't I?" The checkpoint commander was astonished at your Grand Duke Lupinvin. "How is that possible?" Damien pressed him down further, coldly saying, "Give me your sword." Dankel wondered who he was giving orders to when suddenly a group of people in black cloaks appeared, kneeling respectfully around him. A sword was presented. The checkpoint commander only saw Damien add a braided cord to the sword's hilt before he departed this world in an instant. Having finished, Damien tossed the sword aside and ordered his men to take care of the body. He then busied himself looking for Lillian. Recognizing the extreme danger of the man, Dankel wanted to run and protect her. However, Damien knelt down and picked up his pipe. He said, "I'm sure you were surprised." Lillian sighed, "It's all right," but her mind was a whirlwind of emotions. "Calm down. At least I was able to save him. It's strange that his condition is better than I thought, but this outcome is fortunate. But unexpectedly, I've offended the Emperor's wrath. I have to get out of here as soon as possible." So Lillian spoke frankly, "Your Highness, I have a proposal. You should come to Turin with me. Would you?" Damien looked at her blankly, and after a moment, he replied, "So, you mean you'll let me ride in the carriage with you?" She also stared back, dazed. "Yes, that's right. Is something the matter?" Damien straightened up, ruffled his messy hair, and said, "No, not at all. It's a very reasonable offer. I should accept your kindness." Getting into the carriage, Lillian stealthily glanced at him and assessed, "It seems he doesn't suspect me. Though I explained that I'm on vacation and happen to help him, I'm worried about how much His Highness the Grand Duke actually understands." Damien also glanced at her, thinking she seems quite tense. Still, she's trying hard not to show her fear of me. So he smiled faintly. "Miss Lillian, in the urgency of the situation, I almost forgot to offer my greetings. I'm incredibly grateful for your kindness." Hearing her say it was nothing, he chuckled. "Nothing? Really?" Perceiving the implied meaning in his words, Lillian frankly asked, "Your Highness, is something bothering you?" Damien narrowed his eyes at Lillian's impassive face, then offered a proactive smile. "I'm fine. I wasn't as seriously injured as all that to begin with. However," he continued, "if Miss Lillian agrees, I also have a proposal." She was worried that he would question the real reason she knew about the situation and came to this place. But the gears shifted. Her inconsiderate husband earnestly said, "I don't know if it's too early to discuss this, but I hope to have the opportunity to repay you," leaving her astonished. Magic power is essentially a force that supports a person's will. If someone with magic power says they don't want to sleep, the magic power will affect their endocrine system and cause insomnia. And Damien, lacking complete magical control, became a monster unable to withstand the immense amount of magic power. Damien Lupinvin was born with an abundance of magic power, a monster of the Imperial Palace. Fortunately, as he grew older, the incidents decreased, but problems still frequently arose when he lost control. Damien laughed. "Isn't that a good thing?" He said this because if it weren't for Lillian, he might have made a mistake somewhere or even died. Lillian still couldn't understand what he was talking about. Suddenly, Damien became quiet. "I might have to gouge out on how to calm down, but even in that agonizing pain, as Damien struggled alone, a warm hand reached out to him. gently and kindly comforting Damien, just like a string that could lull him to sleep. The moment he opened his eyes, Damien saw a gentle Lillian asking, "Your Highness, are you all right?" It was at that moment he realized she was his savior. Lillian frankly asked, "Repay? How?" Since he was insistent on repaying her for saving his life, she said shyly, "It was just a coincidence. You don't have to be so formal." Suddenly, Lillian was startled, thinking, no. Think about what to ask for. This is a situation I can take advantage of, but why do I feel so nervous? Damien smiled and said, "Miss Lillian, would you allow me the opportunity to repay you?" Seeing her nod, he also brightened. "Thank you. In that case, what can I do for you?" Lillian spoke frankly. "Thank you, Your Highness. Then, I wonder if you could help me destroy this magic tunnel. The magic tunnel connects Isla and Kanakin, a place as dangerous as a knife by the pillow, where the Emperor's army can invade in just 2 hours. It's a route that allows swift communication with the Emperor, so even for the sake of unity, it would be better without it. That's Lillian's true objective." Damien seriously asked, "Didn't someone called a genius like the Chosen Knight Turin directly handle that already?" She shook her head. "My brother couldn't destroy the magic tunnel either." Damien smiled. "Are you saying I can do something even a Chosen Knight couldn't?" Lillian innocently said, "I don't know," completely missing the deeper meaning of Damien's words. She continued, "It's just that I wanted to ask you for this favor, Your Highness. If you can do it, please help me. If not, you can just refuse. Can you do it?" Damien chuckled coldly, thinking, "Lady Lillian, you don't understand me at all. That's why you can say such things to me, isn't it? If I agree to this request for you, will you be happy? Would it make that pure and innocent face blush?" He unconsciously covered his face with his large hands, trying to hide the flush creeping up his cheeks. Damien recalled his grandfather clicking his tongue numerous times and saying, "I'm not satisfied at all. What kind of blessing did a rascal like you receive to marry that child?" He laughed out, "Of course I have to try. It's a request from my benefactor, after all." The answer was already in his heart. "I can do it. Within 7 days of being born, I could destroy a magic measuring device. Something like that tunnel. I can do it." Damien Lupin Vin, Infinity level, also the Royal Sword, or as some called him, the Royal Monster. When he was a child, he met the king because the prince has destroyed the magic measuring device, Your Majesty. It was the first time in the history of magic measurement. Such a thing has never happened before. Forgive me, but I don't know what the Emperor will bring. The Emperor at that time had his own calculations. The simplest solution was death, but it was just a 7-day-old baby. Cloud probably knows his own identity well. I should give the child a chance, shouldn't I? Become your brother's sword. If you can do that, you can survive. And that was the meaning of Damien's life. He always carried a sword, spending more time on the battlefield than at home, fighting more battles than eating meals. But he also had his own thoughts. "I don't go to the battlefield because I heard those words, nor because I want to survive, and certainly not for fame. It's simply that the battlefield is a place where even if I become a monster, it doesn't matter." Every time he returned home after a battle, the people would greet him. "This is the hero of the Empire. Long live Sir Damien Lupin Vin." Damien didn't like this hero worshipping of the murderer. He scoffed, "Is the world so ridiculously simple and fragile?" The Emperor, furious at this remark, retorted, "You insolent brat, do you have designs on becoming Emperor?" Damien genuinely considered it. Now that you mention it, I am rather bored." A second later, he laughed. "Don't be so surprised. How could I possibly do something so troublesome?" The Emperor fumed. "What kind of joke is this?" Damien's tone shifted. "Whatever I say, you won't believe me. So, between the two options, why don't you just believe the one you prefer?" That was the last time Damien spoke to his father. The day he returned was the day of the Emperor's funeral. The man remained flippant even in mourning. "Dear father, I wish I could just drop dead and end all this. I want to destroy this fragile world and tear apart those paper dolls. We all want that. That's my answer." After his eulogy, he turned to leave, but his older brother called him back. "Damien," he said, "are you leaving already? You've worked hard." Damien responded irritably, "If you call that hard work, I find it a bit awkward." The Crown Prince nodded, and no matter what this empire means to you, it owes you a great debt. Isn't that right, my dear younger brother, Feng Ling Zane Grath? The flashback ended. Damien had indeed gone to the magic tunnel himself. He carefully savored each gust of wind that blew through his hair, lost in thought. He remembered his older brother telling him, "Damien, I looked through some ancient documents yesterday. Are you curious about what they said?" A pang of pain shot through Damien. "Brother," he snapped, "please just stop talking." The crown prince immediately became cautious, but he persisted. It said that if you were to meet someone born with the same lack of magic as you two could supplement each other's unbalanced constitutions. At the time, Damien had only one thought: nonsense. But the crown prince remained resolute. I don't know if it's possible, but Damien, I promise, I'll help you find them. Just hold on a little longer. Don't die and don't go crazy. Damien still vividly remembered those words. But brother, you don't need to torture yourself like this. I don't have any hope, and I won't dream of any miracles. That's what he had said. But upon meeting Lillian, Damien wished it wasn't a dream. He couldn't believe his brother's words from all those years ago had actually come true. Damien's thoughts were heavy. Clearly, if I step into the darkness of this tunnel, only the unchanging reality will greet me. Just like how I was born a monster, nothing has changed. But what if this is reality? The image of Lillian shyly saying, I don't know, but I only want that in you, surfaced in Damien's mind, giving rise to fantasies that I want to listen, I want to surprise her, I want to see that happy face, I want her to praise me. The monster Damien's heart pounded. He thoroughly enjoyed this feeling. Brother, this feels strange. You told me not to go crazy, but I think I'm going a little crazy. For now, in this moment, let's just do what we have to do. Fortunately, her wish is my specialty. Damien gripped the hilt of his sword, gathered his magic, and swung a perfect arc. He charged forward. At the same time, Cedric urgently rode his white horse across the land. His expression was grave as he thought, Lillian, I thought there wouldn't be any danger, because that child isn't important. I thought that with both her father and the Grand Duke gone, she would be content with the present. I thought she would be obedient. I was so foolish. The reason for this fleeting thought began the moment Dancole flung open the door. Cedric, not at all pleased, asked, Dancole, how is it that you, who were escorting Lillian, are here? The knight hurriedly replied, Master, miss. The flashback ended abruptly, leaving only the present Cedric, filled with remorse. So foolish. Turin's party, after traveling for a day and a night, finally caught up with Lillian's carriage. She stared blankly at her brother. Before she could speak, Cedric rushed forward and embraced Lillian, trembling as he said, you're alive. Lillian hesitated, thinking he probably won't believe any explanation I give, and even if he does, he'll object. So, I did the right thing. But I'm sorry. I'm sorry for making you worry. Lillian hugged Cedric tightly. Only after a while did he calm down. She said seriously, I'm all right. I'm not hurt. Cedric froze, then hugged Lillian tighter and said, That's good. Suddenly, a rumbling sound interrupted the tender moment. Cedric immediately turned his gaze towards the magic tunnel. The commotion was so loud that even the animals nearby started to flee. Cedric, though unaware of what was happening, ordered Alan to take Lillian away immediately. The moment the words immediately left his mouth, a deafening explosion rocked the area, startling both Cedric and Alan. He looked around in bewilderment. Impossible. The magic is dispersing. What in the world is going on? As the black smoke cleared, someone dressed in incredibly ragged clothes approached them. A single grunt from the man sent shivers down Cedric's spine. No, that's not human. More dangerous than the Emperor's army. He immediately drew his sword, pulling Lillian behind him. She struggled to say, no, brother. That person is His Grace the Grand Duke. Damien had returned, his expression gentle. He limped towards the Turin soldiers, causing them all to be wary. Lillian also moved towards the Grand Duke, but she never expected Damien to kneel, kiss the hem of her dress, and say, Miss of Turin, I have strived to the best of my ability, as you wished, and I have a request. Will you marry me? His words stunned Lillian. Damien smiled, thinking, actually, what I want to say is look at me, praise me. The reason she was surprised was because, in the original story, Damien never cared about his wife. Lillian lacked nothing and wasn't mistreated, but she never received any attention from her husband. Lillian awkwardly said, Your Grace, Damien immediately smiled brightly and said, Yes, what is it, miss? Making her panic. Could it be he's intentionally smiling even more radiantly? But Damien was accurately playing the role of a proper fox. His heart pounded uncontrollably, nervously thinking, but please forgive me, I don't desire much. Using this proposal as an excuse, just one more time, I only want to hold her hand. If I'm a little greedier, I wish I could touch her. I want to become a small kitten that can be petted and praised. I'm truly not in my right mind anymore. Even though I know this, I still can't control myself. There's no other way. Just by holding that hand, the curse will be lifted. Is this reality? If she pats my head, will the headache? Disappear? I want to touch her, hold that small hand. I want to confirm whether this is an illusion or reality. I want to embrace you. Damien's heartbeat quickened, urgently expressing, I hope you'll reciprocate. Before my older brother regains his senses, I hope you'll accept my proposal. Truly, just that much will fill me with happiness. But suddenly, Lillian's body flinched. She could only manage to say, excuse me, I'm a little dizzy, before collapsing. Damien stared blankly as she fell towards him. He wanted to catch her, but suddenly Cedric reached out and pulled Lillian back towards himself. Cedric gently said, you're too tired. Don't say anything more. Alan opened the carriage door. Only Damien retracted his hand. Dejectedly thinking, was she always this light? He intently watched Lillian struggle to breathe in his brother's arms. Recuperate? At times like these, she must have been visiting the Emperor's front yard. Not just visiting, but to the point of accepting the risk to go to a warm place. Only when Cedric carried her into the carriage did Damien realize Lillian wasn't well. Only after hearing the carriage leave did he belatedly realize he had been robbed of her. Indeed, the Turin soldiers also felt the heavy atmosphere, but Damien's laughter was even more frightening. He seethed with killing intent, saying, interesting. This is truly interesting. Anyone could see this situation wasn't interesting at all. As soon as they returned to the Turin residence, so immediately rushed to examine Lillian. Even the doctor shook his head. The young Mrs. condition is unstable. Cedric gritted his teeth. I knew it. He was furious at the Emperor's dogs. A child who had never faced danger managed to save the Grand Duke. I heard she was very brave in the face of armed soldiers threatening and insulting her. Just that alone is impressive. I should have held her tightly. That man even made her witness a massacre right before her eyes. He even proposed while looking so disheveled. This is even more outrageous. So seriously said, first, you need to regulate the young lady's energy flow with magic. And only then did Cedric come to his senses. He gently took Lillian's hand, but the head of the household was powerless. His magic flow was unexpectedly cut off. Cedric fell into despair. Why isn't the magic entering her body? What's going on? Why? So pondered, then said, Master, has the young lady met any new people recently? From what I can see, it seems like the young lady has found someone more compatible. So her body is rejecting the Master's magic. Even though Cedric was distraught, so continued excitedly, more compatible than even her brother. We must bring that person here immediately. Who is it? Realizing his friend was incredibly distressed, the doctor cautiously asked, Master, where is this person? Cedric curtly replied, outside the city. He realized his friend was feeling mortified that an outsider had such a close connection to his sister. But So's duty was to treat the patient, so he was determined to bring that person here. Cedric's pained expression only fueled So's curiosity. Master, who is this person? Finally, Lillian regained consciousness. Her eyes dreamily focused on the figure beside her. She thought, why didn't you wake me up? What are you talking about? She was too used to being overprotected. So Lillian sat up on her own. After regaining her vision, she exclaimed in surprise, Your Highness, the Grand Duke. Only then did Lillian hear her brother grumbling, Lillian, stop lying down. Suddenly, Cedric's face darkened considerably. He immediately called Rita to adjust his sister's clothes, making Lillian incredibly embarrassed. So he was flustered and couldn't answer. So she softly said, Your Highness, I apologize, but could I draw the curtains a bit? Thank you. Throughout this time, Damien maintained a persistent blush. He murmured, It seems she isn't feeling well. Cedric sarcastically added, Thanks to your well-timed proposal. His implication was clear. It's your fault, you bastard. Damien observed them surreptitiously, then exclaimed, Oh, now that I look, the two of you look very much alike. Black hair, blue eyes, fair skin. It's a shame the resemblance ends there. A distinct and sharp impression, an aura of arrogant oppression. Has it already been 7 years since he became the head of Isla? Damien, with his 24 years of arrogant indifference, today looked at Cedric with a profound gaze, thinking, let's see. Just a little provocation will make him lose his composure, won't it? You dare steal Lillian from me? But then he remembered Lillian's smile. She had said, Could you help me destroy this magic tunnel? For Turin, for me, and for my brother. From that, Damien concluded their sibling relationship seemed quite strong. He seriously thought, I can't do anything else. I'll endure it for now. After all, she'll soon leave her family and live under my protection. That's right. It's not like it caused any harm. If it were my sweet Lillian, she would probably pity me for being hated by her brother, wouldn't she? Cedric shuddered at Damien's chuckling. He actually smiled and apologized. I was too hasty. Brother-in-law. Immediately, the entire room, though not born on the same day, month, or year, shared the same frozen expression at the two words, brother-in-law. Damien smiled even wider, saying, "Aren't I about to become the imperial prince's brother-in-law?" This one sentence successfully silenced the atmosphere. Even Lillian felt apprehensive. Finally, the most unfortunate doctor in the world had to intervene, pleading, "Please, gentlemen, let's leave it at that. Isn't the young lady's condition the top priority? As His Grace the Grand Duke knows, the young lady is suffering from mana depletion. Therefore, the master tried to transfer his mana to her, but the mana suddenly became incompatible, so we had no choice but to seek your Grace's help." Lillian was also surprised by this reason. Damien, super serious, said, "Me? Why me?" So whispered, "Because the young lady has found someone more compatible, even more so than the master." Upon hearing this, Damien fell into deep thought. So, it's not just me who needs her, she needs me too. His way of laughing sent chills down Lillian's spine. Damien knelt by the bed and gently said, "My lady, please lie down and give me your hand." However, Lillian remained still, not even uttering a single word. The Grand Duke froze. Why isn't she responding? Is it because I proposed so suddenly, like that grumpy man said? Does that situation make her feel pressured? Or does she dislike the proposal with my unkempt appearance, and therefore dislikes me altogether? Damien trembled, shocked, thinking, if not, could it be because I'm too handsome? Right, sometimes people don't like men who are more handsome than them. Perhaps Lillian is the same, but why? Isn't it better to be handsome? The older I get, the more handsome, dashing, and talented I become. Even on the battlefield, countless enemies were mesmerized by my face, so why doesn't she like me? Damien, for the first time in his 24 years of life, felt this frustrated. Suddenly, Lillian spoke, "I apologize for troubling your Grace like this." He startled and replied, "It's nothing." "Why would you say that?" She coldly looked away, the corners of her eyes tinged with red, unconsciously merging with the original Lillian's principles. Indifference is the most negative way to express dislike for something. In principle, I remember he didn't like Lillian at all. She was just an unfortunate girl, weak in both body and mind, a troublesome girl who always demanded the attention she never received. So this time, she was determined that to maintain a harmonious relationship with her indifferent husband, she absolutely must not bother him. However, he earnestly said, "Don't say that. Let me help you." Lillian sighed. "But this time, if I die, it will weaken the friendly relationship between Isla and the Crown Prince's faction. If I keep refusing help, it might cause a bigger problem." So Lillian finally compromised. The moment he saw her small hand, Damien's heart pounded. Blushing furiously as he took her hand, he exclaimed, "Finally, I can hold your hand." He immediately placed a kiss on her hand, then comfortably pressed his cheek against it, thinking, "Finally, I can touch you." Cedric openly expressed his disgust at his brother-in-law's dreamy expression. A moment later, Damien coughed, excusing himself. Then, he took Lillian's hand more seriously, truly using his love to transfer his magic to her. The warmth, the feeling of my airways clearing. Is this what it feels like? She refused her own brother, yet she's accepting my magic. Has the world suddenly taken my side? Damien thought to himself, I've never regulated my magic so meticulously. It's frustrating, difficult, and rather time-consuming. But if doing so allows me to hold this hand longer, I'm willing. At the same time, Lillian had her own thoughts. It seems I'm taking up too much of his time. This is much more comfortable and pleasant than my brother's magic, but I can't trouble him any further. Lillian then said, Your Highness, this is enough. But Damien resolutely shook his head, murmuring, Don't take this time away from me. Leaving Lillian confused, Don't take this time away from me. What is he saying? Why do I feel so sleepy? No, I have to tell him to stop. The very brief conversation continued. I'm really all right now. I'm not all right, so please stay like this. Through a small gap, Damien stealthily saw Lillian drift off to sleep. Caressing her hand, he whispered, Sweet dreams. You won't be able to sleep here much longer. He waited until Lillian was fast asleep. Before today's treatment truly ended, Damien glanced behind him and saw Cedric's scowling face. Cedric tried to console himself. No, think calmly. I can't do anything for Lily now. Only he can save her. Thanks to him, she's overcome this danger. I should be thanking him. But why do I feel so terrible? He clearly loathed Damien's sly demeanor. but forced a smile, saying, "Thank you for helping my sister." The Grand Duke grinned. It was nothing. "I'm happy to help her in your stead." Cedric realized Damien was provoking him. "You can't, but I can." He wanted to punch him, but then said, "Master, Mrs. Stable now. Her condition seems much better than when you last visited. I don't understand why this happened, but the two of you really seem like a match made in heaven. Wouldn't it be better to get married quickly? Don't you think so?" Noticing Cedric trembling, Sue asked innocently, "Master, why are you looking at me like that?" The head of the Isla household rarely raised his voice, but he bellowed, "Absolutely not," leaving his friend Sue dumbfounded, his eyebrows furrowed in confusion. Cedric's attention was entirely focused on Damien, who smirked, thinking, "My brother-in-law has a cute side, doesn't he?" Damien was the perfect example of someone pushing his luck. He said that so casually because of Miss Lillian. "I believe you won't refuse to let me stay in this city, brother-in-law." Cedric scowled and said, "You're certainly thoughtful." Damien cheerfully thanked him for the compliment. Cedric had a headache. He wanted to kick Damien out of the city for a while now. Despite everyone's objections, an esteemed guest should be accommodated within the city walls, they'd said. But Damien's cheerful demeanor was too much to ignore. Meanwhile, Lillian had fallen into a deep sleep. Waking up, she was surprised His Highness transferred so much energy to me. But strangely, I feel even more drained. Rita softly explained. The doctor said that when magic power increases, it takes a little time for the recipient's vitality to catch up. Here are your herbal supplements, Mississippi. Rita stealthily watched Lillian smoke, thinking to herself, the atmosphere is a bit, I don't know why, but it feels like things are escalating rapidly. Even so, the smoking couldn't be avoided. If only it were a type of medicine she didn't know about, she thought. Lillian, however, only felt refreshed. Inhaling, she felt as alert as if she'd drunk coffee. Noticing someone approaching, she paused, but the other person said casually, "It's all right. I heard you need to inhale this to feel better. The scent isn't unpleasant either, so don't worry." Lillian put away her pipe. "However," she said softly, "I can't do this in front of His Highness, the Crown Prince." This young man with blonde hair and violet eyes was Matteo Lepinvin, the Crown Prince of the Empire. He smiled. "If you call me Crown Prince, then you, miss, are the Crown Prince's benefactor." Lillian chuckled. "That title isn't bad at all. So, what brings you to me, Your Highness?" Matteo bowed his head. "Isn't it natural that I would seek you out? I must thank you, Mississippi. I owe you a debt of gratitude that I can hardly repay in a lifetime. I will never forget it. I swear, upon my honor, as Matteo Lepinvin." Finishing his sentence, he glanced up and saw Lillian's rather troubled expression. Matteo worried that he had said something too extravagant, displeasing her. But he couldn't forget when, as a child, his great-grandfather had called him over to greet the Grand Duke's fiancée. That was the first time Matteo had met Lily. At the time, the young boy had been very wary. "It's a pleasure to meet you," he'd said, "but I apologize. I have another engagement." Matteo had thought to himself, someone with the same meekness as my mother. If possible, I don't want to be involved. Now, the Crown Prince felt only extreme shame. Now I realize that's not the case. He thought that I feel so guilty for misunderstanding. Meanwhile, Lillian was simply bewildered, thinking, it's not like I was truly worried and risked my life on purpose. So, she had to clarify, "Your Highness, you don't need to be so grateful. Besides, Isla is currently indebted to His Highness, the Grand Duke." The Crown Prince smiled wryly. "So, you're referring to the one currently staying outside the city walls." Mentioning this, Matteo was also puzzled. But why did he decide to stay outside the city? He could have protested. Damien had said lazily, "Oh, that? I suppose I just couldn't stand it." Matteo was utterly contemptuous. Such a lunatic, he thought, spouting nonsense about such a noble lady. So, he said decisively, "You needn't concern yourself. That awful uncle. I apologize, my rather immature uncle deserves to be treated that way." Seeing Lillian still concerned, so Matteo enthusiastically said no, that he didn't care about that, and that Damien was doing just fine. Therefore, he insisted, "Please don't worry about him, and there's no need to look after him." Lillian, filled with discomfort, said that would be fine too, making Matteo pity her strength, thinking she probably wouldn't mind his uncle's reaction. She was originally a kind person, which is why she was so concerned. He couldn't object to the marriage, but he also sympathized with Cedric's reaction. If he had a younger sister, he'd probably be the same. Matteo was definitely impressed by Cedric's furious outburst. Damien absolutely couldn't be allowed to stay outside the city walls. Suddenly, Lillian spoke. "Your Highness, I wonder if I could meet with him directly?" Matteo was utterly shocked. He mentally collapsed, thinking who? Meet who? She thought to herself. It seems like he still hasn't received a proper thank you. Both my brother and the servants are preventing me from meeting him directly. I thought if the crown prince intervened, I wouldn't be stopped, but it seems that's not the case. Lillian understood, saying, "Perhaps that request is difficult for you. I apologize. Your Highness is a guest, so it might be difficult for you to intervene in this matter. I was too hasty and caused you trouble." Matteo was caught in a dilemma, having to choose between bringing his benefactor to meet his crazy uncle and refusing her request. Finally, the crown prince compromised, saying, "How can I be two-faced? I can't refuse a request from my benefactor." Lillian smiled, gently saying, "Oh my, thank you, Your Highness." Her smile unconsciously made Matteo blush. He stood there dumbfounded, his heart pounding, as he waited for Lillian to get ready to go out. Ivan said indignantly, "Has Cedric Islay gone mad? How important is the Grand Duke in this battle? I don't understand why he's outside the city walls." Damien chuckled inwardly at his brother, who had rushed over like a madman when he thought his precious sister was injured, his protective instincts flaring up. "I propose covered in blood, and am I most obnoxious?" Ivan Isaac hadn't heard that explanation. Truly a pair of best friends bad-mouthing each other's exes. Poor Ivan lamented on his behalf. A nobleman who usually ignores sincere advice and does as he pleases. Why is he only smiling gently at this rudeness? Wait, is he being gentle? Just then, Ivan trembled, saying, "Your Grand Duke, what have you done?" Damien narrowed his eyes, a sly look on his face, murmuring, "Let me think." Ivan's hair stood on end in fear. He yelled, "Your Grace, didn't I tell you to be careful, not to let it show? How did you manage to get yourself kicked out of the city?" Matteo, having just returned, said, "Calm down, Ivan. It's not as bad as you think." Ivan stammered, "You haven't killed anyone, so why? Am I supposed to believe that ridiculous rumor about your Grace hiding in that young lady's skirt?" Matteo softly called Ivan. He immediately wagged his metaphorical tail, saying, "Yes, Your Highness." Upon hearing him say, "Do you want to die?" Ivan froze, abandoning his dreams of praise, thinking to himself, "Your Highness, your thinking is skewed. Pipe down unless you want to die. Don't underestimate the favor he and I received. It's disrespectful to our benefactor." Ivan muttered, "I've overstepped. I beg Your Highness's pardon." But he immediately began to question everything. Normally, there should be some gossip flying around at a time like this. Why is it so quiet? No, on the contrary, Ivan was definitely frightened by Damien's gentle demeanor. Lillian entered and said, "I'm all right, so please don't scold him anymore, Your Highness." Only then did Ivan realize there was someone else in the room. She said softly, "It's not like he made it up." Ivan went from one bewildered state to another. This person, who looked as innocent as tofu, was the Grand Duke's fiancée? Looking at Lillian's beautiful and gentle appearance, Ivan couldn't help but think, the heavens are truly heartless. How could they give such a wicked man like His Highness to this young lady? Wait a minute, did she say he didn't make it up? Did His Highness really hide in the young lady's skirt? Damien Lepinvin? Ivan Isaac kept replaying the Grand Duke's true demonic form in his mind and fell into despair. The war hero who killed half the enemy army with his bare hands. The top offensive weapon of the star-studded empire? But where did he go? What is he planning to do? Ivan wanted to stop Damien, but he saw him stride towards Lillian, smiling. "I didn't know you came all this way alone, Mississippi. If I had known, I would have come to meet you. Wasn't a long journey. I was only told that you were recovering. I'm glad to see you looking so well." Lillian immediately realized her brother had blocked all news of Damien. She murmured, "I apologize. I came to thank you, but it's quite late, isn't it?" He chuckled. "Thank me for what? If you say so, then my life is yours, Mississippi." She gently placed her hand on his and said, "You're too kind." Damien bowed and gently kissed Lillian's hand, smiling, "I'm not too kind. I must be clear about my debts." Lillian was stunned by his sly demeanor and thought seriously, "Actually, I didn't save you, but your right eye. Compared to that, I owe you, Islay, and Turin, and even myself. If I accept your thanks for helping you protect one of your eyes, it will be difficult for me to thank you." Lillian withdrew her hand and said formally, "On the contrary, I'm so moved I could cry. You saved my life and granted my meaningless request. I don't know how to repay such kindness." Noticing Damien's solemn expression as he looked at his hand. She quickly said, "Your Highness, if I misspoke." He shook his head and laughed, causing Ivan to scoff openly. What's with that laugh? What's he up to now? Seeing Damien gesture for him to sit and talk. Lillian wanted to refuse. She still wasn't feeling well, and since she had snuck out, she needed to return quickly. But considering it was an invitation from the Grand Duke, she decided to sit for a moment. Lillian softly remarked, "Come to think of it, this is the first time we've properly met, isn't it?" The bewildered knight replied, "Yes, I am Ivan Isaac. I am wholeheartedly devoting my meager talents as an aide to His Highness, the Grand Duke." The two continued to exchange greetings, but Ivan still couldn't stop himself from glancing at Lillian. He still didn't understand why this beautiful and wonderful woman was involved with his master. Ivan kept the Doc Pay comment to himself, thinking, so she's tied to His Grace the Grand Duke? This is the apocalypse, the real apocalypse. Damien said gently, "Well, Mateo, Ivan, could you two leave us for a moment so I can speak with Miss Lillian?" In their eyes, Damien was practically radiating flames with the unspoken message, "Please disappear from me, would you? Use your common sense." Lillian said shyly, "Am I interrupting something?" Ivan clicked his tongue, thinking, "Don't worry about us. You should be worrying about yourself. He probably won't eat you alive today, right? Even if His Grace the Grand Duke is a genuinely terrible person." Noticing Lillian was about to pick up a glass, Damien chuckled softly to, "Don't drink that. It's for guests, but it's wine." She trailed off, then realized, oh right, there's etiquette for this. The Empire's custom was to serve light alcohol as an aperitif for conversation. Tea would be so much better. Speaking of which, it's been a while since I've seen the Lannister ladies. Damien gently addressed her, "Miss Lillian?" She feigned obliviousness. "Oh yes. Your Grace, the color is so beautiful. I couldn't take my eyes off it." He smiled, "That I'm glad you like it, but I can't offer alcohol to someone who's recovering. We could try it together when you're better, because this wine is incredibly delicious and sweet." Lillian shivered, thinking, so cold, I need to get back soon. I think he's giving me the chills too. She continued to listen attentively to Damien, but her mind was racing. But why? Why is he being so nice to me? This kindness is making me uncomfortable. Maybe I'm misunderstanding something. She told herself, "Don't forget this man in front of me." The one emphasized in the story as always being indifferent to Lillian, Damien Lupin-Vin. I don't dream of receiving love. All I need is loyalty and fidelity, knowledge and courtesy as a lifelong partner. Everything. So I must try to restrain these excessive fantasies and ambitions to avoid causing unhappiness for many people. Lillian, lost in thought, was once again brought back to reality by Damien. He prompted, with a playful lilt, "Come to think of it, Miss Lillian, you said you wanted to repay me, didn't you?" She nodded, but doubted herself. Did I really say it so clearly? But it's true that I should repay him. Damien lowered his voice, so about that repayment. He trailed off, leaving Lillian to wonder. What if he's going to ask me to move into the city? Because of this, they both spoke simultaneously. "May I hear your answer to my proposal?" "Actually, I was also going to apologize about the accommodation issue." Yes." The atmosphere instantly froze. Noticing Lillian wanted to say something, Damien brightly reiterated his proposal, causing her to exclaim in surprise. The proposal? Wasn't it just a joke? But Damien nodded, gently saying, "That's true, but marriage is a matter between the two of us. So I want to hear your opinion directly, Mississippi." Lillian softly asked, "Even though 7 years have passed?" He firmly replied, "Yes, you were 12 years old 7 years ago. I was 17 then, and I understood things to some extent, but 12 is too young to decide on marriage." Lillian became serious, stating, "Although I wasn't aware of that then, at 12, I was a subject of Elector Turin and a member of ISA. Therefore, Turin's will is my will." Damien chuckled, "I understand. But Miss Lillian, I'd like to ask one more thing, if I may." Lillian agreed. His tone turned colder. "You said Elector Turin's will is your will. So, hypothetically, if the Elector expressed his intention to break off the engagement tomorrow, would your will be the same?" Lillian, taken aback, said, "That's impossible." He retorted, "It may be, but I'm speaking hypothetically." The atmosphere grew heavy. After a long silence, Lillian finally spoke. She said quietly, "Yes, I am Turin's daughter. My father and brother gave their lives for this land, and thanks to them, I enjoy a peaceful life. Marrying for Turin is my duty." This answer displeased Damien, but he persisted. "One last thing. Is this marriage entirely Turin's decision?" Lillian seriously replied, "No, it's not like that. Since it's a lifelong commitment, I've also considered a few things. Damien's mood plummeted, but in the next moment, he brightened. A lifelong commitment? Excuse me, but what aspects have you considered, miss? She stared blankly at the metaphorical fox wagging its tail, murmuring, "Well, I heard that your grace isn't someone who harms their subordinates. I just happened to hear it." He asked, "Yes, anything else?" Lillian's silence made even his metaphorical fox tail droop. Disappointed, Damien exclaimed, "Is that all? I mean, I wanted to ask, that are your criteria for choosing a spouse simply that they don't harm their subordinates?" Hearing her say, "That's not it. I had a few other expectations as well," Damien patiently asked. "The reason you accepted me, not as Turin's daughter, but as yourself. I want to hear it." Lillian nodded, recognizing this as the biographical information exchange for the prenuptial agreement. "So," she stated seriously, "I hope they don't have a gambling habit, are cheerful, gentle with their family, and limit contact with dangerous individuals. Especially, no infidelity or children out of wedlock." Suddenly, Lillian heard the sound of Damien's heart breaking. He nervously asked, "Do you adhere to those conditions as well, miss?" Come to think of it, it made sense. Lillian was someone who disliked physical altercations, preferring to sulk, disliked gambling, and doesn't intend to have children out of wedlock. So I agreed, saying I would also adhere to those conditions, although that's how I already felt. Noticing Damien's unusual silence, Lillian anxiously said, "Your Highness, if I misspoke." Before she could finish, the man, with a serious expression, asked, "By adhering to similar conditions, do you mean you might also have an affair?" Lillian startled, chuckled, and said, "No, I have no intention of keeping a lover. I meant I would fully respect your Highness's freedom, as our marriage is a political one." Damien immediately perked up, his heart pounding. He grabbed her hand and said, "There's no need for respect, because I don't want that kind of respect." He tilted his head 45 degrees, with the air of someone unfamiliar with typical families, and confidently declared, "Even if it's a political marriage, marriage is still marriage. The biggest enemy of marriage is infidelity. After all, if it's a political marriage, we should be even more careful with our actions, because our union holds the lives of many people in the balance. Isn't that right?" Lillian became bewildered, and then fell into a spiral of overthinking. Seeing that she had absorbed his wisdom, Damien smiled. He continued, "You have no intention of having an affair, and I don't either. Let's get married and amend the conditions to absolutely not abandon each other. How should we prove that? How about writing it into a prenuptial agreement? If I have an affair, I'll transfer more than half of my assets to you. That sounds good. And this too, and this." While Lillian was frozen, thinking, why does it have to be this extreme? Damien had already written out a stack of prenuptial agreements that he was most satisfied with. Then he cheerfully said, "So, according to this contract, I'll become a husband who doesn't resort to violence, doesn't gamble, doesn't have affairs, and doesn't have children out of wedlock." He added slyly, "So, among the men who meet your rather generic standards, my conditions are currently the most outstanding, correct?" Then came a rapid-fire exchange. "Yes, that's right." "Excellent. That's enough for today." "Yes. Well, you should head back now." "Oh yes, it's already this late." The only thing Lillian gained from today was the certainty that she probably shouldn't be alone with this man anymore, because the weight of his words was too frightening. Lillian softly replied, "It's all right. I'm fine. Please rest, Your Highness." The door slammed shut, and Damien glanced at a corner of the table he had unknowingly crushed at some point. Then he sighed, thinking that was dangerous. "Of course, I missed her terribly. Her brother kept me from seeing her for a while, but I swear, when Lillian walked toward me just now, I was completely captivated. I wanted to immediately hold you close and take you somewhere no one knows, where no one could see you but me. I couldn't have predicted that every drop of blood in my body would yearn for you like this. If I had known, I would have tried to avoid it." He leaned back in his chair, agonizing. A war hero and a murderous demon are only a page apart. Besides, before I was a demon slayer, I was already a monster. Knowing that, would Lillian still want to marry me? No way, absolutely not. So, if possible, I'll hide it from her for the rest of my life, so she won't leave me. As soon as Lillian left Damien's lodging, she ran into the Hayworth brothers, their faces identical. They said, "We're here to escort you, Mississippi." She readily confessed, "I snuck out, but I didn't think I'd be found so quickly." "You're very very efficient. I just finished talking with His Highness. The Hayworth brothers, sharing the same operating system, replied, "It wasn't difficult, Mississippi. It's not like you have many places you'd intentionally sneak off to." Lillian said sheepishly, "That's true, but to have you personally come looking for me," Alan candidly shared, "Master already knows." Just hearing that, Lillian could already imagine her brother yelling. Lillian went to see him without any escort. Alan hurriedly tried to bring her back to Cedric. So, she curiously asked, "Is he free today?" Rita, with her usual stoic expression, replied, "There's no way. It's harvest season. Today is no different. He's busy with work." Alan added, "Miss, you're the only one who can see His Excellency the Grand Duke of Turin at any time without worrying about his schedule." Lillian chuckled. "I'm hearing it as he's eager to scold me regardless of his schedule." Alan laughed. "Miss, you're indeed very perceptive." Just as she was about to ask how angry he was, Alan delivered the critical hit. "I'm not sure. Compared to anger, he seems more dejected, but I think being scolded outright would be better." Lillian felt Alan's words were spot on. As soon as she stepped inside, Cedric stood up and said, "Lilia, you're here. Or perhaps you should reconsider your marriage." For the first time, the Hayworth brothers agreed so completely with their master. She wanted to talk about her conversation with Damien. However, Cedric couldn't bear to listen. He muttered to himself, "Right, the marriage papers were exchanged 7 years ago. The time to break off the engagement has passed, but divorce isn't impossible." Lillian tried to calm her agitated brother. She softly said, "I don't know why you're suddenly saying this, so I'm confused. Is there a reason I should know?" Cedric sighed. "The royal family, they've sent you an invitation. They've invited you to attend a banquet hosted by the royal family during these negotiations." Lillian took the letter in her hand and immediately recognized the sender, Lady Zekholut. She was the favored mistress and closest advisor to Emperor Claude. Currently, she was the most powerful woman in the country and the most influential figure after successfully orchestrating the assassination of the previous Grand Duke of Turin. During the period when the Empress remarried her late husband's younger brother and lived in seclusion to avoid public attention, Lady Zekhol had taken control of the entire capital's high society. The reason such a prominent figure was targeting Lillian was clear. Zekhol's next target was her. Cedric said with a headache, after the incident at the young ladies' gathering, Duke Blanchett betrayed the Grand Duke. That cowardly rabbit finally mustered up his courage. "Lillian, now that the Grand Duke has passed away, the easiest way to overthrow the Crown Prince's allies is to follow my brother's suggestion and break off our marriage by eliminating me first." Lillian chuckled inwardly. They had already managed to bring down the head of the household. Getting rid of his daughter shouldn't be that difficult. Yet, she resolutely expressed, "But brother, my marriage isn't a simple one. Getting a divorce might not be so easy." Lillian calculated inwardly. The end of this story is the Crown Prince becoming emperor. When that happens, will the victor forgive Turin for betraying him? She recalled Damien asking if the Duchess-elect expressing her intention to break off the engagement was also her own opinion. Interestingly, the situation had reversed. Lillian smiled, causing Cedric's heart to clench. He turned away and said, "Please don't. No matter what you say, I can't accept this." Lillian spoke seriously. "The virtue of the Turin people is loyalty. To a certain extent, it's a bit stubborn and inflexible, but also honest and upright. Even if I leave Isla and give birth to a child not of Turin descent, my heart will always be here. Furthermore, the Turin people don't cowardly seek their own peace, right, brother?" The two locked eyes intensely for a long moment, and, in the end, it was Cedric who looked away first. Lillian's gaze told him that he probably couldn't separate the two of them. Cedric said hoarsely, "I can't lose you." Lillian calmly replied, "Then you have to let me go. You know this. I need regular infusions of magic to survive. Now, even you can't help me. Only he can. If we don't marry, what am I supposed to do?" Cedric buried his face in his hands, desperately saying no. Sue is a doctor who understands the mechanics of magic better than anyone. He'll figure something out. As soon as Lillian said, "No, he can't," she looked affectionately at her usually strong brother, trying to be as reassuring as possible. She comforted him. "Anyway, things are already like this. I'll do my best. I'll do my best to become a Grand Duchess respected by everyone, give birth to a child who will become the Grand Duke, and watch over that child until they have their own children. Isn't that all right, brother?" Cedric said sadly, "Father has passed away. I suppose I can't stop you now." Lillian smiled and said, "Consider it a younger sibling seeking your approval." He said coldly, Make no mistake. If you die, no, if you're even just harmed, I won't forgive this world. She looked at him tenderly and said frankly, I'll live well, because that's all Lillian can do at this moment, just like many other brides in the world. Now, let's learn about the Dialogue Conference. This is an event that fosters loyalty and a sense of connection to the empire for the lords who raise soldiers and govern their lands like kings. Military, security, commerce, agriculture, law, and many other topics. They share, negotiate, covenant, and sign secret agreements on macroeconomic matters. In other words, it's the front line of the political war. Moreover, this peace treaty is expected to be a grand celebration commemorating the 7th anniversary of Emperor Cloud I's reign. Both the anti-Cloud and pro-Cloud factions will participate. In another scene, the young Matteo also realizes that means hoping the war won't happen, right? Yes, one can only hope it doesn't. How can one be so sure of becoming emperor? Just because one is born the emperor's son, does that automatically make them emperor? What a ridiculous delusion. The crown prince started to laugh at his own life. His father was dead, the throne usurped, his mother married to his uncle. He wanted to throw away everything that was left, but he couldn't. One fine day, Matteo was beaten by the Grand Duke, and then heard him scold. There's a limit to not being able to distinguish between heaven and earth. Has this country perished? Prince Matteo, did the crown prince take his own life? Are you even worse than Cloud Lepinvin, that decadent fool who doesn't understand human affairs and cost thousands of lives because of his greed? But you spout nonsense about dying and drag the lives of countless people involved with you down just so you could be at peace? What are you thinking? He calmed down and softened his voice. If you were born with noble blood and enjoy that life, you have to think about the price so you don't end up begging on the streets. If you're determined to die, wait until you become emperor, decide on your successor, and then die. Remembering the past made Matteo uncomfortable. He just wanted to be alone now. So he went to the Imperial Library to find a solitary retreat. He only wanted to be by himself. So he went to the Imperial Library seeking solitude. As soon as Matteo opened the door and walked past numerous bookshelves, he found Lillian leisurely reading a book, a cigarette in her hand. The crown prince was surprised, thinking, she doesn't seem like a frail young lady living a sheltered life. Matteo started a conversation. I presume you're hiding? Lillian smiled and said, as you can see, that's exactly right. Would you like to sit down? Matteo had no way to refuse. So he sat beside her, thinking to himself, I heard she's quite frail. Is it all right for her to be wearing only such a thin blanket? That cough, not good. So Matteo offered to take Lillian back to her room, but she definitely radiated an aura of, I'm fine, don't mind me. Since Lillian said she didn't want to go, Matteo offered her his cloak. Then he sat and watched her turn the pages of her book, lost in thought. The crown prince mused, I heard you plan to attend the Dialogue Conference this time. Lillian nodded, I do. I also see it as an opportunity. Almost all the girls in my social circle have made their debut. I've heard people say I'm late in doing so. Matteo chuckled. It sounds like you'll be very busy. Is it all right for you to be hiding here like this? Lillian smiled gently and said, it's not all right, which is why I'm intentionally hiding. Her smile left the crown prince dazed for a moment. A second later, he burst out laughing. You're quite clever. Matteo suddenly frowned, clenched his fist, and said, I apologize. It seems you've encountered a lot of trouble because of the invitation to the Dialogue Conference. The 7th conference Lillian attended was preceded by 2 meetings and 5 banquets officially hosted by the royal family. There were also numerous other gatherings. Thorough preparation was essential to avoid being underestimated in that competition. So even ailing Lillian had to push herself. Moreover, this conference was the first event held under Lady Zekel's name, not the Empress's. The Emperor's closest confidant, the one with the true power in the empire, finally pushed aside the Empress and then brazenly put her own name on. The invitations. Matteo, through complex calculations, predicted that this conference would attract the most attention and the largest crowds in history. In such a complex and crowded place, Lillian would be introduced for the first time as the Grand Duke's fiancée. It was undoubtedly his fault. If it weren't for him, she probably would have had a peaceful debut and received blessings. Lillian asked him, is it truly your highness's fault? Matteo nodded and said yes. She leaned back against the bookshelf, smiling. How interesting. Did your highness write the invitations in Lady Zekel's stead? Or did your highness sign such a beautiful name for her? Mateo stammered, No, it wasn't me. Lillian gently asked, If that wasn't it, then did you assassinate my father? Hearing this, the crown prince froze. Lillian smiled and said, You've already offered your condolences, so I won't refuse them. Please don't apologize for unnecessary things. Seeing Mateo stammering, but even if it's a family matter, she immediately stated, That's why I asked if it was your highness's fault. It wasn't, was it? The crown prince's face darkened. He said in a low voice, But I apologized, Mississippi. I was too naive. It's my fault for being too naive. Lillian frankly stated, So you mean the late emperor, your highness's father, was also naive? Mateo was startled because he knew for certain that his father was a good man. Just like his great-grandfather, the Grand Duke, had said, Don't delude yourself. Because your father was good, he strived to put Damien in that position, didn't he? You know it. If he hadn't been so attached to the throne, especially since it was his own child, he would have protected him to some extent. Mateo now truly understood what his great-grandfather had meant. Lillian continued seriously, My father was the same, choosing a side and becoming the enemy of the other. Despite knowing this, my father remained loyal to the late emperor as the head of Turin, and as a result, he lost his life. So, it's not because of your highness that I lost my father, but rather I lost my father for the same reason as your highness. Realizing Mateo wanted to argue, Lillian continued, That's what I think. My father was a very respectable man, and of course, so was the late emperor. So please don't blame yourself with that grief anymore. Isn't it agonizing? Mateo wondered when self-blame had become so easy. He couldn't bear the sadness and sacrifice of these people, nor could he avoid it. Was he worth that much? No, what they needed wasn't Mateo, but Crown Prince Mateo. So he thought about what the Crown Prince should do. That's all. Tears welled up in the Crown Prince's eyes. His voice choked with emotion. I apologize, Mississippi. Lillian was surprised. You can cry? When you need to cry, you should cry. Once you've cried, it's over. I've also cried a lot, not because of the sadness of my father's death, but because I was afraid of what would happen to me. Mateo has always lived in torment, thinking it's his fault that things turned out this way, but I only thought about running away. It's my fault. Until today, the words don't blame yourself for that suffering anymore. You've suffered enough became a comfort to this young man. Mateo wiped away his tears and promised himself he would try much harder. Of course, this was exactly what Lillian wanted to convey to him. Her beautiful, gentle appearance made the Crown Prince's cheeks flush. Unconsciously, Mateo moved towards Lillian, wanted to say something, but he only stammered the pronoun I before Damien interrupted. Oh, you're here, Miss Lillian. No matter how you looked at it, the current situation looked like he'd caught them red-handed. Mateo stealthily observed Damien's mood. Looking at his darkened face and cold smile, the Crown Prince's nerves tightened. What was I just thinking? So he immediately stood up, trembling as he left. I apologize. I'll be going now. You don't have to get up. Thank you for listening to me today. Lillian was worried. Then she softly asked, But, Your Highness, did you come here for something? Damien, half smiling, said, Nothing. Could it be I interrupted the two of you while you were having a heartwarming conversation? After many such experiences, Lillian skillfully put up her shield and replied, That's not the case, as you can see. You're the second uninvited guest. I was just giving Crown Prince Mateo some advice, but he cried, which surprised me a little. Having no other choice, Damien said seriously, Elector Turin apologized to me. Did you ask him, miss? She was surprised to hear this. So he continued, he did it very formally and told me to move into the city. I thought you must have put in a lot of effort. Lillian once again raised her shield and said, I'm receiving a lot of love because my brother loves me very much. But Elector Turin isn't someone who would accept something unreasonable just because it's his younger sister's request. From the beginning, I was just his relative, so even if he's the head of the household and the elector, he can't just do whatever he wants. Damien was only joking, but Lillian was so serious that he felt guilty. I see. He thought back. Cedric had met with the Grand Duke privately and said, I'll be frank with you. Marrying off my sister is like giving you Isla's most precious treasure. At least that's how I feel. So you must not harm her, not even a single hair. Her two smiles, my sister's safety, Lily and Isla, is Turin's cooperation. Do you understand? Damien shuddered as he remembered, then recalled Lillian saying, I apologize, Your Highness. That was all the head of the household's decision. You understand, right? No matter how he thought about it, Damien didn't think it was as she said. He thought to himself, really, Those two siblings think so differently. But I won't let her know. Damien wagged his foxtail, scheming. Although it's a political marriage, on some level, it's proof that neither of us will betray the other. The more advantageous, the better. But the situation has changed a bit. I absolutely need her. Perhaps if she realized a little of my feelings, I wouldn't be so idle, really. Fortunately, Damien's patience was rapidly disappearing. What was the cause? Was it the ancient weapon grave, or Lillian, who suddenly appeared? Damien poetically thought, if not those, then it could be me. A monster since birth, funnily enough, he couldn't sleep. So he got up, wanting to see Lillian, but Damien was greeted by a long hallway and had to cross many stairs to reach Lillian's room. At that moment, he really wanted to break down the walls in front of him. He couldn't understand why his patience had completely vanished. Anyway, the important thing was he was standing in front of Lillian, but it wasn't the right time yet. She worriedly asked, "Your Highness, are you unwell somewhere, Your Highness?" After a while, Damien replied, "No, I'm fine." But because Lillian stood up in a hurry, she bumped into the bookshelf behind her, causing the books to fall towards her. Damien was startled. A loud thud echoed. The books scattered on the floor. Lillian closed her eyes and softly asked, "Your Highness, are you all right?" But when she opened her eyes, she faced Damien. It turned out he had shielded her. At this moment, the Grand Duke swore to himself, "Damien, I don't have any grand intentions. I just hope that while catching those books, I could touch Lillian's fingertip as if by accident. Anything more than that, I probably wouldn't be able to handle myself. I want to touch her. I really want to touch her." He repeated the desire deep within his heart, his body trembling, making Lillian worried. Damien stared at the girl below him, clenching his fists, thinking, no, I can't let her find out. So the Grand Duke suppressed his desire, stood up straight, and said, "I've been rude. I apologize." "Mississippi," Lillian said blankly. "It's all right. You helped me avoid being hit by the books. You don't need to apologize." He smiled gently, but his heart was filled with troubled thoughts that my kind and pitiful wife. If she knew about my true nature, would she be afraid? Or would she feel pity? But this curiosity would never be answered, because the Lady of Turin would never know that her husband was a monster. That was the safest path. So Damien put on a polite smile and said, "Thank you, Miss, for your understanding." Then this uninvited guest will take his leave. Lillian wondered, why do I get goosebumps even though he's just speaking normally? Something doesn't feel right. Of course it wasn't. She sighed, whispering, "Anyway, I'm alone now. I don't want to intentionally sneak away and make others worry, but just this once, I have no other choice." The reason stemmed from a few days ago, when Cedric asked in surprise, "You want to see the ledgers, Lillian?" She frankly shared, handling the ledgers is a basic household task. Now, that mother has passed away. As the only daughter in the family, I need to take responsibility and fulfill that duty. Seeing her brother wanting to refuse. So Lillian firmly said, "Brother, you're already swamped with 100,000 things. I can't keep pushing my own work onto you." Cedric felt his younger sister was like an angel, but his face darkened as he thought, but managing all the big and small affairs of the family is a longer history than even the empire's. Even budgeting for high society gatherings and annual events. Even assassination attempts. This is truly a crash course in the path of suffering. Cedric shuddered, thinking, I can't let Lily endure such things. So he resolutely said, "Once you're married, you'll have to do it even if you hate it. You don't need to work so hard now." Lillian laughed and said, "If I don't want to be looked down upon after marriage for being clumsy and clueless, shouldn't I get used to it beforehand?" Cedric caught her point and exclaimed, "Then don't get married. That's a solution, isn't it?" Making her so embarrassed, she hid her face. Cedric softly said, "In any case, absolutely no bookkeeping. Of course, I know you're a strong child, but..." He kept the words to himself. "She's so determined. What can I do? Her body is as fragile as a sheet of paper, not even glass. How can I make her stronger?" He seriously said, "I want you to pay more attention to your health, Lillian Mariesta Isla. I've said enough. This is the head of the household's order. I don't want to argue about right or wrong on this matter anymore." Because Cedric had said so, Lillian had no choice but to learn secretly. She thought to herself, but in a world without double-entry bookkeeping, this method isn't very effective. Although I understand his decision, he's still my only family in this world, so I want to help him. Just a few days later, mountains of documents, Both letters and reports were neatly arranged on Cedric's desk, startling him. Cedric sighed. I've told you so many times, yet you're still so insistent. Lillian interjected, I apologize. I secretly took the ledgers and reorganized them. Since I disobeyed orders, I'll accept any punishment. Cedric frowned. Are you telling me to punish you for helping me? Lillian nodded. Yes, I believe disobeying orders is disobeying orders. However, she was already breaking out in a sweat, because in truth, Lillian had planned this. She thought to herself, it's unavoidable that the servants will gossip and call me the foolish little sister of the Lord. The awkward rumors like him wanting to pass the headship to his own child suddenly appearing are the real problem. So I need to show that he's also strict with his beloved younger sister. Lillian glanced forward, praying, come on, brother, punish me. Suddenly, Cedric raised his voice, I won't allow it. Using you to tighten discipline? How irritating. I don't want to hear such strange words again. Seeing her bewildered expression, Cedric continued, just as you decided to disobey orders, I've also decided to forgive that action. In the name of choosing an empress's consort, I forbid any discussion or argument about the right or wrong of this decision. Let's not talk about it anymore. Lillian remained firm, saying from the start that she wasn't asking for any harsh punishment. Even self-criticism or a budget cut would be fine. Seeing her unwavering stance, Cedric scowled and said, fine, if you want to be punished that badly, then do this. Lillian broke out in a cold sweat, experiencing Cedric's anger for the first time. He declared clearly, the punishment is that for the duration of this discussion, I will double your budget. Spend it all. Lillian asked skeptically, wait, how can that be a punishment? Cedric replied frankly, for you, it's enough of a punishment, isn't it? If you feel it's unfair, just think of it as karmic retribution for having the richest brother in the empire. After arguing back and forth, Cedric finally came up with a reason that satisfied him. Then consider it tuition, I'm paying you. You organized the documents well. I and the administrative officials will study this technique thoroughly. Seeing Lillian's dejected look, Cedric immediately chuckled. At this moment, Cedric Isla overlooked two major things. First, Lillian is someone who will calmly plan her next course of action regardless of her feelings. Second, if Cedric had known beforehand, he would have pleaded with Lillian to just waste the money. Because she was genuinely thinking, since he said so, I must use it effectively. I mustn't waste a single penny. And one fine day, Lillian sighed. As expected, my brother doesn't speak empty words. She was surprised that Cedric had actually studied accounting. Lillian clicked her tongue. Well, how should I use this money then? Rita asked, puzzled. Can't you just spend it? She replied seriously, but you know I can't do that. This money belongs to our Turin. Isla protects and governs Turin, and Turin acknowledges and obeys Isla. I can't waste my brother's hard-earned money, not even a penny. So I will definitely use this money in the most beneficial way. Rita, speechless, said, actually, miss, you already have a plan, don't you? Lillian laughed. Oh dear, was I caught by Rita? The thing is... So, after hearing Lillian whisper, Rita's face immediately turned pale with horror. If the master finds out, he'll probably cry out and tell Miss to just waste his hard-earned money. Meanwhile, at Damien's place, he was so free that he transformed into a cat and basked in the sun by the window. Actually, Damien Lepinvin was still alive and quite enjoying the fact that he was a monster. Isn't there a saying, if you can't avoid it, enjoy it and chill? A monster that couldn't die and had become a living symbol of fear. Although it wasn't the life Damien chose, he wasn't entirely unhappy with it. Being unable to form bonds with others also meant not having to care about their opinions. After all, who would accept a monster? However, his older brother had always encouraged him. But Damien, don't give up on being human. The Grand Duke casually remarked, what did you call me here to say? The late Emperor gently said to Damien, won't you also grow old and die along with the people of this world? He fell in a deep thought, then said, that's right, brother. In this crazy world, if someone like me grows old and dies, that would be a tragedy. Remembering his eldest brother, Damien unconsciously added, he passed away too. Has it been 7 years already? If he were still alive, he'd probably be nagging me now. Don't do it like that. Do it like this. He'd definitely ask about that young lady again. He looked up at the sky and whispered, brother, I finally have someone to keep on my side. A knock echoed. Matteo entered and said, Uncle, are you in? Damien looked at him, but didn't reply, not even a word. The memory in the library, along with the fear in Matteo's eyes when he was discovered, bothered him. But Damien still politely said, I'm not really in the mood to talk to you right now. Nephew, the Crown Prince seemed to say, I knew you'd be like this, but you have this letter. Matteo bravely stepped forward, then threw the letter towards him. Damien stared at the item. He said, "Where did you throw away your praised manners? With an attitude like this?" The boy flinched at Damien's cold gaze. Matteo thought to himself, if it's because of what happened with Miss Lillian in the library, should I apologize to him? Matteo wanted to say something, but Damien cut him off coldly. If you're done, get out. The Crown Prince, as if his thoughts had been caught, blushed and stared at his uncle. His hands clenched. Trying to appear calm, he said, "Perhaps I should leave." After he left, Damien muttered, "Brother, I know I can't act mature in front of my nephew." He thought sadly, this feeling of inferiority. I must not be in my right mind. There's no way I don't have a chance to win against my nephew. So Damien wanted to avoid that feeling by reading the letter. Before even opening it, he guessed that inside were only obvious statements. The letter read, "I hope this letter finds you well, and I send these words with a worried heart. If the Turin vassal notices anything about your highness, and if he expresses hesitation about the marriage, I hope you will hint that you are willing to change the subject of the wedding ceremony to His Highness the Crown Prince. We need to extract Turin's blood oath." Damien's hand tightened, and he fell into deep thought. Willing to change the subject of the wedding ceremony? Not me, but Matteo. So this is what it feels like to be tormented by jealousy. No, I'm in Turin. If they find out I'm not human, Lillian will have to marry Matteo. Just as he finished that thought, another knock came. "Your Grace, the Grand Duke, are you inside?" Damien stood up and said, "What is it?" Ivan hurriedly reported, "Miss Lillian wishes to see your Grace." The Grand Duke's composure wavered. He resentfully thought, this world really is the worst. So Damien curtly replied, "Tell the young lady I apologize, but it's not a good time right now." But Ivan persisted, reporting, "The attending physician also said that your Grace must be brought there." Hearing this, Damien froze. He quickly pushed those unpleasant thoughts to the back of his mind and hurried off. Arriving at the place where Lillian had finally recovered, Damien anxiously said, "All right, you don't need to get up to greet me." She stammered, "I apologize for always causing you trouble, but as you've seen, if it weren't for your highness, I wouldn't have been able to hold onto my life." Damien was quite pleased with her dependence, yet he feigned a smile and said, "Ever since the exchange of our marriage vows, Damien, I'm like a member of your family, Mississippi. You needn't apologize." But internally, he was in turmoil. Where did I put that marriage contract? Good heavens, where have I kept the proof of this relationship for the past 7 years? As soon as I get back, I have to give Ivan a good scolding. Truly, being the Empire's top aide is the hardest job. Lillian smiled and said, "Actually, there's something else I wanted to ask you today. Your words have put me at ease." Damien politely replied, "I'll listen to anything you have to say." Lillian took a deep breath and began, "Your Highness." She wished he hadn't said he would fulfill any request of hers. She hesitated, wishing she could take it back. Her actions frightened Damien. He worried, could it be she's going to say she won't marry me after all? Or ask for a divorce? Or even demand to annul the engagement altogether? Please don't. Finally, Lillian managed a complete sentence. "If possible, could we hold the wedding ceremony a little earlier?" Damien froze, letting out a gasp. Lillian quickly repeated, could we hold the wedding ceremony a little sooner? "What do you think, Your Highness?" He stared at her in disbelief, thinking, what is Miss Lillian saying? I must be imagining a Lillian willingly, quickly stepping into the monster's mouth. Frozen like a statue, he thought, are my ambitions so grand that they've led me to such a delusion? Damien's blinking made Lillian feel a pang of guilt. Was I too hasty? I didn't expect to make him so uneasy. I thought our current relationship was better than in the original story, but perhaps I was delusional. So Lillian rephrased, "It's not that I have ulterior motives and am forcing your highness into something unreasonable. I just think we need to make this marriage harder to break before the meeting. Because there are many in the palace who aren't happy about our union. Our marriage is an important political strategy, so we can't let it be ruined, can we?" Damien unconsciously replied, "Indeed." He stared at Lillian, then calmed down to, this is reality and not a dream. But Lillian knew that organizing a wedding required a lot of time and money, and hers also needed the emperor's approval and had to be held at the imperial palace. For the empire's nobles, who ruled their lands like kings, the imperial family wasn't a particularly welcome or respected entity. So, the imperial family sold formal ceremonies to the nobles. The most notable example being the Canakin resort. The second was the permit to hold a wedding ceremony at the imperial palace. This privilege was quickly taken over when the nobles wanted to flaunt their power, and now it has almost become mandatory procedure. Damien noticed Lillian was aiming for a wedding at the imperial palace. She pondered, thinking, perhaps the imperial family thinks we'll also hold the wedding at the imperial palace like others, and based on that, they'll surely prepare a plan to obstruct it. But my brother has double the budget, and that amount is enough to hold the wedding ceremony ourselves. So Lillian confidently said, as you know, this isn't an ordinary matter, but I still have the right to request your majesty's permission for the marriage. Damien was speechless. A moment later, he expectantly said, but normally, other ladies seem to have their own wishes for the wedding ceremony, don't they? Their eyes met, conveying unspoken thoughts. Lillian thought to herself, a wedding in the Empire is an extravagant affair, a source of lifelong pride. How the venue is decorated, what the attire is like, how the rings are exchanged. It's even talked about at funerals. I mean, some people are humiliated by it until their death because of a wedding ceremony. Damien anxiously asked, do you have no desires, miss? Even though this is a marriage of political convenience. She fell into deep thought. But as he said, the Lillian of the original story also had expectations. No, it's more accurate to say she had them. Lillian stared at Damien, then sighed, thinking it's nothing that's special. Rather, what's important is life after marriage. Besides, if I desire too much, I'm worried it'll be misunderstood. She was definitely apprehensive about the man in front of her, about his fate in the original story. But what she was most worried about was Lillian's health not being strong enough to endure such a wedding ceremony. So, she softly said, I don't have any. This answer made Damien give up. He sighed and said, I understand. So, for you, miss, this marriage truly is just for political purposes. While that was Lillian's intention, Damien's dejected appearance made her feel guilty. I don't know why, but I feel sorry for him. I must be delusional. But because he's so handsome, my heart is wavering without me realizing it, isn't it? Despite this, Lillian finally softened her voice and said, Your Highness, it's not just for the greater good. You know, my life is in Your Highness's hands like this. If Your Highness rejects me, then I'll soon wither and die. I won't live a long, long life. If I want that, I must marry Your Highness. Lillian thought to herself, perhaps I won't reach the peak of happiness every day, nor experience a heart-pounding love, but that's okay. The feeling of contentment, of not wasting the time I've been given, the desire to prevent the misfortune that has been foreseen, just that is enough. On the contrary, I mustn't develop ambitions beyond that. Lillian tightly grasped Damien's hand. Smiling brightly, I'll ask one more time. Grand Duke Lepenvin, will you marry me? Damien was stunned for a moment. Then he smiled. He began to move his fingers, regaining the initiative, and said, but to get his grace, Marquis Turin, to happily issue a marriage license for our wedding, won't that be a little difficult? As soon as she said that, Lillian could practically see Cedric's face screaming. The wedding is happening that soon? No way, absolutely no way. Lillian lowered her lashes, speaking a little shyly, but it's true. So, Vita, please bring that here. Seeing Damien's surprised expression, she continued, this is the marriage license. The Grand Duke arranged it for us, and told me to be prepared in case my brother wouldn't let me go. Recalling that time, a touch of sadness colored Lillian's expression. Lord Hamelina was furious. He shouted, if that brat isn't to your liking, then burn this document and hide behind your brother's back. Lillian had been astonished. How can you say such a thing when you're His Highness the Crown Prince's close aide and always look after him? The Grand Duke chuckled, oh, little girl. This is the prerogative of an old man nearing his grave. Once I'm dead, what will I know? No matter how you look at it, do you still feel sorry for that boy? Lillian thought to herself, because I think you're being terribly mean. Lord Hamelina's voice deepened. That's the way of the world, but not something I concern myself with. I was happy to meet you in my final years, which is why I always hope for your happiness. Now, holding the marriage license, Lillian felt no sadness or forced cheer. Damien suddenly brightened. That in this situation, I should give you some sort of meaningful token, shouldn't I? She blinked, confused at a token. Then, she considered. She's finally married and become my wife. She'll continue to live like this, unaware that she's being embraced by the gentle arms of a monster, Miss Lillian. Damien's mood became complex. Like feeding a beast, be careful not to put your fingers near it. Of course, I won't tell her that, but Lillian spoke softly. I apologize, Your Grace. I haven't prepared anything either. Damien smiled. It's all right. It would be difficult for me to prepare anything as well. Normally, the groom's mother would give her son's bride-to-be something like a precious ring. Unfortunately, I don't have anything like that to give you, because I'm only the third son in the family. He concealed the words, because I'm just a monster behind that smile. Then, Damien spoke seriously, so, if Miss Lillian permits. His hesitant opening made Lillian wary. He seems to be having trouble saying it. It's all right. I'll just accept it, right? Until they both said in unison, "May I kiss you?" Yes. Lillian immediately froze. But Damien continued, "Is that not allowed?" Making her flustered. Oh, it's not that it's not allowed, but that... Damien swished his foxtail, asking eagerly, "Aren't we already husband and wife?" Right? He began to offer supporting evidence. Besides, the attending physician said so too. The method of transferring magical power can also be done through physical contact. Holding hands is said to be the least effective. At this point, we're likely to find a better method, aren't we? Damien's patience and charm made Lillian blush, and she quickly turned her face away. Too close. He truly possesses devastating good looks. His eyes are like jewels. Noticing her stealing glances at him, Damien smiled faintly. Moving closer, he whispered in Lillian's ear, "Actually, what I want to give you right now is my first kiss. Will you accept it?" As soon as Lillian agreed, he leaned towards her, placing a kiss on her lips. She lost herself in the kiss, exclaiming inwardly, "Magical power is truly flowing in. This stimulation is incredibly intense. But it's clear that I've received magical power into my body without having to strain myself as much as usual. But so suddenly like this." Lillian wanted to continue thinking until she felt a glistening drop fall down. She stammered, "Your Highness, could it be that you're crying?" Tears fell steadily down Damien's face. He said tenderly, "Yes, it seems so." On a beautiful morning at the Isla residence, salespeople gathered from who knows where, eagerly promoting their products. "Please look at this. I've designed the highest quality carriage specifically for the young lady. Master Cedric, this is a coat made from the fur of a fox that can only be caught 4 or 5 times a year in the snowy mountains. What do you think of this Queen's diamond mine from an overseas mineral deposit?" Cedric declared resolutely, "I see that these are no ordinary items. I'll buy all of them." The salespeople sang praises of their good fortune and said, "Thank God." Alan, standing beside him, softly said, "Master Cedric, I know you love the young lady very much, but don't you think this is a bit extravagant? Surely, the young lady will feel burdened by it." Cedric smiled and whispered, "If it were her, she might, but I think these things are still not enough." Cedric Isla fell into deep thought. He mused. It was the Emperor's suspicion that led to the previous head's death. Chaos and the dark clouds of war followed. I permanently lost the chance to surpass my father, but at that time, Turin needed a head of the household, not an inexperienced heir. So I chose the path of becoming a copy of my father, and then I failed miserably at the depths of despair where no one could enter. The one who pulled me out of that despair was little Lillian. But perhaps even she herself doesn't know what a great thing she has done. Cedric smiled. Lillian is Turin's precious jewel. She is so precious and valuable that I don't want to give her to anyone. Her existence comforts me so much. I want to give her everything I can and make her happy. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a knock on the door. Lillian softly said, "Brother, may I come in for a moment?" Upon entering, she stated frankly, "I think I need to get married soon." This one sentence left the all-powerful head of Turin, Cedric, speechless and in utter disarray. He knocked over the inkwell on the desk, then the vase, and even scattered documents all over the floor, causing Alan and Lillian to worry endlessly. Cedric lay sprawled on the floor in despair and said, "Lily, so you've now," Dessa decided. Please tell me why you have such a terrifying thought." "Brother will listen," she carefully replied. "Anyway, I just want to move the wedding up a little." Alan thought to himself, if she says anything more, he might actually start crying. Cedric tried to calmly say, about that, but getting married usually requires the emperor's permission. Lillian retorted indignantly, brother, lying is bad. Other families might not know, but our family can get married without that permission. This isn't just about my personal feelings. For Turin, I need to proceed with this marriage immediately. Cedric, suppressing his emotions, protested, no, it absolutely cannot happen now. I'm not mentally prepared to sign your marriage permission form yet. But upon seeing the marriage permission form, Cedric tore it in half, yelling, I said no, and that means no. Only when Lillian mentioned that he had torn a copy did the head of the household calm down slightly. She clasped Cedric's hands and said seriously, brother, I believe that as the head of the household, you will make the right decision. With Lillian's coaxing, Cedric, feeling like he was going to vomit blood from frustration, finally admitted defeat, and so the marriage permission was finally granted. 7 days before Damien and Lillian's wedding, the two met and exchanged pleasantries. Lillian sipped her tea and said, I don't want to impose with a lavish wedding ceremony, especially since everyone is busy preparing for winter. But I hope your highness will understand. Damien beamed. Of course, will do as you wish, my lady. Hearing this, she replied, with you saying that, I'm relieved. Ivan thought gloomily, Turin's precious lady is being deceived by that hateful smile of his master. Suddenly, Damien passed over a stack of documents and said, right, as I mentioned before, I've prepared our prenuptial agreement. Please review it. If there's anything you'd like to add, feel free to do so. Lillian carefully read the contents. Upon signing the marriage certificate, Damien would immediately transfer all antique jewelry and land, including the Canakin villa in the Grand Duchy's territory, to Lillian. During the marriage, Lillian would receive 50 gold coins monthly, separate from the Grand Duchess's budget. Lillian would receive 500 gold coins upon maintaining the marriage for 6 months and 1,000 gold coins after 1 year. After 3 years, she would be entitled to the tribute of Excelsior. If Damien Lupin Vin committed adultery, he would transfer half of his assets to Lillian Isla. If Lillian Isla committed adultery, she could not request a divorce for 10 years. She flipped to the last line, then said gravely, Your Highness, this isn't reasonable. Damien tilted his head and asked, What exactly is unreasonable? She frankly apologized. I'm sorry, Your Highness, but I find these terms unacceptable. Firstly, the amount of gold and assets being transferred in the contract is excessive. Do you realize that 3 gold coins is enough for a common family of 4 to live on for a month? Even the right to receive tribute from Excelsior after 3 years. That's the most beautiful city in the Grand Duchy's territory. Are you unaware of its value? She continued softly. And the most absurd clause is that if infidelity occurs, Lillian Isla cannot request a divorce for 10 years. She then spoke with agitation. If infidelity occurs, shouldn't there be an immediate divorce? Instead, I can't divorce for 10 years? This contract is unfair and far too advantageous for me. Ivan nodded, thinking that these were conditions that, even if Lord Damien were a 70-year-old man remarrying for the 10th time, he wouldn't offer. He smiled and said, I understand. If 10 years is too long, how about we reduce it to 7? Seeing Ivan's cringing posture and Lillian's bewildered expression, he continued, Is that still too long? Then let's make it 5 years. She waved her hands, saying no, Your Highness, that's not what I meant. Damien blushed slightly and said, I apologize, but I cannot concede any further than that. Immediately, she earnestly expressed, That's not what I mean, Your Highness. These conditions are too much for me. Damien was startled. You say it's too much? Lillian clutched her skirt and said, Yes, Your Highness. My conscience won't allow me to accept this. She thought to herself, to put it coldly, this marriage is just a transaction, and he's offering too high a price. Damien chuckled, pondering too much? Conscience won't allow it. How very pitiful. Lillian was worried because he suddenly laughed, but he coldly remarked, Miss Lillian, you're adorable. Damien's mind was racing. Still such a pure bride, thinking she's being taken advantage of in this transaction. I wasn't going to say anything, but this is quite something. These are just worldly possessions I want to bestow upon my bride. Aren't people usually swayed by wealth or seduced by beauty? It makes it easier to grasp their weaknesses. She's so noble it's almost troublesome. Well, it's better to give than not to give. Therefore, Damien firmly stated, please just accept it. Someone marrying me deserves all of this. Hearing Lillian say he was being wasteful, Damien wanted to retort, I don't think so. Even if it is, I don't care, because I have a lot of money. He radiated the aura of a gold-rank knight, the overall commander of the Imperial Army, the only honorary supreme commander in history, and the holder of immense wealth. Damien pointed at the contract and said, furthermore, we only have a week left. It would be too rushed to prepare a new contract, so please just accept it. After all, if we marry, what's mine will be yours, and what's yours will be mine. Noticing Lillian's hesitation, he smiled and said, on second thought, let's not finalize this today, shall we? Ivan hurriedly received a look-away signal and quickly excused himself. Lillian was puzzled by his actions. But a moment later, Damien shuffled over to sit beside her. She had wanted to discuss the contract further, but the Grand Duke leaned in and stole a kiss, leaving Lillian stunned. Then, Damien tossed the contract aside and hastily pushed her down, but this time he hesitated. He simply gripped her delicate chin, doing nothing more than leaning against Lillian's chest and murmuring, I'm a little tired. While she was worried about him, Damien closed his eyes comfortably, seemingly at ease. By some unknown force, Lillian found his hair looked incredibly soft, so she unconsciously stroked his head. A moment later, Lillian startled herself and apologized. I'm sorry, Your Grace. I don't know why. Before she could finish, Damien said, you can stroke it more if you like. If you don't want to, you don't have to. He nuzzled his flushed face against her, sensing the dejection in his voice. Lillian chuckled, thinking she felt as if he had done something wrong. So she continued stroking Damien's hair and whispered, it's not that I don't like it. Not all. Your Highness, please take care of me from now on. They remained in that position for a while. The scene changed to Mrs. Hayward exclaiming indignantly, a week is too short. Even a commoner's birthday party wouldn't be so hastily arranged. Lillian smiled at Mrs. Hayward. The important thing now isn't to hold a perfect wedding ceremony. Mrs. Hayward sighed. Oh dear, it seems you've inherited Isla's stubborn blood. There's no other way. Please leave it to me, Mississippi. Mrs. Hayward declared with renewed vigor. Everyone, wait a moment. I have important news. The date for Mrs. wedding ceremony has been decided. From this moment on, in the name of the Isla family staff, we will present the most magnificent wedding ceremony. All the staff, from the chefs and maids to the butler, were stunned. They exclaimed emotionally, the wedding must be perfect in every way. I thought the wedding would be held at the Imperial Palace. Thank you for entrusting this to us. We'll make sure it's no less grand than the Imperial Palace. I mean, we won't let the guests look down on Miss and Turin, but some are saddened. But when the wedding is over, Miss will probably leave Turin. What will we do if we miss her too much? A maid softly reminisced. Do you remember every time we did laundry in cold water during the freezing weather? Or when we had late-night duties? Miss always thanked us and said we worked hard, sharing special food and warm drinks that melted our hearts. At first, everyone thanked her shyly, but Miss continued and didn't hesitate to help us. Didn't Miss say we could freely use the funds for necessities in the staff quarters? If anyone wants to read a book, she'll take their application and then lend them one. The most amazing thing is, when Miss returns, she gives all the staff vacation pay. When she comes back home, our Miss is truly a saint. At that, some sadly remarked how rare it was for an employer to be so acknowledged and to receive such small considerations. At first, I didn't think Miss was such a good person. I shouldn't have pretended not to hear her calling me before. When Miss was sick, I was convinced she was just faking it. Really. Another maid, brimming with energy, said, Miss is leaving soon, and this is all we can do. Let's do our best. The cook eagerly asked, that's right, but when is the wedding? Mrs. Hayward replied sonorously, a week from now, causing everyone in the room to share the same strange expression. The cook complained, a week from now? Our Miss Lillian doesn't need to rush things like this, does she? Who came up with such an unreasonable schedule? Mrs. Hayward coughed. That was Mrs.'s decision. The cook evaded, this is a test. Miss is just testing our abilities. We absolutely have to succeed, everyone. From that day on, the staff began working themselves to the bone for their benevolent capitalist to prepare for the wedding, sweeping, wiping, painting, washing, and polishing. Although diligent and sincere, the sight of the staff bustling around, immersed in their collective anxiety, was quite peculiar. But one could almost see the hostility in their eyes towards the Grand Duke of Damien, Matteo, and Ivan. Their resentment formed a network within the Islam mansion. The staff were spiritually connected. That guy is just going to snatch our Miss Lillian away like a thief within a week. If you're going to have a mistress like Miss, you should appreciate her. What kind of heavenly mandate do those guys have that they haven't been struck by lightning yet? Why aren't they crawling on their knees? Why are they walking on 2 feet in front of Miss? Are they even sane? Matteo said awkwardly, "My uncle's survival on the front lines isn't because no one could pierce his armor, is it?" Ivan replied palely, "Perhaps that's it." In any case, everything was returning to Damien's original intention. Everyone was working together, preparing curtains and flowers for decoration, sweeping and cleaning again. Among all this, what worried Mrs. Hayward, the person in overall charge, the most was the dress for the main character, Miss Lillian. But this time, the person involved wasn't very cooperative. Lillian said calmly, "Just wearing an existing dress is fine. Making a dress in a week seems too much." Mrs. Hayward said gravely, "How can the precious jewel of Isla not wear a new dress on her wedding day?" Because it usually takes 3 weeks to rush a wedding dress. Lillian hadn't intended to have a dress made specifically for the wedding day from the beginning. If it were her previous world, even a simple girl would feel quite disappointed not to wear a special dress. But for Lillian, the dress she wore now had become her everyday attire. She murmured before going to Canikin, "My brother was so thorough in his preparations that I still have many dresses I haven't even worn once. Wearing one of them will be like wearing a new dress anyway. And no matter how I do my makeup, wouldn't it be hard to outshine the groom?" In Lillian's eyes, Damien looks like an absolute beauty. Mrs. Hayward stammered, "That's true, but..." She secretly thought, "Miss is right, but our young Miss is no less stunning." Even if Miss isn't a beauty who immediately captures everyone's attention, her inherent gentleness and calmness are unmatched. Moreover, her beautiful sea blue eyes, inherited from the Isla bloodline, are associated with the very romantic nickname, Dewdrop of Turin. Therefore, Mrs. Hayward frankly told Lillian, "If His Highness is a rose, then Miss is like a lily." It's not that roses aren't beautiful, but lilies certainly have their own unique charm, don't they? Our young Miss is someone who wouldn't falter no matter where she is placed. So why must the groom's beauty be so breathtakingly stunning? If he's a man, shouldn't he at least be handsome? Doesn't he even have a shred of conscience? Hearing Lillian's laughter, she paused, worried she had spoken out of turn. But Lillian laughed and said, "It's nothing. Perhaps it's because I'm receiving so much love." Just like that, the week in Turin passed by like a breeze. On the day of the wedding, a day some had looked forward to and others hadn't, a loud clap of thunder rang out. All the mansion staff lamented, "Oh dear, why is it raining so heavily now? How could this be? At this point, we can't postpone the schedule, can we?" Outside, the rain grew heavier. Cedric bustled about inside to the bride's makeup finished. The butler reported both the reception hall at the wedding venue and the outdoor area are fully prepared, sir. All the guests who arrived yesterday are also ready and waiting for the banquet. Cedric composed himself, gazing at the downpour outside. He muttered, "Why at this very moment? There mustn't be any mishaps." The rain continued to fall relentlessly, causing even Ivan to sigh deeply. Matteo said dejectedly, "You must have done something to be punished by the heavens." Ivan clicked his tongue. "That's what I'm saying. Normally, you should listen to your loyal subjects' advice and show some self-respect." But with just a single glare from Damien, both of them immediately fell silent. Ivan thought to himself, touching the Grand Duke at a time like this will only lead to bloodshed. So he put on a bright smile and said, "Well, the ceremony is being held inside anyway. It'll probably be fine." Just as Ivan finished speaking, thunder boomed outside. Matteo exclaimed in alarm, "I'm startled. That was lightning, wasn't it?" Then, hurried footsteps approached. A confidant frantically reported, "Master, something terrible has happened." The church, the wedding venue. Meanwhile, Lillian was still meticulously attending to each layer of makeup, each curl of her hair. Blush was applied, and hairpins were placed. She closed her eyes, taking in the atmosphere of the wedding. However, the situation on Cedric and the groom's side was far from optimistic as the isolated area had collapsed. Cedric stood, drenched in the downpour, despair evident on his face. How could this happen? The priests rushed out, announcing that the altar area inside the church had completely collapsed. Restoration would take. The Isla family's butler quickly devised a plan. First, escort all the guests to the main hall for safety. Inside, the hall buzzed with anxious chatter. Good heavens, how could this be? Have you seen the state of the wedding venue? Will the wedding be canceled? I've never seen anything like this. How could we be so unlucky? Is this an omen, a sign that this hastily arranged marriage is doomed to fail? Cedric overheard the whispers, his nerves turning to ice. He gritted his teeth, thinking, damn it, if the wedding is canceled like this, Lillian's reputation, especially since she hasn't even appeared yet, will be severely damaged. He recalled the Duke Blanchett's letter. Due to the short notice, I apologize for sending this letter instead of attending to offer my congratulations. I've sent some beneficial herbs for expectant mothers as a wedding gift. He seethed inwardly. It was a thinly veiled mockery, questioning whether the rushed wedding was due to some hidden scandal. The Duke had been dismissed by the previous Grand Duke, but since the Grand Duke's death, he'd become increasingly audacious. Lady Lannister, Lillian's etiquette tutor, had specifically warned him about situations like this. Even when breaking with tradition, everything had to be impeccably handled to minimize gossip, even if only slightly. Cedric stared at the pouring rain, his heart heavy. He needed to clear the hall and summon Alan and Mrs. Howard to discuss a course of action. Suddenly, the murmurs grew louder, but this time they were gasps of surprise as Lillian appeared. Look, it's the bride. The stitching is exquisite, but isn't that everyday wear? Yes, but she's wearing a veil. There's no set bridal attire in the Empire, but this is the first time I've seen a bride wear a veil. Many young women instantly had the same thought. Why didn't I think of wearing a veil at my wedding? Lillian reached Cedric's side and softly said, the rain hasn't stopped, but there's no point in waiting any longer, so I came. But, Cedric, did something happen? The onlookers murmured with pity. With all this drama, I bet the bride will burst into tears. Probably. However, Lillian remained calm, clearly stating the wedding venue collapsed because a tree was struck by lightning. Then, she chuckled softly. Goodness, how could all of this happen at once? I'm sorry, I suddenly find this rather amusing. Well, no, I've been thinking my luck was terrible ever since it started raining. I didn't realize the venue would collapse too. My wedding, I guess it's ruined. Lillian's optimistic demeanor quickly brought laughter to the crowd. They whispered amongst themselves, hey, why are you laughing? That's rude. But the bride just said her wedding is ruined. Isn't that funny? On her wedding day, there's thunder and lightning. A tree falls down. The venue is in ruins, and the bride, the one it's all happening to, declares her wedding ruined. If the bride herself can laugh, why can't we? Oh my, how could the wedding ceremony be held on a day like this? Cedric immediately realized the guests were being polite in their efforts to help the bride. He thought Lillian, who should have been the most heartbroken, laughed as if nothing had happened, instantly lightening the mood. So, Cedric also dropped his serious demeanor, chuckling, yes, this weather fellow really has no eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, the rain stopped, and all the guests inside the hall welcomed the dawn after the downpour. Cedric seriously asked Lillian, what should we do now? She thought seriously for a long time. Then her gaze drifted unconsciously towards Damien. Lillian called out clearly, brother, I have a very interesting idea. The official banquet was quickly prepared in the Isla family's enormous garden, with beautifully decorated dishes and thoughtfully arranged seating. The ladies couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, oh my, I thought they were just keeping the food warm. These glasses look magical, so pretty and cute. The tea smells wonderful. Adding milk gives it such a unique flavor. Maybe it's just the atmosphere, but I feel like this conversation is more enjoyable than usual. The maids happily thought, seeing the guest satisfaction just a while ago, it was like a battlefield, as expected of the young miss. A moment later, the maids rushed off, urgently saying, what? They told us to check the wedding reception area. With such heavy rain, I wonder if it's still intact. Just do it quietly. After all, the young miss asked us to. But they were surprised to find the reception area still, completely intact. So the maids returned, resecured the canvas, hammered in one stake, then another. The tent had also been re-oiled and double-coated with beeswax, so they were very proud of their excellent work. While waiting, instead of being annoyed, the guests chatted cheerfully that I'm definitely having a good time. Actually, I really hate loud, reeking drunks. Look, the sky is clear again. Goodness, it's like a weather joke. And how can it be so warm? Everyone in the capital wore fur coats. In Turin, they call this time of year the breath of spring. How romantic. When the breath of spring passes by, marry me right away. A hat suddenly flew off in the wind, which, on the contrary, delighted the ladies. That breeze was wonderful. It caught the young Mrs. hair. Oh dear, her dress is a little disheveled. Let me help you fix it. Thus, the atmosphere before the banquet was unexpectedly delightful. Mateo and Ivan sighed in relief, saying, with such clear weather, things are probably looking up now. Yes, the wedding should proceed smoothly. Melodious music began to play, and Lillian appeared, walking down the red carpet laid out on the grass. Cedric carefully escorted her, his mind filled with conflicting thoughts. Lillian, there's so much I haven't been able to give you yet. I didn't think I'd have to give you away to someone else so soon. Cedric exclaimed. Lillian, in the end, I'm still amazed by your wisdom and resourcefulness. She lowered her eyes and said, no, it's just that I'm really lucky. Lillian looked up, gazing towards Damien. She thought to herself, looking at this man's beauty, I feel like I've stepped into a movie scene. Could I also have such a perfect wedding? Oh dear, I think I'm getting ahead of myself. Calm down, Lillian. Suddenly, a hand extended towards her. Seeing his sister hesitate, Cedric worriedly reached out. But Lillian smiled and said, I'm all right, brother. She gently placed her hand in Damien's. He immediately drew her towards him and said, you're finally marrying me. You have no idea how long I've waited for this moment. The wildflowers on your white veil, for a moment, made me think you were a fairy descending from the heavens. Those wildflowers you wear are more beautiful than any expensive, cultivated blooms. But the most beautiful thing here is you. Lillian, she thought, choosing a veil was definitely the right decision. I can't handle the groom's beauty. The priest began the ceremony. He asked, today you two, Damien Van Mora, SNS Lupin Vin, and Lillian Mary Estar Isla, will be joined in holy matrimony. Do you both agree to let me, a devout servant of God, witness your union before God and these witnesses? Both answered in unison, yes, we do. The priest handed them the marriage certificate to sign. Upon seeing her family crest, Lillian thought, the marriage license my brother provided, it must have been quite difficult for him to obtain. Damien signed with a flourish and passed the pen to her, saying, your turn. Lillian paused, thoughtfully writing her full title in her signature. From now on, I'm no longer Lillian Isla of Turin. Damien whispered in her ear, you should write Imperatrix SNS Grace, meaning Grand Duchess of Lupin Vin, also Lady of Hemelina, Lady of Turin. Lillian signed the marriage certificate. The priest joyfully declared, I now pronounce you husband and wife. To seal this sincere union, share your most passionate kiss. Damien gently lifted her veil and said, my dear lady, it's too late to turn back now. With those words, he kissed Lillian, a kiss so intense it would make onlookers choke on their metaphorical popcorn. The kiss ended, but Damien lingered, kissing her forehead and saying, it's done. He smiled knowingly, thinking, now you can't go anywhere. But Lillian was unaware that their wedding had concluded with a misunderstanding that would lead to future chaos. Like a runaway train, the reception took place in the grand hall of the Islam mansion. People began to gossip. If it's a political marriage, it's better to skip the consummation. Of course, things can change quickly. No children makes remarriage less complicated. I told you, having an affair has its advantages. Solaria softly inquired. You two must be in the bridal suite by now, right? Ilaria retorted, annoyed, don't be so vulgar. Frowning, the younger girl continued, but I'm really curious. I didn't think Lady Lillian would marry so soon. The Turin Vanguard commander and the Grand Duke both adore her. And if she has a baby right away, she won't be able to come to the sorority meetings regularly. It's just too much. Ilaria shook her head. It's rare these days to decorate the bridal chamber right after the ceremony, so I doubt it's happening like you imagine. So please, say less. Solaria pouted. And you're always worried that the Empire's marriage customs have strayed so far from their origins. All the nobles are bound to the Empire under the Emperor, but the bonds are weak because of the constant wars. In situations like this, marriage becomes a means to quickly forge alliances, depending on the circumstances, amounting to little more than a flimsy promise that can be broken at any time. Relationships with lovers are more common than marital relationships, she continued. Those forsaken nobles are laughing at her, though there are plenty who pity her, saying the groom will surely spend his wedding night alone. Oh dear, how cold and lonely. Anyone could have a more passionate night with a lover. She's worrying over nothing. All the whispers reached Damien on the other side of the door. His eyes clouded with sadness. The road ahead is still long. I have to endure this much. Damien walked lonely down the hallway, thinking to himself, I thought I was slowly making progress, getting closer, but what I hold in my hand is just a shadow. Do I have to live my whole life insecure about something I can't hold securely? Frustration welled up inside him. I can endure this insecurity. But what if Matteo successfully becomes emperor? What if she says our political marriage is meaningless now and remarries another man? What will become of me? Damien, filled with resentment, pushed open the door to the room. He sighed, thinking he would have to endure this empty bridal chamber alone, until he heard Lillian's soft voice. You've arrived? I've been waiting for you. Silence fell as Damien didn't answer. He stood frozen for a long moment before finally speaking. That robe, Lillian quickly explained. It's your highness's. I was cold, so I borrowed it for a bit. He finally mustered the courage to ask, why are you here? She replied calmly, well, we're married now. Damien's heart pounded. He listened as she continued. Don't worry, I'm not here to emphasize our marital relationship, Your Highness. It'll be difficult to return to my normal physical state for a while, so I've been advised to be more careful. Rest assured, I'm not the type of patient to ignore a doctor's recommendations. I came here because... Damien took a sharp breath, his voice hoarse. That I understand. It's probably to show those celebrating outside that our union is convincing. Lillian beamed. That you're exactly right. That's the reason. He forced a calm smile that I grasped the situation. Tomorrow morning, I might have to gift each guest a gold bar. Damien thought that everyone's suspicion had pushed someone as simple-minded as Lillian into the bridal chamber. Thanks to those malicious people, perhaps this marriage could actually last. Lillian startled and said, if you're uncomfortable, I can find a separate place to sleep. I can just wipe the floor and sleep down there. Damien moved closer to her and said, do I look like a groom who would let his new bride sleep on the cold floor? She looked happy and said, just clearing a spot on the rug near the fireplace. We'll be fine. It might even be warmer there. Damien chuckled, but what if someone sees you moving blankets and pillows around in the bridal chamber? Then, Lillian started, that's true, isn't it? I wasn't fully prepared. The Grand Duke smiled and said, no, I quite like this lack of preparation. It's all right. There's no other way around this anyway. Is there? Both of them chuckled and said, yes, it's a good thing the bed is so spacious. Right, that's exactly what I meant. And so, as night fell and until the first light of dawn appeared, Lillian awoke in a daze. She looked at the sky blankly. I thought it was morning, but it's still dawn. I don't understand why I'm still so sleepy. It was then she heard Damien whisper in her ear, you're awake? It's still early, so you can sleep a little longer. Lillian thought shyly, how long has he been holding me like this? Noticing her constant fidgeting, Damien sat up and said, why can't you sleep? It's still a long time until we need to wake up. It must be the light. Let me draw the curtains a bit. Seeing Lillian hurriedly sit up with his movement, Damien chuckled softly and said, are you cold? I'll be right back, so lie down for a little while longer. After drawing the curtains and returning to bed, Lillian quickly fell back asleep. Damien gently stroked her hair, whispering, you probably don't know, but I've truly been waiting for this moment for a very long time. It might be embarrassing for you, but don't worry, I'll make sure you never have to know that feeling for the rest of your life. 3 days after Lillian's wedding, their marriage was still the main topic of conversation. Have you heard? I heard the bride and groom finally consummated their marriage. It seems they put quite a lot of effort into this play. Actually, how much money are we talking about here? How would I know? You have to read between the lines. A young woman, feigning a headache, caused the chattering crowd to fall silent and turn towards her. Her purpose was simply to create a diversion, to protect Lillian's and the other young ladies' damaged reputations. After a while, she left. Once she was gone, the whispers resumed. Whose daughter was that young lady? I heard she's a member of the Lily of the Valley Society, the same as the Grand Duchess. They carefully recalled. Those were the young ladies who oversaw the wedding ceremony, right at the front. That's right, they're all outstanding young ladies. Among them, I heard that Miss Sophia, the eldest daughter of Count Baden, received a marriage proposal recently. As expected, the society that the Grand Duchess is associated with is truly different. One fine day, the Lily of the Valley Society representative cheerfully announced, everyone worked so hard. This is the true spirit of the Lily of the Valley Society. Thanks to the active participation of all members, We were able to protect her honor, Solarius said angrily, but they really went too far with their gossip. Thinking about it still makes me so mad. Ilaria chuckled. Solaria is very fond of the Grand Duchess, so it must be even more upsetting for her. Suddenly, the sound of clicking heels echoed. As soon as Solaria looked up, she saw Lillian arrive and rushed to hug her tightly. Her older sister said exasperatedly, "Be careful. You'll make the Grand Duchess fall." But Solaria clung to her, calling, "Hee, Sister Lillian." Ilaria scolded. "Solaria, you must address her as Grand Duchess." She pouted and addressed her formally, "Grand Duchess." Lillian patted her head and said, "Good girl, Solaria. But if we're in private, you can continue calling me Sister Lillian." As soon as she took her seat, everyone chatted excitedly. Thinking back before the Grand Duchess appeared, I never imagined she would have her wedding ceremony first. But it wasn't until she got married that everyone found out. The wedding was truly magnificent, even more so than the weddings in the popular novels these days. If that's the case, then the heroines in next month's novels will have their weddings in the pouring rain, right? I'm certain of it. Lillian smiled. She said, although the wedding was quite sudden, everyone in the Lily of the Valley Society participated so enthusiastically, which gave me a lot of strength. She presented some gifts and said, as a token of my gratitude, although it's not much, I wish I could give each of you a truly special and memorable gift, but I couldn't manage that. The girls were surprised. What are you saying? This is already a magnificent gift. Lillian explained, these are all the same gifts, but even so, I wanted to give them to you personally. The other wedding guests also received the same gifts as thank you presents from the Grand Duke and Duchess and the Crown Prince Turin. This gesture surprised everyone. Inside is Isla's Lily Dew, an incredibly delicious wine that's truly meant for guests. Drinking it alone would be such a waste. There's also Dove feather fabric, perfect for ladies to make new gloves and hats. Even the gem is a fine item. Many were even more delighted with the tea served at the wedding, and thankfully, Lillian included it as a gift. The guests couldn't help but exclaim, giving so many of these gifts to so many guests must have been incredibly expensive. That's right, there's even a card with a message inside the box, isn't there? It seems to be from the bride and groom. The letter was a thank you note written personally by Lillian to each guest, a gesture that deeply touched everyone. However, some expressed a bit of regret. I was a little disappointed with the bride's makeup. The Isla family is so wealthy, yet I guess the entire wedding budget went towards the guest reception. This probably cost more than a royal wedding. That's true, but that dress really suited her, didn't it? As expected, the Grand Duchess is incredibly perceptive. The praise spread quickly, and the Lily of the Valley Society defended her throughout the banquet. If the Grand Duchess wasn't well-liked, they probably wouldn't have stood up for her like that. It would be harder not to be well-liked with such generosity. The late Grand Duke chose her as His Highness's partner and cherished her deeply. To catch the eye of someone that discerning, she must be extraordinary. When the peace treaty officially begins, there will likely be much to see. That woman is at the royal palace, isn't she? After the guests finished their secret calculations and returned, the moment Cedric and Turin hadn't anticipated, but Damien had been waiting for, arrived. It was the day the bride would bid farewell to her childhood home. All the servants of the mansion lined up to see Lillian off. Mrs. Hagworth couldn't hold back her tears. "Miss, oh, look at me. I shouldn't be crying like this." Lillian thought to herself that Rita would be accompanying her as a maid from her family. And perhaps Mrs. Hagworth felt as if she were sending both her daughters away at once. So, she wanted to reassure her, "Thank you, Mrs. Hagworth, for everything. I'll take responsibility for looking after Rita." Meanwhile, the other servants continued to direct their resentment towards Ivan, the poor master. His only blood relative is his sister. Because the two siblings had only each other, they were very close, and now they had to part. Ivan coldly thought, how long must I endure this hostility? Cedric finally spoke. He said dejectedly, "Lillian, we'll see each other again soon in the capital, so don't say goodbye so sadly. Just leave comfortably." Lillian gently replied, "I feel incredibly fortunate to have been your sister all this time. Thanks to your constant protection, I haven't had to experience the hardships and turmoil of this cruel world." So, she hugged Cedric tightly and softly said, "I'll cherish the memories of being your carefree little sister." Cedric was taken aback before hugging her tightly. "You said it yourself, Lily. You said your heart belongs in Turin. So, no matter where you go, don't forget you are Turin's Lillian. This will always be your home. With that, he decisively drew his sword, pointing it towards Damien. "Swear an oath upon this sword, your highness." Their swords met, replacing the vow Damien intended to speak. Finally, she had arrived at this beautiful conclusion. She had replaced Lillian cautiously, so as not to repeat that hellish fight with her brother. However, this marriage was the real turning point, Lillian thought to herself, even though it was a marriage bound by a contract created with lies. No matter what trials occurred, she would endure them, but the chaos that would follow would officially begin the moment Lillian and Damien boarded the carriage and left. At the Duke Lupinville's estate, the outside was glamorous, but the inside was not. What did the desperate servant mean? That her body was so weak she couldn't go on the tour. Traditionally, they would tour the territory, then meet the servants and receive their greetings. It said that her constitution has been weak since childhood. Isn't she a sensitive and difficult person? People with strong constitutions usually have good personalities, while the opposite is often picky. The housekeeper sighed dejectedly. "I was looking forward to the Duchess so much. Yeah, I wonder if His Grace will directly decide on internal affairs, or perhaps he'll entrust it to someone else in charge. It's worrying. Although no one can compare to His Grace, he has no interest in internal affairs. So I hope the Duchess can strengthen His Grace's position." A worried head servant, surely anxious from watching over His Grace for so long, sighed. "One must have a truly strong mind to take on this administrative role. Damien Lupinville is the Crown Prince's only shield currently under threat. A shield is the position that receives the most attacks on the battlefield, but the person beside him is so frail she can't even go on a tour. It's not that I wish for the Duchess to be dazzlingly beautiful, wealthy, or overwhelmingly charming." The butler also spoke up. "Let's not speculate here. Those are just rumors. His Grace will return tonight." The head housekeeper coughed. "That's right. We can't be misunderstood as neglecting the upkeep of the mansion. Since we're about to meet the Duchess, let's work diligently." Seeing them rush off, the head housekeeper pondered. "Perhaps I expected too much from the new Duchess. Having a good character is harder than having beauty or wealth." The busy butler instructed, "I heard the Grand Duke has finished inspecting the estate. He's almost here, get ready." Sure enough, the clatter of the carriage grew closer, but the driver's attitude was urgent. "Open the gate. Open the gate quickly." This caused the panicked butler to rush out in worry. Damien stepped down with Lillian in his arms. He yelled, "Is the Duchess's bedroom ready?" "Yet." The butler nodded. "Yes, it's all prepared, Your Grace." "What's going on?" Damien was too hurried to explain. He roared, "Then what are you waiting for? Lead the way. Hurry." The news quickly spread inside. "It's an emergency. Stop the welcoming preparations immediately. Now's not the time for greetings." With a bang of the door, Damien rushed into the mansion with a girl cradled in his arms. Lillian's pale face startled the head housekeeper. He rushed forward and said, "May I borrow some of the estate servants? The medicine box must be kept out of the carriage immediately." The head housekeeper cautiously inquired, "May I ask who you are?" He politely introduced himself. "I am a physician sent by Turin. I will be staying here temporarily to care for Her Grace." The head housekeeper was bewildered. Is a fiancée allowed to bring her own physician to her husband's home now? Damien's footsteps quickened, reflecting his urgency. It wasn't until midnight that the head housekeeper finished arranging the luggage and went to check on the Duke. The butler softly informed her, "He's in Her Grace's bedroom." She sighed, "Goodness me, really?" He calmly reassured her, "Don't be too distressed. Servants like us don't have the right to choose the masters we serve." She nodded. "It's true we must do our best to fulfill our duties. But Ellen, I'm afraid." When the butler asked, "What are you afraid of?" she honestly replied, "What if Her Grace, being new here, turns out to be like Empress Eratin?" The butler was startled because Empress Eratin, the birth mother of Crown Prince Matteo and former wife of Emperor Idolio, now the wife of Emperor Klaus, was a traitor. Eratin was a name practically forbidden in this mansion. Footsteps echoed, and Matteo said with a smile, "That won't happen, Nanny." Seeing him, the head housekeeper became tearful. "I was so distracted, I didn't realize Your Highness was here." "You've been through a lot, haven't you?" Matteo smiled. "I wrote in my letter that there was nothing to worry about." She said sadly, "Oh dear, your cheeks look so hollow." He chuckled. "The scales don't lie, Nanny. Actually, I've gained weight." A moment later, Matteo patted her shoulder and said seriously, "Anyway, Nanny, the new Duchess is nothing like Empress Eratin. I just mean you don't need to worry too much." To be more precise, she's more like the previous emperor. Both the butler and the head housekeeper were speechless with surprise. Matteo beamed. You'll all find out eventually. I can assure you, she's someone you can all look forward to. Meanwhile, in her hazy state, Lillian heard a voice. Lillian, are you awake? Damien's form appeared, blurry and indistinct. She asked dazedly, where? How? You're all right, just a little tired, so? A drop of red blood fell, and Lillian's nose started bleeding. Instead of recoiling, Damien carefully offered a handkerchief to catch the blood. She tried to avoid it, murmuring, my body must be very fatigued. The Duke said gently, if the doctor heard you say that, he'd tell you not to self-diagnose. Lillian observed him surreptitiously, noting his attire was the same as before she fainted. She asked and learned she had been unconscious all night. Lillian was astonished. Could it be you stay by my side all night? Damien said bashfully, it hasn't been that long. I arrived late at night, and it's only early morning now. Not wanting to trouble him, she pleaded, Your Grace, please go back to your room and rest. You should change your clothes too. Damien didn't want to leave at all, but Lillian's rejecting attitude. It's difficult for me to rest comfortably in your Grace's presence. So he had to compromise. I understand. I hadn't thought of that. Having finished speaking, Damien left. The room fell silent. Rita sighed inwardly. He's going to be hurt no matter what. Exo immediately rushed to examine Lillian. He clicked his tongue. She suddenly had a nosebleed. Her constitution is already weak, but it must be because she overexerted herself and her body hasn't adapted yet. I need to examine her first. He took Lillian's hand and detected the abundant magical power Damien had transferred to her. Exo inquired, Do you feel any discomfort anywhere else, Your Grace? Seeing Lillian shake her head, Exo continued, Although I'm not entirely certain, the progress is too fast. Please rest for a few days and monitor your condition. You should see signs of recovery. Lillian thought to herself, so it won't get any worse for now, but it will be difficult to maintain my current stable state. After giving instructions on how to take the medicine, Exo stood up and said, I plan to leave now, as I was only ordered to accompany your Grace to prepare for any unexpected situations on your journey here. Lillian said, puzzled, My brother will also be arriving in the capital soon, so you can stay until then. Exo responded, Would you like to continue listening to the Dr. nag, Your Grace? She replied dejectedly, That's not it. I apologize for making you travel such a long way. Be careful. Exo smiled. Don't be too happy yet, Your Grace, because we'll see each other again soon. It wasn't until afternoon tea time that Lillian was able to get up and get ready. She murmured, I'll have to meet the head housekeeper here later anyway. Everyone must be surprised that the new bride who arrived yesterday was in that state. Putting that aside, Lillian smiled and said, This outfit suits you perfectly, Rita. Making the maid blush, she replied, But you'll get used to it soon, Your Grace. It goes well with the new hairstyle, doesn't it? Lillian remarked. A knock came at the door, and Damien poked his head in. Excuse me, are you busy right now? He hurried in, earnestly expressing, Let me just say, I've changed clothes and rested for a bit. Can you spare me some time now? She replied with a bright smile. As much as you'd like, Your Highness. Damien, worried that her legs might be tired, suggested they sit down first. Then he took Lillian's hand firmly in his. He expressed his concern. Did you have a good time these past 3 days? Was the food to your liking? She replied, Honestly, I don't think we were apart long enough to call it 3 days. Thanks to your consideration, everything was fine. She thought to herself, It seems I need to act like we're a loving couple. This is the capital. Who knows how rumors might spread? I know how to act appropriately, but it might be a little embarrassing. Suddenly, a voice announced, Therefore, first of all, Ivan Isaac requests an audience with her Grace. Lillian quickly withdrew her hand. You may rise, Ivan. He looked more serious than usual. The reason I wanted to see you today, Your Grace, is because of matters requiring your urgent approval to be resolved. As he finished speaking, stacks and stacks of documents were piled up like giant palaces in front of Lillian. Ivan explained that these were assets to be transferred to Lillian from His Highness the Duke, according to the prenuptial agreement he had signed earlier. Most were simple matters that she only needed to review and approve, so there was no need to worry too much. Lillian and Damien rarely shared the same simple thought. Simple? Lillian thought to herself, How can he transfer everything to me? Not long ago, her brother had also given her a considerable sum. If things continued like this, she would become a billionaire. Cedric, with arms full of documents, said gravely, "How can I let you leave empty-handed?" "No, keep it a secret and use it discreetly," Cedric added. Ivan continued, "Let us begin with the most important and urgent matter, which is this item." Lillian thought, the golden double-headed eagle seal? This doesn't belong to the current royal family. It's the seal of the former Emperor Idolio. Damien opened the box and said, "Among the things the former emperor bestowed upon me, there's one that was met with much opposition. It's this." Damien said affectionately, "This is the Imperator Renian Grass insignia. Traditionally, Imperator represents the emperor's commander or the commander of the army. However, people were angry because it didn't truly represent that. Instead, it was an added privilege granted with the title." Damien explained, "With this insignia, I was granted lifelong immunity from liability by the royal family. Simply put, even if I do something against the rules, I won't be executed. This includes me, my descendants, and my direct heirs. In other words, it's a right that can be passed down through generations." At the time, people protested, claiming this was like encouraging rebellion. The just and benevolent emperor overcame all opposition with unprecedented tenacity and bestowed this absolute noble title upon his younger brother. Damien lifted a strand of Lillian's hair and said seriously, "And one more thing, a similar title will also be bestowed upon my wife." Seeing her astonishment, Ivan asked permission to explain further. He said, "Firstly, thanks to your official marriage to Prince Damien, you will be granted the title of Imperatrix. Normally, ladies of the royal family are styled as Imperial Lady, but if you become Imperatrix, you are naturally considered equal to the Empress." Lillian paused, then hesitantly asked, "And what about His Highness?" Ivan said softly, "Indeed, His Highness will be equal to His Majesty the Emperor. However, his authority will be somewhat limited. Thanks to this, even if Claude becomes Emperor and takes control of the palace, His Highness can still take Matteo out. Damien just needs to be handsome." For Ivan to continue, "However, in reality, your position is still weaker than the Emperor and Empress. To put it simply, you can think of this relationship like that of the Crown Prince and the Emperor." Lillian's heart pounded, thinking, in other words, besides the Emperor and Empress, he's the second highest ranking person in the palace. I've been mentally preparing for this contract for a long time, but when I actually entered this marriage, I realized it's more than just a contract. Noticing the change in Lillian's expression, Damien said gently, "You don't need to feel so pressured. That title is meant to protect me and those important to me more than any specific privilege. This is the minimum level of protection offered by the former Emperor." Lillian immediately said, "If it's a shield, then—" Damien immediately interrupted her. "Let's see, I think that to some extent, the former emperor anticipated this would happen." Lillian pursed her lips, keeping her inner thoughts to herself. "The rebellious second prince. This title is meant to protect the youngest, the sole heir." Lost in thought, she mused, anticipated, "I can't believe I'm receiving this much sincerity. He's treating me like a real wife. When I really got into it, it really wasn't just a contract, but more like a real marriage." Lillian tried to control her trembling and said, "Now I understand, but I'm a little tired today and want to rest. I've heard the most important explanation. We'll deal with the rest gradually later." Damien noticed her strange demeanor and only glanced at her, then ordered, "Do as my wife wishes." Ivan, Rita, withdraw. As soon as they were alone in the room, Damien wanted to check on her. "Lillian, are you still not feeling well?" But she flinched, quickly moving away from him and exclaiming, "No, I'm fine. I think I'll be all right after a little rest. I'll excuse myself now." Lillian hurriedly left. The bedroom door slammed shut as she wanted to hide her flushed cheeks and racing heart along with her chaotic thoughts. "I'm married now. Even though all this time I've only been thinking of this as a contract, there's something strange that flusters me when I'm around him." Lillian thought to herself, "I've been thinking about minimizing this character's mistakes based on my knowledge of the marriage that ended in suicide, as in the original story. To avoid hurting anyone else, I've tried not to hurt myself, but it seems like something strange is happening. I didn't expect it to be so closely related to His Highness's life. What did I go wrong? Or did I make some misjudgment? It was a kiss to strengthen magical power. A deep kiss? Or was it like that?" Remembering this, Lillian's eyelids drooped. Married only because of contract. But even the bridal chamber was so luxuriously designed by him. I thought we would live comfortably together, but now I was wrong. I told myself to be very careful. At some point, it became more than I imagined. This heart is racing. Compared to other things, His Highness's smile, his expressions, his actions, his words as well. Everything related to His Highness makes me misunderstand and expect more. I bit my lip, thinking if my heart is already like this, what will happen when we achieve our goal and say goodbye? If that happens, what will I do? It will probably be very painful. So, if I accept him as my husband, then everything will end. At the same time, Damien ruffled his poor head into a bird's nest, thinking, what's wrong? Is there a problem? Was I too hasty? If not, he became dejected, lost in thought for a long time, then whispered, does she notice I'm not myself? It must be because my self-control is so terrible. There was a time I almost transformed in front of Lillian. Damien sighed, thinking, is it her personality to not pay much attention to me? Even though I'm a little suspicious, I still can't ask her in the end. Anyway, I can't be discovered. If I were discovered, she would definitely cling to Cedric and beg him to save her. Damien closed his eyes, seriously thinking, I should have approached her more slowly. Lillian is like a small fish swimming quietly in my hand as it slowly sinks into the water. When she senses danger, she'll quickly escape. I almost caught her. Just like that, half a day had passed since the two had parted ways on less than amicable terms. Damien was showing off his six-pack abs outside the window when Lillian stealthily peeked in, looking for him. She asked blankly, Your Highness, why are you in my bedroom? The Grand Duke smiled and said, It seems your body hasn't fully recovered yet. I thought it would be better if I stayed here. Lillian hesitated and said, I was just examined, and the doctor said I won't need to receive magic power for now. Thank you for your concern. You can sleep well tonight. Damien didn't say anything. He thought, she's lying, but if I keep pushing, it will only backfire. It was time to go back. He pursed his lips slightly and said with a bright smile, I understand. Then good night. Before the door closed, Damien saw Lillian's frowning eyes. He carefully closed the door, venting his frustration onto his clothes. He chuckled wryly. It's like taking out a whole heart and rolling it on hot sand. Putting this aside, let's learn about the late Emperor Idolio. He was an emperor like the gentle spring sun. There were no particular achievements during his reign, but everything was peaceful. The secret to the emperor being able to end the extreme conflicts was the presence of Grand Duke Damien Lepinvin. The outstanding ability of the Grand Duke, who became the commander-in-chief in a short time, was a shield that effectively supported the emperor's reign. As long as Damien existed, no one could touch the emperor. On the other hand, compared to his younger brother, infamous for his wicked schemes, Claude Lepinvin was little known. That's why, when the emperor passed away and Claude ascended to the throne, public suspicion immediately fell upon Damien, not Claude. They said he feigned madness due to the war. It's truly absurd. I heard His Majesty trusted his younger brother too much. Even treason could be pardoned from the death penalty. Doesn't that make sense? Seeing so much bloodshed, is he now trying to cover it up for his descendants? Let's hop on Sister Doza's time machine and go back to the day of the late Emperor Idolio's funeral. That day, the Grand Duke arrived, tapping his cane, and Rast fool, just as I said. In a Lupinville imperial family, a traitor appears every generation, like a mixed breed dog. I warned the late emperor many times to be vigilant before something happened, Idolio. But the emperor just laughed and said, why can't brothers slaughter each other? As if he had foreseen the events unfolding. However, the usurper Claude didn't stop there. That madman even went so far as to marry his sister-in-law, the late emperor's empress. Despite ascending the throne, the new emperor still faced public outrage. He quickly recruited 3 officials and dismissed one of them. Moreover, who knows how much blood has been shed? Today, the rain pours relentlessly on the hydrangeas. The extravagant, magnificent palace couldn't even light a single lamp, making it gloomier than ever. The rhythmic and calm clicking of a woman's high heels echoed. Wherever she went, candles were lit. As the grand doors opened, the soldiers immediately announced, Lady Zakal has arrived. She had crimson lips and a sweet voice. Your Majesty, what are you doing here all alone? Claude, with an empty wine glass, muttered, Zakal, you initially said Damien wouldn't be able to marry. She frowned, calculating. It seemed the emperor didn't need a lover today, but demands. So, Zakal gently approached, knelt at his feet, and said, That's right, that's what I said. Yes, although I said that young and stubborn Marquis of Turin, who knew he could defeat me with that cunning little mind of his. But your majesty, there's nothing to worry about. It's just a political strategy based on a temporary marriage. She immediately swallowed the rest of her sentence upon meeting Claude's cold gaze. Then, a series of slaps rang out. Claude had struck Lady Zakal. He scowled and roared. You can't even handle such a simple task. And you're still here with your smooth talk? She clutched her cheek and cried out, Your Majesty, Zakal was wrong. Your Majesty, it was my fault. It will never happen again. I won't make that mistake again. Truly, Claude said coldly. Tell me, what are you confident you could do next? Zakal hastily replied that if a simple alliance were broken, there would still be a basis for future cooperation. However, if this marriage dissolved, they would become irreconcilable enemies. A marital relationship as fragile as paper, simply coaxing that weak girl would be enough to break them apart. Destroying something like that is nothing to a god. This Zakal can do it, and your majesty knows that. Claude released her and said, You have a silver tongue. Zakal, looking regretful, reached out and kissed his finger, saying, Within a month, I will make them clash. Yes, your majesty. Please trust this Zakal. I will certainly meet your expectations. Meanwhile, at the Grand Duke's mansion, Damien Lupinville, Lillian lazily sipped her medicine, thinking to herself, since the first day I arrived, I've been cooped up alone. This won't do. Even greeting the butler and head maid has been delayed. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. The person who arrived was none other than Crown Prince Matteo. Seeing her surprise, he frankly said, I heard a maid stepped out with a blood-soaked cloth. Lillian secretly put away her pipe, thinking, it seems he saw Rita. Matteo moved closer to her, softly saying, I don't think you need to force yourself like this. I mean, the wedding ceremony. Lillian smiled and said, Aha, yes, your highness is right. Matteo's cheeks immediately flushed. He thought, my heart always races before that gentle smile. I can't let it be like this. Did I really come here because I had something I wanted to say from the bottom of my heart? Or did I just want to talk to her, so I came? Either way, she's my aunt. Even the smallest feelings are unforgivable. Get a grip, Matteo. After a long while, Lillian spoke first. So, did you come here because you have something to say, your highness? The crown prince startled. Softly said, Please take this. It's a letter addressed to Her Grace, the Empress. She glanced at the exterior and recognized it as a letter from Lady Zakal. Lillian froze. The content seems more like a warning. The content was as follows. I have heard about you for some time. We are both bound by the relationships of the imperial family. I hope we will continue to exchange warm sentiments in the future. Signed, Zakal the Younger. Lillian pursed her lips, thinking, even before the marriage, I knew a conflict with Lady Zakal was inevitable. However, she still smiled and said to Matteo, Thank you for taking the trouble to deliver this letter to me personally. It's so the servants wouldn't see my expression while reading it, correct? Matteo said bashfully, It's not that big of a deal. If you don't mind, I can tell you what I know about the current situation. You might already know this, but Lillian brightly replied, Of course. I'm very grateful for your concern from the start. Matteo immediately coughed, becoming serious for a moment. He gravely said, Emperor Claude has two women he considers important by his side. First, there's Eratin, the first empress in the history of the empire to have two emperors as husbands. The second is Zakal, the one directly in charge of internal affairs and the noble women. According to Matteo, regarding Emperor Idolio and Cloud, the most credible rumor about Empress Eratin is the theory that Eratin and Cloud had an affair even before Idolio died. Without sufficient witnesses, it will forever remain a vague rumor. But in that world, it's almost accepted as an established truth. Matteo said bitterly, An uncle who practically killed my father, and a mother who betrayed my father while having an affair with that uncle. So, leadership quickly fell to Empress Eratin. But the order of power was reversed because Lady Zakal was the more audacious of the two. Lillian thought to herself, That's an unusual tone when talking about your own mother. Hey, the crown prince continued. The empire could hardly condone remarrying your brother-in-law, the man who practically killed your former husband. The empress chose to quietly retreat to avoid public backlash. Lady Zakal, a strategist with outstanding beauty and eloquence, seized the vacant position of power. Lady Zakal rules the noble women like a queen bee. She contributed greatly to stabilizing Cloud's reign. I've met the lady in person. She's like the eye of a storm. You must prepare thoroughly, or you'll be trampled and crushed. Lillian suddenly giggled, causing Matteo to stumble. She softened her voice. Your Highness, you truly treat me like family. The Crown Prince flinched, blushing that. Lillian glanced at him and murmured, You're clearly worried about me. She thought, Mateo's intentions are just like my brother Cedric's. Polite and sincere. He's the type to be thorough and tends to overthink. So, Lillian smiled and said, I understand. Since you're so concerned, I'll be sure to prepare thoroughly. I wouldn't want to disappoint you. Mateo smiled foolishly, but his heart ached as if pricked by 1,000 needles. He thought, a clear connection between her nephew and her, and I don't even have the right to question it. Why does it hurt so much? So, Mateo said seriously, do you plan to reply to that letter? Hearing Lillian intended to reply out of courtesy, he quickly added, it's best not to be too accommodating. She won't be easy to deal with. Lillian said softly, all right, I don't intend to surpass Lady Zakal's influence with just 1 or 2 gifts. It's better not to dwell on it. Instead, I'll put all my effort into the wedding. Seeing Mateo's bewildered expression at her contradictory statement, Lillian explained, it's my wedding, my territory. This will create a small debt of gratitude. Because she'll reluctantly accept the gifts, there's no need to worry about being blamed. Or, I'll present myself as someone so ridiculously wealthy that simply letting her know will be enough. Mateo said, surprised, so then, Lillian continued, of course, it's not just that. I'll invite people who suit my standing, and I don't want to appear arrogant at all. Mateo sighed in relief, that I see. If you say so, I'm less worried. It seems staying any longer would hinder your rest. Please forgive me for today. After the door closed, Lillian thought to herself, did I look too cunning? Why did he leave so quickly? Mateo lingered outside Lillian's room for a while, thinking I thought she was gentle, but it turns out she's quite calculating. Even the late emperor wasn't this thoughtful. My first love is truly over. The Crown Prince walked past Rita, and so. Then Rita led someone to knock on the door and announce, Your Grace, Lord Winston has arrived. Lillian was surprised. He only returned to Turin a few days ago. She said softly, he said we'd see each other again soon. He really meant it, so seemed more urgent than ever. He said, this is a bit sudden, but I came because I have something to tell you. As Lillian offered, please have some tea first. So, revealing dark circles under his eyes, replied with a subservient air, yes, Your Grace. Forgive me, but perhaps just 1 cup will be enough. As she poured the tea, Lillian remarked, you look tired. Didn't you sleep well? The servants are outside, so you can speak freely. So his expression turned serious. He lowered his voice. Actually, the head of the estate has granted me access to Israel. Lillian murmured, if it's Israel, that's Islah's treasury, protected by 3 gates. Islah is worried about theft, so only the head of the estate is allowed inside, correct? So nodded, yes, Your Grace. Israel also contains many old books. A while ago, I asked the head of the estate for permission to enter. Fortunately, he granted it immediately, as it could help with your condition. Because who knows, the records there might be helpful for your situation. I've been thinking about this ever since the head of the estate found the medicine in Israel. Hearing this, Lillian realized so had found something. The physician clutched his trousers, gritting his teeth. Yes, I haven't told Lord Cedric yet. You understand, don't you? What I consulted was an ancient document. According to it, there's no way to permanently improve your Grace's physical condition. Transferring magic power, as we're doing now, is only a temporary measure. Seeing Lillian's silence, so hurriedly continued, explaining the contents of the book. Sorello found a duchess who possessed compatible magical power, even if it was only a small amount. However, it was still helpful. In a state completely devoid of magic power, like yours, Your Grace, there will come a time when this method is no longer effective. At this point, Lillian interrupted him, finishing his sentence herself, and then, I will die. So trembled 7 years. I've been your personal physician for a mere 7 years. But in the end, I'm still not competent enough. Please forgive me, Your Grace. Lillian shook her head, smiling, and oh, you've done your best. Her smile made So's heart clench. He wondered, how could she be so calm? It's as if she already knew she was going to die. Lillian suddenly spoke, I have a favor to ask. Let me speak directly with my brother. For now, you can say you haven't found any other clues yet. So hesitated, worried he wouldn't be able to keep the secret for long. Lillian spoke seriously. Doctor, I am now the Duchess of Lupenville, a witness representing the Turin Alliance and His Highness, the Crown Prince, or more accurately, a hostage. Many would be pleased to know my life is threatened, so it cannot be revealed yet. You understand, don't you? his face pale, so lowered his voice that I understand, Mississippi. Actually, I have this for you. I felt it shouldn't be left where it was, so I brought it personally. I think it's best you keep it. Lillian was pleased with this. After bidding so farewell, she sat blankly for a long time, her heart heavy with the emotion she had anticipated. The future has only changed a little. The situation is better than expected, but considering my overall luck, this won't last. On the other hand, I can be at ease because of this. Lillian immediately summoned Rita. Have Lord Ivan called here? Ivan, upon receiving the order, strode down the hallway, thinking, so the Duchess's secluded life is finally over. His Highness isn't here, but I'm sure it will be all right. He held the documents in his arms. Lord Ivan, reporting to Her Grace. Lillian sat formally at her desk. You must be busy. Forgive me for taking your time. I know it's impolite, but this will take a while. So please listen while I sign. Could you kindly explain the things I haven't heard before? Ivan beamed. Yes, of course, Your Grace. This pertains to the transfer procedures for the Canakin Villa owned by the Grand Duke. As Lillian signed with a flourish, Ivan chattered on AS, Canakin is a property directly under the royal family. The process for leasing land and houses is quite complex. What you need to consider first is this, that, and this too. You must sign here. It usually takes 3 months to process. If you leave the premises illegally, please understand there may be delays. Lillian was surprised, thinking objectively, the document processing is much better than in Turin. The order is clearly arranged at a glance, with annotations wherever necessary. Even the organization of annual management fees into a table is very neat. So he's the one handling this kind of work. Lillian murmured, has the Grand Duke's business been operating without distinction between internal and external affairs? Ivan exclaimed in surprise, how did you know that, Your Grace? She smiled. It's obvious if you pay attention. He recalled his days sentimentally pursuing Damien. He said despairingly, you're right. Until now, the Duke's mansion has always been empty, and His Highness is indifferent. As his confidant, I had no choice but to make decisions and handle everything myself. Ivan, burning with resentment, said, anyway, he'll be back somehow. He recently received an inheritance from the heir. Due to the increasing royalties, management has been in a difficult situation. Lillian chuckled. Times have been a little turbulent lately, haven't they? You've worked hard, Lord Ivan. He was momentarily taken aback. Then a second later, he stammered happily, oh no, that is, I didn't expect Her Grace to be so understanding. Suddenly, a gloomy voice cut in. Damien, his face dark, said, you really think she's being understanding with you? Lillian was startled by his appearance. She frowned slightly, thinking, have I been focusing too much on these documents? I have such a headache. Damien suddenly offered her his cigarette case. Here, this is yours. He smiled at his beloved, his gaze adoring. Then he said, I wasn't aware you were concerned about my business affairs. Lillian asked softly, when did you get back? She still felt awkward facing him. Damien said coldly, I just returned. Perhaps I should excuse myself. Ivan couldn't understand why Lillian didn't sense the chill emanating from the Grand Duke. She, blushing like the spring, said, on the contrary, I think it would be better if Your Highness stayed. Her smile made Damien's heart skip a beat. He beamed. Well then, I won't refuse. A moment later, Ivan brought someone forward, introducing them, Your Grace, this is His Highness, the Grand Duke, and the head maid of the Grand Duchy. Mr. Ellen bowed. It's an honor to meet you, Your Highness. I'm in charge of the household affairs for the Grand Duke, although my scope is rather limited. The head steward also bowed respectfully. It's an honor to meet you. I'm Morin, the head steward. It's a privilege to serve you. Lillian smiled. Thank you for your warm welcome. I'll be relying on you all from now on. It might be a bit sudden, but let's help each other without hesitation. Her words left both Ellen and Morin speechless. Lillian continued carefully. Actually, I should have greeted everyone and gotten a grasp of the situation as soon as I arrived, but I'm a bit late. Regarding the mansion's maintenance, I've identified some issues, including staffing levels and overall operating costs. Lillian's decision once again astonished the two head stewards. Damien, at her side, said gently, please give me the signed documents. Mrs. Morin watched the scene with surprise, thinking, Isn't it usually the other way around? Ivan had intended to do it himself, but was stopped by Damien, and to add insult to injury, he was forced to witness this blatant display of affection. Lillian adjusted her glasses slightly. In any case, I've decided that it will be difficult to completely separate internal and external affairs at this point. There won't be enough manpower to handle the related tasks. Mrs. Moore sighed. Indeed, Your Grace. If we start now, I'm afraid some people might leave due to overwork. Lillian nodded and spoke rapidly. For now, please provide me with all of Anselm's actual figures, without creating a separate budget plan. I'll use the allocated budget from my side for the time being. All related documents and audits will be completed during the process, and I think it would be a good idea to start operating separately from the next fiscal year. By the way, I wonder if it would be all right to reorganize the jumbled ledgers. 3 people selling themselves for such filth. The word struck like lightning. Lillian softly asked Damien, having the same thought, Your Highness. The Grand Duke looked at her with sparkling eyes, frankly replying, Do whatever Madam wishes. His hopelessly smitten expression was clear on his face. Meanwhile, the 3 overworked staff members could only cry tears of relief. Are we finally free from that apathetic life we've been living? Oh, heavens, that tyrant! Lillian took off her glasses and said, All right, that's all for today. After they went back outside, Ellen and Morin couldn't help but marvel. How can Madam handle everything so seriously? Like that, I think I've misunderstood her all this time. Contrary to my worries, I'm actually glad that someone so intelligent has become the mistress of the mansion. Inside the room, Lillian was puzzled by Damien's presence beside her. As the only one who hadn't left when everyone else rushed to work, he said with a smile, I don't have any particular schedule. But inside, Damien was brimming with questions. What did she mean by that? Was it an order, or a question born of mere curiosity? Perhaps she wants me to leave, but I hope she doesn't think that. As if I have any self-respect left. It would be heartbreaking to be rejected, but that doesn't mean I intend to give up on you. Should I try acting cute again? After a long while, Lillian finally spoke. It's good to know that you don't have any pressing engagements. I don't know how things will be from now on, but I think it might be a good idea to have the Internal Affairs Department handle that. Damien tightly held the box Lillian gave him, thinking there are many documents that bind us together. The truth was, no one could truly bind him with such documents. However, it was the most effective means to stubbornly and legally bind Lillian Eastlaw. He unconsciously called out to her and said with a bright smile, Thank you. Lillian. Damien glanced at her, thinking, This is truly wonderful. I feel guilty for making you wait without knowing what would happen. Noticing she wanted to say something, he gently covered her lips with his hand, softly saying, You weren't even the slightest bit frightened when those troublemakers kept coming. Haven't we forgotten something important? He removed her glasses from her face, drew closer, and placed a sweet kiss upon her lips. Damien savored the moment, thinking, This lovely woman, I'm so glad I found this gentle, trusting soul. Nothing will ever take you away from me. But Damien was too conceited, for he would soon lose Lillian Eastlaw without even realizing it. Somewhere in the Empire, young ladies continued their usual gossip. How on earth did such a young girl get married before her debut? Does anyone know her? It seems she was eager to become a duchess as soon as possible and take the Lupinville name. As soon as a petty girl said there was something special to say about the Lily of the Valley sorority, shouldn't she be expelled immediately? Marion murmured, Of course, otherwise our reputation will also decline. Perhaps. I'll pretend I don't know. Oh dear, even though there's so many rumors surrounding. That girl, she's the wicked gossip. Marion thought triumphantly, Lillian Isola, you've finally ruined your own reputation. Being expelled from the Lily of the Valley sorority was the worst time of my life. Only resentment and anger remain when I remember what happened then. Even after the rumors of being kicked out of the sorority, that terrible time continued for a very long time. Marion had endured it for so long. She harbored resentment towards me, worrying every day because I feared this period would never end. Thankfully, my mother introduced me to Lady Rachel's sorority. I was almost able to escape from hell just a little bit more. My father took care of Himarina for a long time. That was the price for betrayal and swearing loyalty to the former emperor. The Lily of the Valley sorority's long history is undeniable, but what would she do after that? Lady Rachel's power is much stronger now. Marion secretly schemed at that time. I didn't know that much. For a while, whenever I heard your name, Lillian, I would insult you and spread gossip. Then one day, I received a spontaneous invitation from Lady Rachel. Lillian, I will turn the tables and make you fall into despair. One fine day, at the mansion of Marchioness Rachel, known as the official mistress of the king, Marian arrived and stared in wonder, thinking every piece of decor was incredibly luxurious, yet harmonized with each other, especially that fan. I can't take my eyes off it. Suddenly, Rachel's voice startled her. She said, "Do you like that fan, Miss Marian?" Enough to not look at me. Marian stammered, "Lady Rachel, this mansion and all the decorations are wonderful. I was just admiring them unconsciously. Truly impressed by your ladyship's discerning eye." She chuckled. "I was just joking. You're taking it too seriously." Marian thought in astonishment. "I heard Lady Rachel has injuries. If you look closely, there are bruises everywhere, not just on her arm, right? Why are there such marks on her ladyship's body?" Once again, Marian was startled by Rachel's voice. She said, "Why are you looking at me like that? Are you nervous? Just relax." Marian, with rare intelligence, realized that any open wounds or bruises on Lady Rachel's body or face should absolutely not be questioned. There must be a reason why everyone keeps their mouths shut and is cautious about it. Lady Rachel smiled faintly and said, "By the way, the reason I called you here today, Miss Marian, is because I've heard you've been talking about someone who recently became a member of the royal family." Marian immediately became extremely tense, because Rachel's cold expression was like she was reprimanding her. Marian thought to herself, "Clearly, His Majesty sees Crown Prince Lupenville as a thorn in his side. So I thought that Lady Rachel, His Majesty's official mistress, would be pleased if I criticized the Duchess." Rachel, radiating an air of authority, declared, "I am the closest person to His Majesty the Emperor in this imperial family. This young lady belongs to the sorority under my management. What will become of my position if I continue to tolerate this defamation of the royal family's honor?" At that, Marian immediately bowed her head at a 90-degree angle, stammering, "I was wrong, madam. I hadn't realized it could go this far." Rachel observed her trembling figure. A moment later, a smile gracing her lips as she casually remarked, "How cute you are when you're frightened, Miss Marian. Did you truly believe my words were so severe? Of course, you shouldn't dismiss all rumors about me as jokes, even if they are about me. If you dare to criticize the Duchess so openly, your reputation could be affected, couldn't it?" Marian, forcing a bright smile, thought, "This is advice to behave myself and learn my lesson." Rachel, offering a polite smile, continued, "By the way, I heard that Miss Marian originally belonged to the same sorority as Her Grace the Duchess. I would love to hear about what happened back then, if you don't mind." Marian recounted her story, eventually reaching the part where she was unjustly expelled. She added hastily, "Fortunately, Madam saved me and took me under your protection within this esteemed circle." Rachel gestured for Marian to stop, lazily stating, "I must reward Miss Marian for such an interesting story. Here, Betty." Rachel then presented Marian with the fan she had admired upon entering the mansion. She then said with a smile, "Today's conversation has been quite entertaining. You understand what I mean, don't you, Miss Marian?" Marian immediately realized that if she continued to provide Rachel with stories about Lillian, the Marchioness would undoubtedly bestow upon her another reward similar to today's. Watching Marian depart, Rachel clicked her tongue, muttering, "She knows less than I thought, so nothing particularly noteworthy. Moreover, she's an unperceptive, overconfident, and foolish girl." Betty, puzzled, inquired, "Then why did you give her that fan, madam? You seem to like her quite a bit." Rachel smiled, replying, "Because of her greed and her hidden animosity towards the Duchess. Who knows, I might be able to use this opportunity to push the Duchess off the balcony at the opportune moment. Of course, I can't rely solely on that girl. We'll just light a small fire between that lovely grand ducal couple, even if it is a loveless, arranged marriage. Because I can't stand to see my husband dallying with his lover. Now then, who should we pair with the Grand Duke and Duchess?" Rachel continued to twirl in her magnificent evening gown, letting out a peal of laughter. Meanwhile, at the Grand Duke's mansion, things were so peaceful that Maureen was humming as she pushed her cart. Strangely, everyone usually cowered at the sight of her. But today, Maureen was particularly cheerful, saying, "It's all right. Be careful from now on. I'm delivering His Highness's breakfast." The mansion staff were astonished to see her humming, while Rita, attempting to take on some of the work, was cheerfully refused. The bewildered staff whispered amongst themselves, "Normally, you'd be scolded, but today, that notoriously strict person, why, She must be happy to have a new mistress. Though we don't know what happened, it's contagious. The only good thing about having a new mistress is that we have fewer responsibilities. It's wonderful. Inside the sun-warmed room, Lillian blinked awake. She thought to herself that winter must be approaching, as it was indeed a little chilly. However, her back was still warm. Lillian was startled. She sat up in surprise, seeing Damien still nestled beside her, snoring softly. "Your Highness," Lillian said sternly, "I know you're not asleep. I won't be angry, so please wake up. You promised every night when I sleep. Didn't I say it would be difficult for us if we slept together?" Damien looked up at her with a charming smile, like a beautiful woman. "But we're legally married," he said. Then, with a pitiful fox-like expression, he whined, "We're not just nobles, we're royalty. Why can't we wake up in the same bed like other royals?" Seeing Lillian's serious expression, Damien quickly said, "I apologize, I was wrong. Lately, I haven't been able to sleep when I'm alone." Lillian was taken aback. "Why is that, Your Highness?" Damien said gravely, "I've been on the battlefield since I was a young boy. I'm not used to sleeping alone. I was too young to be an officer, so I lived with the new knights. It's a habit formed on the battlefield, and it's truly difficult to change. I can't stand the insomnia anymore." Lillian was surprised as, "Oh, when you sleep alone? You don't get much sleep?" Damien put on a wronged expression. "There are times I can't sleep until dawn, but it's all right." Lillian let Damien hold her hand, thinking to herself, "That must be why His Highness likes skinship more than I thought." Lillian smiled and, thinking about it, "I think I was being a bit harsh." Damien immediately perked up his fox ears, practically wagging his non-existent tail in delight. He mused, "In the end, lying is still the best way to hide the truth, isn't it?" He was about to settle the matter of sleeping together when a knock came from outside. "Your Highness, it's me, Maureen," a voice called, making Damien irritable. Lillian was startled. "That's right. I told her I'd have breakfast around 10 o'clock. If she sees me with Your Highness, it might be a little." Before she could finish, Damien called out, "Her ladyship hasn't had her meal yet. Come back later," leaving both Maureen and Lillian stunned. Maureen immediately left. As soon as they heard the clattering cart moving away, Lillian sighed. "Your Highness, doing that will make things difficult for you. If there are rumors that we have a good relationship." Damien cut her off, "That we're newlyweds. Isn't it fine for such rumors to spread?" As soon as she said, "That's true," Damien looked as if he'd fallen from the top of Mount Everest. His face paled, and he slumped, saying, "This is so difficult for me." Lillian hesitated. "If Your Highness lets them see that we truly love each other, they'll really expect us to have a child." While Damien was stunned, Lillian continued affectionately, "Being harmonious is good, but if we don't have a child in over a year, instead of gossiping about His Highness, who is healthy in every aspect, people will point to my frail body." Damien stirred, a melancholic expression on his face. "That's true, isn't it? So, for now, it's better to show them that this relationship is fine. If I want to protect my wife's honor, I have to do that." Damien thought to himself, "Even so, it would be nice if Lillian seemed a little disappointed in this situation. They say whoever falls in love first loses." She smiled and said, "Thank you for considering my opinion, Your Highness." A knock echoed at the door again. Alan softly announced, "Your Highness, madam, His Majesty's envoy has arrived. It said they bring an imperial decree and gifts for her ladyship." Damien scoffed, "More meaningless titles to deal with. It seems I've contracted a chronic illness related to these relationships with vassals I'll never acknowledge. It seems to be getting worse. Now they dare to act arrogant and disrespectful towards my wife." Lillian immediately got out of bed and said, "Your Highness, I should go out regardless." Damien had just said she could ignore it, but Lillian spoke seriously. "Your Highness, it's an imperial order. If His Majesty later points out our fault in this matter, we'll be the ones in trouble." He asked worriedly, "You can do whatever you want, but are you truly all right?" Lillian softly replied, "What is there to worry about? I feel more secure knowing that Your Highness, the best military commander in this country, will be by my side." Damien was stunned, his gaze softening. He rested his head on her shoulder and said, "My lady, you have a real talent for teasing. How can you so easily sway someone's heart? You have the makings of a heartbreaker." Damien stealthily kissed her shoulder, murmuring playfully, "You're a wicked woman." But as Alan urged them, he said irritably. I'll be out shortly, so tell them to wait. Then, acting like a spoiled child, he nuzzled against her and said, I did a good job just now, right? Praise me. Lillian stroked his head and said, yes, you did well. Damien thought to himself, just being petted like this makes me so happy. How can she be so gentle and agreeable? It's time to go. They finally made their way to the hallway of the Grand Duke's mansion. But at the corner, they ran into Matteo. The Crown Prince bowed his head, his expression serious yet half-joking. Where are the esteemed Grand Duke and Duchess of our empire going in their sleepwear? Damien rubbed the back of his neck. What's wrong with wearing sleepwear? My wife and I are going to receive the Emperor's envoy. Matteo immediately responded. To receive the Emperor's envoy? No, but you intend to dress like that. Damien shrugged. So what? He's not the Emperor himself, just an imperial envoy. Should I wear formal attire and prostrate myself before him? Matteo clicked his tongue. But what's happened that the Emperor's envoy? Lillian gently interjected. I heard there's an imperial decree for me. Hearing this, the Crown Prince's expression changed. He spoke seriously. For you, madam, I shall accompany you as well. Meanwhile, in the waiting room, the royal envoy was fuming. Good heavens, this arrogant, impudent man. How long does he intend to keep me waiting while His Majesty diligently signs the decree? Making me repeat myself like this is utterly uncomfortable. Damien said coldly, indeed. Even if you repeat yourself 1 billion times, the only one who'll be uncomfortable is you. The envoy jumped, startled. Huh? Why, Your Highness? He walked toward the envoy step by step, asking indifferently, where are your manners? The envoy, sweating profusely, stammered, presenting myself before the Count, His Highness the Crown Prince, His Highness the Grand Duke, and Madam. Surely you misunderstood what you just heard. Damien sneered. Misunderstood? Wasn't some arrogant fool just bad-mouthing my wife and me. The envoy trembled, pleading, please forgive my carelessness, Your Highness. A blonde-haired young man interrupted. Count Torin has arrived as the royal envoy. Damien chuckled. Long time no see, Duke Blanchett. Is this our first reunion since the Khayyam royal family betrayed you? Lillian immediately recognized this Blanchett as Lady Marion's older brother. And it was after the incident at the Girls' Academy that year that the Blanchett family finally switched sides to the Emperor. A voice filled with resentment rose. Matteo gritted his teeth. Ethan Smith, how dare you? How did you get here? The Duke bowed slightly. Your Highness, Prince Matteo, Matteo abruptly turned his back. Excuse me, I'll be going now. The envoy was about to explode with rage. How dare you rudely leave before the Emperor's decree? What kind of education did His Highness the Crown Prince receive? Damien said sarcastically, were you educated well enough to criticize the Grand Duke and Duchess? Enough noise. Let's quickly settle this. Though I almost forgot the face of the older brother, I'd nearly forgotten. Meanwhile, Ethan's face was etched with an indescribable sadness. The envoy coughed a couple of times and immediately declared the oral edict. I, Claudius Lupenville, ruler of the tens of thousands of people of the Lupenville Empire, recognize Lillian of Torin as the Grand Duchess. Thus, in accordance with the Emperor's will, the title of Imperatrix Zoe Onrad has been approved. Now, please accept this gift for the Grand Duchess. This crown is the Princess Star, bestowed by the Emperor as a wedding gift. Damien drawled, my. In this empire, the Princess Star is given to the Grand Duchess, whose ceremonial rank is higher than the Crown Prince. They really pull out all the stops. Lillian said sweetly, I am merely grateful for His Majesty's grace. Claudius I denied the accusations of assassinating the Emperor. He claimed to be the rightful heir to the throne, following the late Emperor's wishes. Damien clicked his tongue that I can't accept that the Emperor didn't grant me the title of Imperatrix as he promised. Still, he went to quite some lengths to express his displeasure with her, didn't he? He then interjected boldly, is everything settled now? If so, shouldn't we take our leave? If I stay any longer, His Highness the Crown Prince might become uneducated. Who knows? He might even punch Ethan Smith in the face. So a beautiful morning, the sun warming a certain space. Damien affectionately took Lillian's hand and said, please continue, madam. What happened next? She softly urged. Lillian replied, the date of the talks had already been announced, and the nobles had gathered in the capital beforehand, hadn't they? So, I took the opportunity to invite my classmates from the academy. The situation had been somewhat resolved, and I also wanted to return their hospitality. Damien caressed her hand and said, of course, madam. Please do as you wish. But lately, you must be quite busy as the lady of the manor. Aren't you pushing yourself too hard by entertaining guests immediately after everything else? Damien pressed her hand to his cheek, feigning distress. You've been so focused on all the matters of the manor. Even though we live in the same house, it's difficult for me to even see your face, madam. Lillian pressed her lips together, then quickly composed herself. That I must have worried you. I'm fine. Damien was startled by her reaction, a melancholic thought crossing his mind. Indeed, she's been avoiding me lately. Well, it's true that I've always been the one pursuing her from the beginning. But even if it's a forced smile, it warms my heart to see Lillian smile. Yet, she refuses and avoids me. Lillian spoke abruptly. Your Highness, the magic transfer is sufficient. My classmates, they'll be arriving soon. However, Damien embraced her from behind, whispering, just a little longer. Madam has endured so much while managing the manor. I know it all, from the temperature of your body and your breath as I hold you in our bed, from the ink-stained hands I can barely hold on to with the excuse of sharing magic, from the rough touch and your lips I can hardly refuse. I know you're pushing your limits, so don't think you can escape your husband's gaze. Lillian flinched, lowering her eyes. That I'll be more careful, Your Highness. Damien was taken aback, thinking to himself, what? That's strange. Usually, Lillian would respond with a gentle smile. Is she hiding something from me? I wish I could understand her heart. Walking gracefully down the hallway of the Grand Duke's mansion, Lillian was lost in thought. This is bad. His Highness only interacts with me to receive magical power. Even though I know that's the truth, I still let my emotions overflow whenever I'm with him. I even find myself looking forward to the moments of sharing magical power more than ever. I want to comfortably lean on him, to be held in his arms. Lillian gazed outside, thinking, if I keep closing the distance and letting my heart waver like this, I'll end up falling for him this way. She took a deep breath, slapped her cheeks, and exclaimed. The young women were overjoyed. She smiled and said, It's been a while, everyone. Please forgive me. I've kept you waiting far too long, haven't I? The young women cheerfully replied, You don't need to apologize. On the contrary, we didn't mean to impose. How could we have known it was such a perfect time to visit? We're so glad to hear that Madam and His Highness the Grand Duke are getting along so well. We heard you were late because His Highness was keeping you. Lillian couldn't reveal that they had to share magical power, so she resigned herself to listening to the ladies exclaim about how thoughtful the Grand Duke was towards his wife. Because, of course, their lady deserved all the affection in the world. After a while, Lillian finally managed to regain control of the situation, and tea and cakes were served. The ladies, delighted, chattered. I heard Count Valerius propose to Lady Sophia. It was the day after her ladyship's wedding. It seems like just yesterday, and they've already finished their honeymoon. Are you going to get engaged, Sophia? Sophia blushed and nodded. The other ladies exclaimed joyfully, I think I know why the Count proposed so quickly. Sophia is just adorable, isn't she? A young woman asked admiringly, Madam, forgive me if this is too personal, but neither you nor Lady Sophia were in love with your husbands before marriage, were you? Lillian smiled and replied, You must be new here. That's correct. She thought to herself, even now that we're married, I'm still not in love. The ladies, dreamy-eyed, expressed their belief that love was falling head over heels and seeing the world through rose-colored glasses, even under the weight of marriage. That I'm so envious of both of you, they declared. Lillian, however, felt no joy at these comments. After the tea party, back at her desk, Lillian picked up a pen and said, These preparations should be sufficient, shouldn't they? Maureen softly replied, Yes, madam. The preparations for the coming winter are essentially complete. You've worked so hard. Lillian smiled faintly. Thanks to your help, Maureen, everything has gone smoothly. Oh, and there's one more thing I'd like to ask of you. Please take good care of the maids. Maureen looked surprised. Madam, isn't that a bit too generous? What if the maids? Lillian interrupted her. It's not about being generous. As you can see, these are precarious times. Even those we trust can easily turn their backs if something happens to their families. I want to prevent any such risks, so I hope you understand. Maureen thought to herself, My thinking is so narrow-minded, just as His Highness the Crown Prince said. She's more worthy of the title of Duchess than I ever imagined. She pulled something from her pocket. Madam, I've held on to this for some time, but it's only right that the key to the manor belongs in the hands of its mistress. Lillian smiled, and oh, Maureen, please keep it. The Grand Duke has treated me very well so far, and I believe he will continue to do so. Maureen was touched, and I'm so grateful for your trust, madam. In that case, I will gladly continue to be worthy of the trust you have placed in me. Lillian thought. She intentionally offered me the key to the manor, a symbol of ducal authority. It seems I'm not the only one who trusts Maureen. Not just the maids, but the retainers too. They're gradually accepting me as the Duchess. A true Duchess. In contrast to her outwardly composed demeanor, Lillian's inner thoughts were much darker. I'm grateful, but I only have 5 years left. With my life force depleted, a life with a time limit, and unable to even bear an heir. Suddenly, Lillian felt a sharp pain in her nose. I suppose I've been overworking myself. Lillian signaled to Rita, who immediately understood and said, "Madam, it's past your lunchtime." But she acknowledged the reminder and said, "Oh dear, how careless of me. I've let my body tire itself out for so long." After seeing Maureen off, Rita had just closed the door when drops of blood began to fall onto the desk. Rita was very worried, but quickly fetched Lillian's pipe. She took a deep breath, and immediately a coughing fit came over her, making Rita fidget restlessly. She anxiously said, "You can't even absorb the medicine properly. This can't go on. Please tell Lord Cedric about your condition and lessen your workload." Lillian stubbornly said, "It's not that bad." Rita, displeased, replied, "So you're going to continue working with your body in this exhausted state? You're definitely Lord Cedric's sister. There's no mistaking it." Lillian chuckled. "That's what I thought when I saw you and Alan." Rita said sadly, "Please don't say such terrible things." "But madam, I'm being honest." Lillian lowered her head and gave a weak laugh. "Rita, I know. It wouldn't matter if I didn't go this far. But just to find proof of that alliance, we can live like a flower in a greenhouse." Rita said indignantly, "If you know, then why do you? But what meaning would such a life have?" Lillian thought to herself, "I become a useful person now, unlike my former self. I behave appropriately as Turin's daughter and Duchess. Despite my illness, I was able to save His Highness the Crown Prince, and he even bestowed upon me treatment I don't deserve. I don't expect love anymore. I don't want to lose the warmth he brings and everyone's expectations. So please, let me continue to be useful, even just a little, until the very end." Seeing Lillian only cough without speaking, Rita helped her and said, "Miss, please give me the medicine and lie down first." Rita was incredibly worried because Lillian hadn't been able to keep any food down recently and was frequently bleeding, so her body couldn't endure it. She closed her eyes and whispered, "I'll rest for a bit. No one is allowed to enter this room while I'm sleeping. Do you understand? Not until dinner is fully prepared and Damien has waited long enough to be informed that I'll be absent. I heard Madam has gone to sleep." Damien said suspiciously, "Asleep already? Has she had lunch?" The maid honestly replied, "I heard Madam has fallen into a deep sleep." "A deep sleep," he repeated. He quickly stood up and went straight to Lillian's door. "I have to see for myself." Outside the door, Rita stood guard. She said seriously, "I apologize, Your Grace. Madam said that no one is allowed to enter." Damien turned cold, chuckling dryly. "And no one? Not a single soul? How loyal? Not even her husband? The man I vowed to spend my life with when we signed our marriage contract? I suppose I'll have to ask Madam myself." Rita froze, but kept her head bowed. "I didn't mean it like that, Your Grace. Please understand Madam's words. Furthermore, she's not in any condition to answer right now." Damien resolutely said, "If that's the case, then we especially should go in and see for ourselves, shouldn't we? Miss Howard knows about this, right? What is it that Madam needs from us?" Rita started to feel a tremor. "That's right. The Duke's magical power will be able to help Mississippi." So she stepped aside and respectfully said, "Please forgive me, Your Highness." Damien couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. The truth is, that's the only thing keeping me here. No matter how much Lillian pushes me away or rejects me, I'm still necessary to her. The door opened, and he saw Lillian sleeping peacefully in bed. Damien touched her hair, his heart aching at her slightly pale face. Her physical condition didn't seem too bad. In her deep sleep, Lillian could still feel a warm energy flowing in her body, and she knew it was clearly Damien's magic. So Lillian immediately opened her eyes, startling the Grand Duke. "Lillian, you're awake?" He kissed her fingers, softly saying, I had to come in and see how my wife was doing. Please forgive me for going against your wishes and making things difficult for Rita." Meanwhile, Damien silently cursed himself for noticing the faint, lingering scent of blood on Lillian's hand. There were no wounds on her body. If so, then where is this blood from? While he was wrestling with these thoughts, Lillian's call of "Your Highness" brought him back to reality. Damien said wearily, "I came because I was worried you'd lie here and skip meals. You haven't been eating properly for several days." Hearing her say she would try to eat a little, Damien said affectionately, "That's a good idea. I'll have someone prepare something right away." The sound of a food cart arriving reached them. He personally brought the porridge over and said to her, "I've asked them to prepare something very easy to eat. Now let me feed you." This offer startled Lillian. She quickly said, "There's no need, Your Highness. I can eat by myself. Or you could call Rita to help me." Damien blew on the food to cool it and said, "We should give the maid some time off occasionally so we can spend time together, shouldn't we?" Hearing her say, "Your Highness doesn't do these things anyway," the Grand Duke dramatically interrupted, "That hurts my feelings. Who will take care of my sick wife if I don't? So come on, my wife, eat up." The spoon was brought closer, but Lillian kept her lips tightly sealed. Finally, she relented and allowed Damien to feed her. He cheerfully asked, "Is it too hot? Should I let it cool down more?" Lillian, flustered and embarrassed, said, "No, it's really fine." Unconsciously, a sharp pain shot through her nose, and her nose started to bleed again, causing Damien to drop the spoon in alarm. He cupped her small face in his hands and said, "Lillian, wait, let me see your face. I'll help you until the bleeding stops. I'll stop the bleeding." Lillian tried to say, "Your Highness, the bleeding has stopped. It's nothing serious." Hearing the commotion, Rita rushed in with a cloth. Damien asked anxiously, "I'm glad it stopped, but what's wrong with you? Why did your nose suddenly start bleeding like that?" Lillian murmured, "I apologize for frightening you. This often happens when the weather gets dry, so you don't need to worry, Your Highness." Damien forced a smile. "This isn't something you should feel sorry for, madam. You need to rest, so I should take my leave. Please get some proper rest." The moment he left the room, Damien's expression turned grave. He leaned against the door, his thoughts in turmoil. "She's lying. She's definitely lying about something. I have a bad feeling about this. The nosebleeds, like before when she's tired. It could be a minor symptom like she said, but I can't shake the feeling she's hiding something. If it's a secret, she can't tell me. I should write a letter to her brother, Cedric." Despite his decision, Damien hesitated as he sat at his desk, pen and paper before him. He was distracted, his mind racing. What is Lillian trying to keep from me? Keeping me out of her room. The blood on her hand. The lingering scent of blood. It has to be a health issue. Is she pushing me away because she's afraid of infecting me, or of me discovering something more serious? But why wouldn't she let me call a doctor at times like these? If she's hiding an illness and not getting proper treatment. The thought made Damien shudder involuntarily, and oh, I'm probably overthinking this. She didn't refuse when I share my magical energy with her. She even received proper treatment from the physician then. Lillian just doesn't trust me. As for pushing me away, perhaps my presence is a burden, and she's just trying to hide that. This letter is just to ease my own growing unease. The letter Damien wrote read, "The Duchess's health is not good, but she constantly tries to hide the truth, which is why I am sending you this letter. Could you please quickly summon the physician from Turin whom she trusts? Please let me know what I can do for her besides sharing my magical energy with her." At the Isla residence, Alan softly announced, "Cedric, a letter from the Grand Duke has arrived for you." Sometime later, the Grand Duke's mansion finally received a reply from Turin. Damien, trying to remain calm, opened Cedric's response. It read, "Your Highness, since my sister, the person I cherish most, married, I was delighted to receive this first letter. However, I cannot help but feel reproachful at its contents. Lillian is like a gift sent by the heavens out of pity for me. Who could criticize the deep affection of a child I cherish more than my own life? It seems your Highness's hasty marriage has brought to light the very thing I feared." Damien folded the letter, sighing, "Is this what I've been waiting for all these days?" He could almost hear Cedric's voice scolding him. "Why can't you take proper care of Lillian? I won't stand idly by if I find out Lillian isn't happy." That's all I wanted to say. From that, Damien could conclude that her brother, Cedric, also seemed unaware of what Lillian was hiding. He thought to himself, "All right, I must have been too sensitive to Lillian's refusal, or I'm overreacting out of worry for her. I'll believe that's the case. Finishing his thought, the Grand Duke inquired about his wife's whereabouts throughout the day. Alan truthfully reported about the Duchess. I was informed that she is working in the library, Your Highness. Damien was startled. What? After all the chaos recently, she's back at work already? What in the world are you all doing letting the Duchess continue to work? Is there that much to do? Ivan's spine ran cold. He honestly replied, Your Highness, those are the documents submitted to you recently. Wouldn't it be easier for you, Your Highness? Seeing Damien's astonishment, Ivan continued, It's all thanks to the Duchess teaching me how to organize the documents. That's all there is to it, from bookkeeping to summarizing and arranging the existing materials. But the Duchess was afraid I'd be embarrassed by my poor skills, so she told me not to let Your Highness know. Damien raised his voice, speaking fiercely. Ivan Isaac, so you did as she said? You dared not tell me such an important matter. Ivan knelt down and said, I will correct myself, Your Highness. I was wrong. Damien sighed. This isn't good. I must go see the Duchess. Along the way to the library, he chuckled and thought, honestly, there's nothing my wife can't do. She's only been here a short while, yet she's already done such a good job and quickly won the hearts of everyone around her. Just by being by my side, I couldn't ask for anything more. My wife can do anything, so why can't she just stay by my side? No, if she can't stay by my side, I have no choice but to keep her from working. Before Damien could think of anything more outlandish, he was thankfully standing before Lillian and greeted her. Lillian asked in surprise, Your Highness, what are you doing here? The Grand Duke winked, speaking playfully. What do you mean, what? My wife has been working to the point of exhaustion. As a husband, I couldn't bear to leave you alone, so I came here. Now, bring all the documents to my office. Lillian flinched as she saw the Grand Duke's assistants swiftly carry away all the documents. Damien remained standing there and declared, rather than being a husband who forces his wife to work, I want to be a husband who listens. If my wife is so commendable that there's nothing left to share with me, then I have no choice but to implement special measures. Damien thought to himself, back when I crossed the battlefield, they used to attack castles by building new mountains and high bridges. If that's a strategy to avoid being at a disadvantage, then I won't shy away from any tactic. Of course, if it's something like this, I'm confident I can do it my way. Lillian pursed her lips, walked towards him, and said, I understand why Your Highness is doing this. However, I'm a Grand Duchess and your wife. I have a responsibility to fulfill my duties, and as your wife, please allow me to fulfill that responsibility. Lillian wants to use the remaining time in her life to prove her worth. Damien was startled, thinking to himself, she's certain she'll have enough confidence to explain the situation the way she wants. I don't know anymore. Right now, I just want to hold Lily tightly. As soon as he heard Lillian call him, Damien said, Every day, if you accept the condition of receiving magical power from me for at least an hour each morning and evening, then I can give you about 2 hours to work each day. Isn't my magical power the best medicine to improve your health, my wife? If you take your medicine and maintain your health, then I can feel at ease. So what do you want to do now? Lillian froze, thinking, wouldn't that bother Your Highness too much? But it would be more troublesome if I refused him here. So she reluctantly agreed. Damien immediately brightened, grinning from ear to ear, and said, You're thinking correctly, just as you promised, right? I hope you'll cooperate with taking your medicine. A promise is a promise. My wife must be a responsible adult, correct? Lillian blushed, thinking to herself, is he teasing me now? I'm glad I can bring Your Highness joy. Actually, I haven't hugged anyone much, even back in Turin, and I couldn't even hug myself. Although her cheeks were flushed with embarrassment, when she heard Damien say, You don't like it? Then there's no promise. Lillian closed her eyes, embracing Damien across from her. He thought to himself, if this is a dream, the Lily in my dream would surely smile sweetly and gently embrace me. But somehow, Lily is even more embarrassed than I am. Much better. Excessive accumulated magic power has tormented me since I was in the womb. Lillian has saved me from this pain. So please, Lillian, I hope you also enjoy this contact. I pray that you will always be the first to embrace me like this. I wish you could feel even just 1% of the happiness I feel when I'm with you. I will forever engrave this moment into my memory. Lillian, startled, called out to him, Your Highness, I don't know if I've gone against your wishes or... Now, my wife, it's time for you to take your medicine, she said shyly. Your Highness, your tone is a little... He hugged her tightly and said sweetly, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong with my analogy?" Lillian tried to push him away. "Your Highness, please stop teasing me." Damien leaned in closer and said, "I like it so much. That's why. I want to nibble on you gently until I melt away. My wife has to take her medicine herself, right?" Finishing his words, Damien planted a deep kiss. It wasn't until Lillian's body touched something cold that she gasped and said, "The table? How we get all the way back here?" Damien smiled and said, "It seems you're very focused on me. Forgive me, my wife." He then grasped Lillian's slender waist. He lifted her as light as a feather and sat her on the table. Seeing Lillian about to climb down, he whispered, "It's nothing. You're a grown-up now, so you have to be good and take your medicine properly, right? Come on, my wife. Embrace me too. Please touch me." The two clung to each other. Damien kissed her hand and said, "Our wife doesn't know what shame is, does she?" As soon as Lillian said, "You told me to do it. I'm just doing what your Highness told me to do," Damien thought, "You don't know how much that excites me." He said softly, "Our wife is a good girl." At the same time, the warm sunlight warmed the Grand Duke's mansion. The maids were once again gathered, gossiping. Maureen immediately cleared her throat. "What's all this noise so early in the morning? Neglecting your work?" The maids flinched, then handed over the newspaper and said, "It's nothing, ma'am. We'll get to work right away." But they surreptitiously hid the newspaper. Waiting until Maureen left, they whispered again, "I thought it was taken away. How could this be? They'll probably ignore it. But who doesn't read page 6 these days? Right, I heard even the nobles secretly read everything behind their backs." "Oh my, do you think the great Maureen would read such trash?" Maureen slowly walked back to her room. Basic was a gossip magazine published by a newspaper that collected stories from outside society. Of course, commoners were curious about the nobility. Even nobles who looked down on it out of curiosity secretly read it. It was so famous that even the great Lady Maureen enjoyed reading it. She fetched a cup of tea and sighed. "They've already talked about the contents before I even read it. I almost knew beforehand. Reading this every morning is my joy. Let's see, what interesting article will be published today?" Just as she glanced up, the tea in Maureen's mouth spurted back out. Coughing, she exclaimed, "What is this?" Really, the content that caused her such a dramatic reaction was the article about the new Duchess of Lupinville. Will she give birth to 7 children, or will she bear a son? Maureen exclaimed, "Madam, this is truly a shocking and offensive slander." Lillian smiled and said, "I know these rumors are spreading everywhere, so I'm not too shocked. It's just a rumor. Anyway, it'll disappear in 3 months. However, she spoke seriously, you're right. Even though it's just a fabrication, it's seriously offensive. But if I seriously respond to it, the Grand Duke's mansion will only become a laughingstock." Maureen clenched her sleeve. Lillian continued, "But the reason His Highness held the wedding in such a hurry, without even letting me make my debut, wasn't this the best choice for His Highness the Grand Duke, the Crown Prince, and Turin?" Rita replied clearly, "That's right. Madam's words are completely reasonable. But if things continue like this, I'm afraid it will be very difficult." Maureen was very moved that Rita shared her thoughts. The two quickly acknowledged each other. "Indeed, I thought you would also sympathize. Our madam is so wonderful." Meanwhile, Lillian just wanted to focus on the ledger. She thought to herself, ever since that day, His Highness grants me magic every morning and evening. My body feels lighter than ever, and our madam is so understanding, even taking her medicine well. Lillian blushed, waving her hands in the air. "Stop it. Let's get to work. We must work." Suddenly, Maureen said seriously, "Madam, I've thought of a wonderful idea. You should wear a new dress." Lillian, currently wearing a splendid gown and regretting her earlier inquiry, looked around. Sparkling jewels, teacups, and so on were everywhere. Astonished, she asked Maureen, "What were all these things?" The head steward explained, "These are items in preparation for making new attire for Madam and His Highness. As you know, Madam, the imperial finances of the Ando Duchy are managed by Emperor Hamelina. The Sea is the eastern trade route, and most of the customs duties and tolls collected there belong to the imperial family." Lillian nodded, as so. Maureen continued, "You've become the wife of a wealthy man with a treasure trove of gold that could last for generations. So much it's uncountable. His Highness must go to these lengths to avoid public scrutiny. You just need to understand that the Grand Duke and Duchess's attire is related to the prestige of the imperial family." Dazzled by the glittering display, Lillian murmured, "I don't think anyone would look down on me, even if I just rotated through the antique jewelry over there. These clothes are already so dazzling, I can hardly look away. What benefit would new attire bring? Maureen explained, no, madam, that's not quite right. As I mentioned before, the wardrobe department I brought to you today is renowned as the best in the capital. I had to clear their entire schedule for your benefit, madam. If you were to refuse, I, Maureen, would be in a very difficult position. Lillian thought to herself, even though I know those are crocodile tears, she's gone this far, so I have no choice. Suddenly, a voice rang out, is Maureen threatening my wife? Damien's dashing appearance startled both women. He stepped in front of Lillian. Forgive me. I happened to be passing by and saw my wife in a difficult situation. I will protect you. Maureen, looking utterly wronged, protested. I wasn't trying to pressure madam. But inwardly, she fumed. No, he's the one who made this a big deal in the first place. It was Damien who had thrown a mountain of money at her, demanding access to the treasury just for Lillian's new wardrobe. Lillian smiled that I'm fine. Since Maureen has prepared all this with such care, I'd like to see what she has. Damien smiled back that you're so kind. If my wife says so, then I'll overlook Maureen's earlier impertinence. Damien's smile made Maureen want to scream internally. So incredibly manipulative, she thought. Even when I lived in the palace, it was baffling how His Highness constantly troubled his aides with his temper and demonic reputation. But putting him aside, let's focus on our madam now. A noble woman approached. May I present myself to the Grand Duke and Duchess? My name is Anne Osborne, Viscountess, manager of the wardrobe department. It's an honor to be in charge of your wardrobes during this time, your highnesses, and said gently. Lillian replied, it's I who should be grateful. Your reputation precedes you throughout the capital, so I was worried you might be inconvenienced by having to rush for my personal matters. And softly said, oh my, of course not, your highness. It is I who should say so. It's truly an honor to be able to work with such exquisite materials. So, shall we begin with your highness? Lillian was being meticulously attended to. What do you think of the ribbon color on this collar? And it would be lovely if your highness wore this jewelry set here. She said thoughtfully, it looks quite nice, but this is an outfit His Highness will also be wearing, so it would be better if we asked his opinion as well. Damien was pleased she had thought of him. He said indulgently, choose whatever suits you best, Lily. I won't interfere. Everyone present shared the same unspoken sentiment. With such unparalleled beauty, anything would look stunning. And said cheerfully, then we shall proceed as such. Please leave it to me, your highness. Damien came to retrieve her, saying, you've worked hard, Lily. By the way, I just received a notice from the royal palace. They've tasked me with securing the western part of the kingdom on the opening day of the talks. Lillian said sadly, so suddenly? But Damien smiled brightly. It seems His Majesty doesn't quite trust me. Perhaps he's worried I'll oppose him at the event. Lillian lowered her head and murmured, but that's the first official event we'll attend as husband and wife. Damien was taken aback. Oh, is Lily feeling sad now? Lillian clicked her tongue that if we don't attend together, there will be rumors of discord between us. Who knows? Maybe that's part of His Majesty's plan. Damien bit back a retort, thinking, what am I even expecting? She snapped her fingers, saying brightly, your highness, I have a good idea. What do you think of this? She leaned closer to him and whispered, lend me your ear for a moment. Damien eagerly listened to her whisper, thinking Lily's anxiety about closing the distance between us is gone. Perhaps it's because we've been in frequent contact due to the daily exchange of magical energy. After hearing her idea, Damien smiled that you're so clever and brilliant. If my brother finds out, he'll probably grab me by the neck and shove me aside. It's exactly my style. Lillian smiled, really? Damien kissed her hand, of course. Just where did this young lady come from? It's as if you're reading my mind. In that moment, Lillian was truly captivated by Damien's gentle demeanor. She thought, I know His Highness is stopping me from working because of my health, but deep down, I keep thinking I'm not really helping at all. This is the first time His Highness has praised me for doing well. But does this thumping in my chest really make me feel relieved? Is this joy? Lillian traced the lines of his calloused hand, softly said, I'm so glad I could be of help to your highness. I truly mean it from the bottom of my heart. Damien was stunned by her bright, radiant smile, his heart now beating faster than a bass drum. He finally had the answer he'd been searching for. This feeling couldn't be wrong. I'm in love with this woman. If I lose this love, I'm sure I'll die instantly. I'm not exaggerating at all. Damien unconsciously called her Lily, may I kiss you? She hesitated slightly, saying, just for a moment. Before she could finish, he leaned closer and kissed her. A warm feeling filled him as he thought, I feel a stronger faith in life than ever before. One day, as Lillian was diligently working as usual, Mateo arrived and said, Madam, please forgive me for disturbing you while you're busy. She stood up and said, not at all. I'm fine. Please come and sit down. Did you need something? Mateo got straight to the point. High society is once again buzzing about every move of His Highness the Grand Duke and yourself, madam. The official schedule for your first public address has been released. They say you two will visit the Elohim Cathedral, where the late emperor is buried, and then hold a small memorial service. I also heard that you, madam, made that decision. Lillian seriously replied, yes, that's correct. But the fact that you came here like this, is it because you don't agree with my decision? Mateo's expression turned somber. How could that be? Considering the events surrounding the previous election of the imperial consort, I'm grateful that you're honoring the late emperor. But if you simply wish to pay your respects to my father with a kind heart, please choose a different time. Right now, it's truly too dangerous. Seeing Lillian's surprise, Mateo continued, yes, madam. This conference is an event celebrating the current emperor's 7 years of reign, so they must have put a lot of effort into it. However, if you don't appear at that event and instead commemorate the late emperor, you might encounter unnecessary incidents. Lillian seriously replied to the crown prince, even so, if, as emperor, he were to do something similar, wouldn't it be a loss of face? Doesn't he have someone to stand in for him in this matter? Mateo gravely answered, the one known as Madame Rachel. Currently, she has a strong hold over high society, so she'll likely be able to make things difficult for you at any event. As you know, a sharp stone is the right way to win. I'm grateful for your respect for the late emperor, but at that moment, Mateo clenched his hand, hesitating. Should I tell her this? I just hope she won't be hurt. Honestly, I have no ill intentions. I'm simply trying to remain calm so as not to be discovered. Seeing the crown prince with his head bowed, Lillian said, Your Highness, forgive me, but from my perspective, even without any particular conflict, people still maintain good relationships with each other. Wouldn't it be less frustrating to be attacked rather than not? That's what I think. Mateo sighed. You might regret it. Lillian carefully replied, that could be the case, couldn't it? To the crown prince's question, then why would you do something that you might regret? Lillian smiled and said, because it's the right thing to do. Rather than regretting not doing the right thing, I think it's better to do it even if I end up regretting it later. Mateo thought to himself, I recognize this straightforward gaze. Back then, everyone in the imperial palace found me so cute that they behaved rather rudely. Amongst those careless hands, there was a slender man with sharp eyes and a stiff gait. Unlike those around me, he was always polite, even when I was young. He was the former imperial elector Turin. Surely that rigid former imperial elector thought the same way as her and sided with my father and me. It really is true. Madam being a Turin is undeniable. Lillian beamed, that I'm glad you told me this. By the way, do you know you're supposed to be my partner at the opening ceremony? Her words made Mateo flinch. He stammered, no, this is the first I've heard of it. What? Lillian explained His Highness, the Grand Duke, is in charge of security on the west side of the imperial palace on the day of the opening ceremony. Actually, our first official schedule is to visit Elohim. Because of this, he and I can't attend the opening ceremony as a couple. Sounds strange, doesn't it? So, besides the Grand Duke, the only person who can be my partner, I think, is Your Highness, the Crown Prince. Instead of being pleased as he was earlier, Mateo became tense, thinking, why is that? Could it be she's mindful of my feelings? No, if that were the case, she would have avoided me. How could she be so kind to her nephew? Oh, I see. She's just treating me like a nephew. After all, composing himself, Mateo said, besides me, there's also Madam's older brother, the first descendant of Turin. Isn't there? Lillian nodded. That's true, but for this event, as royalty, I think I need to announce that we support His Highness, the Crown Prince. Of course, if Your Highness is having difficulties, I can find someone else. Mateo quickly responded, no, that's not it. It's not that I dislike it. I was just asking. I'm honored to attend as Madam's partner. I'll do my best not to cause any trouble. Mateo thought to himself, I was wrong to feel down. She's for years older than me. It's understandable for her to see me as a child, isn't it? Lillian smiled. Those are my sentiments exactly. This is my first time attending an event like this, so I hope you'll help me a lot. The Crown Prince murmured, I'll help however I can. I've said what I wanted to say, so if you'll excuse me. After he left, Lillian said, "I'm sorry, Your Highness, but I'm afraid this is the best I can do." Rita softly replied, "Indeed, Mississippi." But Rita also secretly sighed. He must be very hurt. What? He'll manage. Why does he have to choose our miss as the object of his unrequited love? It's so obvious. Mateo became flustered, whispering, "How did I get back to my room? Partner? What partner? All right, even if she doesn't notice me, even just for a brief moment, the chance to be by her side is precious." The day of the final conversation finally arrived. The clicking of high heels caught Damien's attention. While those around him were still buzzing about her beauty, Lillian appeared, utterly radiant, and said, "I apologize for keeping you waiting, Your Highness." Damien, captivated by his muse, was speechless, forgetting to reply. Maureen chuckled softly. "She's so beautiful he's lost for words." Finally, he extended his hand to her and said, "My wife, you're wearing the gift I gave you, aren't you?" Lillian softly replied, "Yes." Among the many gifts symbolizing lilies, the moonstone earrings left the most lasting impression. Originally, they were a gift from the Empress Dowager, Damien's mother, to his elder brother, Ito Leo, with the instruction, "Give these to your daughter-in-law." However, the late emperor gave them to his younger brother, Damien. He thought to himself, "I've finally found a rightful owner. They suit Lily perfectly. White, black, blue, as if all the colors of a lily have gathered to form a moonlit night." But Lillian's intention might have simply been that wearing a gift bestowed by the emperor would honor him and look beautiful. Damien knew her too well. He thought, "Still, this is what I chose from a mountain of gifts. They say beautiful people only do beautiful things." He whispered, "Let me fasten your cloak before we go out." Noticing Lillian's embarrassment at the many onlookers, Damien leaned closer and murmured, "What's wrong?" "It's just a husband fastening his wife's cloak." He gently extended his hand and said, "Lily, give me your hand." She placed her hand in his large one. Seeing her hand trembling, Damien asked with concern, "Are you nervous?" She sighed. "It would be a lie to say I'm not, wouldn't it? This is my first step into high society." Damien chuckled. "You don't need to be so nervous. I have a bit of a reputation with the neighboring countries and this empire." Lillian blinked. "Are you suggesting I use your highness's notoriety?" He grinned. "As much as you need. You could spread the rumor that I enjoy making stuffed animals out of my enemies' necks." Lillian laughed. "That's absurd." Damien said gently, "Now that you're less tense, shall we depart?" They arrived at the Elohim Church, the resting place designated by the late Emperor Ito Leo himself. It was much smaller than Lillian had imagined, but as it was maintained by the monks, it was clean and tidy. She bowed to the late emperor, then closed her eyes and offered a silent, respectful greeting. 2 lines were engraved on Ito Leo's coffin. "I depart to embrace death. I hope those who remain will find happiness." Lillian thought, so that's how it is. Just those 2 sentences are enough to understand what kind of person Emperor Ito Leo was. She felt a sense of understanding, thinking to herself, he chose this place as his final resting place. But are those who remain here as happy as he wished? Mateo is living proof, his face etched with sadness. His head bowed as he whispered, "Father." After a long moment, the crown prince finally spoke. "You've waited a long time for me, haven't you? Now let's go." Mateo led Damien and Lillian on a stroll, explaining, "They say the monks built a small garden for us, his children, to come and pay our respects to our father. I wanted to show you too. The stone tablet over here is inscribed with father's favorite prayer." As soon as Mateo arrived, a monk announced, "Your Highness, a visitor has arrived." The crown prince, seeing the familiar figure, froze and exclaimed, "Could that be Ethan Smith?" Mateo's demeanor changed drastically. He snapped, "What are you doing here?" Ethan lowered his head and said, "I beg your forgiveness, Your Highness." The crown prince, more furious than ever, roared, "I'm asking how you dare show your face before my father's grave, you son of that old fox Blanchett." Faced with these words, Ethan simply hung his head, seemingly wanting to speak. But a moment later, he clenched his jaw, uttering only 2 words, "I apologize." Mateo gritted his teeth and said, "Leave now. If you cross my path again, I won't be so forgiving." The crown prince walked past Ethan coldly, leaving Duke Blanchett no choice but to bow and leave. This scene was perfectly positioned for the onlookers, who immediately began to whisper. It's not clear what he was thinking, but it seems he shouldn't have come here. Why now? Lillian stared at Ethan, thinking to herself, "Young Duke Blanchett, something must be going on." Damien beside her asked softly, "My lady, what's wrong?" She said seriously, "Your Highness, this..." I've met the young Duke's brother before, but they don't seem very much alike. Damien gave a cold laugh, then quickly composed himself and said, "Come, let's go, my lady." Lillian realized that what she had said had displeased Damien. Nevertheless, he gently took her hand and they left. That night, at the Grand Duke Lupinville's mansion, the lights were all changed to warm, golden ones. Flowers and food were arranged on the table. Damien raised his glass and declared, "Let us raise a glass in remembrance of the Emperor." Seeing Lillian smile at him, he leaned closer and whispered, "You only need to pretend to sip." Then came the resounding voices, filled with feigned respect. "To the late Emperor! To the late Emperor!" Lillian looked at the glass of wine in her hand, thinking that although His Highness told her to pretend to drink, it was memorial wine. A small sip should be fine, right? However, just one light sip made her head spin. Lillian felt dizzy. She hadn't expected the alcohol content to be so strong. Damien said worriedly, "Lily, I told you not to drink it." But she felt it would be disrespectful not to drink at least a little. Seeing his wife's continuous discomfort, Damien fidgeted. Matteo also noticed this. He wondered what's going on. Could it be that Madame isn't feeling well? He was so lost in thought that someone had to call his name several times before Matteo snapped out of it. Damien offered her some water and said, "Rinse your mouth and spit it out. Take a deep breath through your nose and exhale through your mouth. Can you manage?" Lillian smiled and said, "Yes, this is my first appearance as the Grand Duchess. I haven't even drunk that much. I can't leave because I'm drunk." Damien said gently, "This wine is quite strong, so it's unavoidable that you might feel its effects. Don't think of it as being disrespectful. Lean on me." Lillian was already tipsy. She leaned her head on his shoulder, thinking it was best to listen to His Highness now, rather than have her head spinning and stumble around. This romantic scene was praised by everyone, each murmuring about how strong the wine seemed to be for the Duchess. I mean, this is the kind of wine that even men have trouble handling, not just because she's young and not yet 20. I heard that when she entertains guests, she prefers tea to alcohol. It's commendable that someone who doesn't enjoy alcohol makes the effort to drink it to fit in at an occasion like this. Of course, the late Emperor would have been pleased to see this. Lillian was roused by the surrounding noise. Seeing her stir, Damien said, "Don't worry, they're not speaking ill of you. The people here have a different kind of loyalty compared to the late Emperor's followers. Moreover, you're quite popular among the vassals." Lillian smiled, realizing, so that's it. These people are on my side. The others continued to murmur. The Duchess seems to be a virtuous woman. What's more, it goes without saying that the Grand Duke cherishes her. His Highness Matteo keeps looking at the Duchess. It seems their relationship is quite good, so I'm relieved. Very quickly, everyone shared the same thought. If I can gain the Duchess's favor, who is receiving the affection of both the Grand Duke and the Crown Prince, wouldn't I catch the eye of both of them? Madam, I'll use the grey visit and memorial service as an excuse to give you a gift. So, they all stood up without prior arrangement, saying, "The Duchess seems tired, so I'll excuse myself. I have a lot of preparations to make. I also have to prepare something important." It seems everyone has similar business related to the Duchess. Let's say our goodbyes and leave. After the banquet ended, Damien escorted Lillian back to her room and immediately changed his clothes. He sat by her bedside, anxiously calling, "Lily, are you feeling any better? Here's some water. Can you hold it?" Lillian lifted her weak hand and said, I don't think I can." Damien smiled and said, "Open your mouth a little, slowly." He thought with heartache, she's usually someone who would absolutely drink on her own, someone who always tries to show others her upright and composed image, yet she can so easily let down her guard. When he checked Lily's glass, the amount of wine had only decreased by half, but even if it was strong alcohol, it was too much for her to be this drunk. Lily's body can't handle alcohol. From now on, no matter what the occasion, she can't have any alcohol. Damien gently kissed her forehead. His warm action made Lillian feel a sweetness. She said, "Your Highness, I'm all right. I'm okay." Having said that, Lillian fell asleep, leaving Damien stunned. He muttered to himself, trembling, What I just heard, it wasn't an illusion, was it?" She said, "Your Highness, I'm still not dead yet." At the same time, Madame Rachel was also interested in the Pacific newspaper. She said lazily, "Let's see. The headlines of all the newspapers are about the Grand Duke and Duchess, aren't they? Besides, so that's what the Grand Duchess looks like." Her maid clicked her tongue and said, "Her appearance isn't anything remarkable, madam. She can't compare to you." Rachel murmured, "Well, that's true." Then the maid daringly said, "But madam, was it the right thing to entrust the task to Sir Ethan Smith?" Rachel said cautiously, "We'll see." But why do you ask? The maid whispered. The way Sir Smith is handling things doesn't seem like the best approach. I know the Grand Duchess is the target. He appears wherever she goes and keeps an eye on her. But chasing her all the way to the former emperor's tomb seems a bit excessive. Even His Highness the Crown Prince got angry at the sight of him and chased him away immediately. Wasn't it all a mistake in making a good impression? Madam, shouldn't you change the task you've given him? Rachel said nonchalantly. Why should I? His methods may not be clever, but young Duke Blanchett, Ethan Smith, is very handsome, isn't he? Who knows if that Duchess's opinion might change if he appears before her. You're strange, wanting to replace someone who's trying their best. The maid immediately apologized and started cleaning up. Rachel, however, enjoyed thinking, do I not know that you have feelings for young Duke Blanchett? Honestly, because he's so cute, I gave him some jewels to console him. I don't like children who act so weakly and don't realize it. The day before the assembly, at the Grand Duke Lupinville's mansion, Lillian eagerly ran downstairs early in the morning to greet Cedric. He opened his arms with a bright smile and embraced her, saying, Are you all right? How is your health? She smiled brightly and replied, Honestly, you worry too much. I'm fine, Cedric said with concern. You look a little thin. I'm worried if you're having any difficulties. Lillian then led her brother to her study. As she poured the tea, Lillian said, I apologize, Cedric. I wanted to welcome you along with the Grand Duke, but Cedric understood and replied, It's all right. I know His Highness is very busy because the Emperor entrusted him with work at the border, and it was the day before the talks, so he must be quite busy. It's good to see you're doing well, though. Lillian smiled. Are you well? You tend to stay up all night when you're busy. I worry because you only listen to me when I personally stop you. How's Alan? Alan, who had been waiting for this moment, spoke up boldly. Unfortunately, the master is taking advantage of Mrs. Absence to live as he pleases. This prompted Cedric to signal Alan Harwood. Alan, not even bothering to look at him, said, I can't lie when Miss is questioning me, sir. Lillian laughed. You haven't changed a bit, have you? You're even more comfortable without me looking after you, aren't you? Cedric paused, then lowered his gaze. Indeed, I've been living quite happily since marrying off my nagging younger sister. Maureen suddenly appeared and said, I apologize for interrupting, but may I have a word? Madam was unaware of how His Grace felt about letting such a noble lady as yourself leave. I didn't dare to ask, although I am still lacking. I will do my best to serve you, so I only hope that you can relax a bit after leaving Turin. Cedric felt very satisfied. He had been worried that the loyal retainers serving the Grand Duke might bully his little Lily. From the head butler, who politely greeted him at the entrance to the current headmaid. He had guessed, but Lillian, it seemed she had truly become the mistress of this house. This was no longer just Turin. It was both a castle and Lillian's home. Suddenly, Cedric frowned. Well, I suppose you were so happy you forgot that your brother was also attending the opening ceremony. Seeing Lillian's bewildered expression, Alan spoke up. Were you upset about not being invited as a collaborator for the opening ceremony, sir? Lillian struggled to find the words. Brother, I explained the reason back then. However, Cedric scoffed, feigning annoyance. As soon as he heard Lillian say, besides, rather than coming as my collaborator, shouldn't you be getting married and coming with someone? Cedric bristled. Lily, even if that weren't the case, I'm already getting a headache from all the matchmaking around me. Lillian sighed that I'm the only one without nieces or nephews in the group. I'm so envious of Ilaria and Solaria's pride in their grandchildren. She had meant it as a joke, but her worry for her brother, who was alone in Turin, was genuine. He was of marriageable age, but he hadn't even considered an engagement. Cedric looked genuinely dejected. You seem to really want nieces and nephews, huh? Lillian thought, perhaps the loss of our parents left a deep wound in his heart. He wouldn't want to show weakness while Claude I, the enemy who killed our father, is still alive. That's also why he's so worried about and cherishes his remaining family. She spoke seriously. If you say it's not the right time, I won't force you, but I truly hope you'll have a family of your own besides me. Because my brother is strongest when he has something to protect. What Lillian hoped was that if, not long after she died, at least his beloved wife and child could stay by his brother's side and support him. Suddenly, Cedric spoke in a super serious tone. Lily, if you want a niece or nephew, you can adopt one. His words left everyone in the room speechless. Alan was definitely cursing him with his eyes, while Lillian felt inwardly relieved despite her brother's reaction. Alan was definitely cursing him with his eyes, while Lillian felt inwardly relieved despite her brother's reaction. Looking at Alan, she thought, I think I've managed to keep the secret about my body's condition. That's a relief. In the bathroom of the Lupinville Palace on the evening of the opening dialogue, Lillian, wrapped in a towel, said in a panicked voice, "Is this is there too much bath milk?" Mrs. Maureen earnestly replied, "Not at all, your ladyship. After all, you're not participating in any royal activities today." Lillian thought to herself, that's because we don't need to show loyalty to the current emperor, which is why I'm not participating. Mrs. Maureen continued enthusiastically, so the outside world must be buzzing with anticipation. At tonight's banquet, your appearance must be the most dazzling among all the beautiful people. We must start preparing now. If you want to achieve radiant and smooth skin quickly, nothing in this world is more effective than a milk bath. Tonight, you will be the most beautiful lady in the royal family. Suddenly, Mrs. Maureen noticed a large bruise on Lillian's wrist. The maids immediately came up with 7,749 scenarios involving Damien's ministrations. Mrs. Maureen clicked her tongue, saying, "We can't be noisy in the shared quarters. If we make any more noise, we'll be kicked out." Suddenly, Mrs. Maureen noticed a large bruise on Lillian's wrist. The maids immediately came up with countless scenarios of what happened while Damien was attending to her. Mrs. Maureen clicked her tongue, that we can't be noisy in the shared quarters. If we make any more noise, we'll be kicked out. Only Lillian was embarrassed, knowing the real reason for the bruise. I know everyone's curious about what Damien and I were doing, so there's no doubt what they're thinking. It's just that my sensitive skin bruises easily, so it'll stay bruised for quite a while. Despite Lillian's protests, the maids diligently applied oils and massaged her body. Mrs. Maureen eagerly announced, "It's time to try on the dress, your ladyship. Could you come to the mirror, please?" Lillian took small steps towards the mirror. Her beauty was breathtaking as she donned a custom-made gown from a renowned designer, complemented by the tiara bestowed upon the Duchess by the Emperor. The maids gasped, "Your ladyship looks just like the Ice Princess." Lillian chuckled softly, "Thank you, everyone. You've all worked so hard." Outside the door, Matteo waited patiently without a single complaint. He heard her voice, "I apologize for keeping you waiting, Crown Prince Matteo." He was utterly captivated by Lillian's polished beauty. Matteo took her hand and said, "Not at all. It's my honor to be the escort of such a beautiful lady." She smiled faintly, "I'm afraid I'll be a burden to you, Crown Prince Matteo, so I'm very grateful." Matteo responded, flustered, "A burden?" "Not at all." He thought to himself, this feels like a dream come true. Uncle Damien's absence tonight is entirely due to Claude I's ignorance. After leaving the palace in his youth, Claude has had very few opportunities to see Uncle Damien. Because of that, my uncle's infamous reputation as the palace monster is only seen as a nickname from his younger days. Not to mention, Claude has had an easy life in the military with little combat experience. So it will be difficult to determine the true justice that Uncle Damien pursued as a warrior and how well he understood it. Thanks to that, I have the opportunity to hold her hand tonight. Lillian smiled and said, "Shall we go?" Afterward, she was escorted to the banquet by the Crown Prince of Lupin-Vindict. Along the way, Matteo couldn't help but think, but for some reason, when he looked in her blue eyes, he felt like she could see right through him. Lillian, with many unspoken words, kept her thoughts to herself. His entire face and ears were flushed, surely embarrassed about having to go to the bathroom to hold her hand, right? The banquet was arranged in the main hall of the Lupin-Vina Imperial Palace. As soon as Matteo and Lillian arrived, the Crown Prince asked her, "We will now enter the negotiation. Are you ready?" Lillian looked up at the luxurious surroundings. She thought to herself, beneath the veneer of a meeting lies a battlefield, exquisitely decorated. Behind that door, complex emotions will surge and pass like a network of human relationships. Sometimes it will challenge us, testing us, but sometimes it will be a blessing. But I should think of it as a larger scale sorority meeting. There's nothing to be afraid of. So, Lillian confidently said, "I'm ready." Today's episode has ended. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe to the channel to support me, so I have the motivation to continue.